That's what you need to get up into second place. And Sean, you're looking for a 7.05. But he's just barely gotten started, our surfer in white. 2 throwaway scores, so to speak.
And a paddle now from our surfer in green. Green has first priority, but red with a nice perched hang 10.
I like that.
Into the closeout barrel.
I thought he might sneak out because he grabbed that outside rail. I thought it might push him out just towards the beach, you know, due to so much rail in the water.
Scores to come through for last of red and last of green. Surfer in blue still sitting with first priority.
All right, here's our third place surfer right now, Mac. Well, he was looking for a 4.7. That way it sort of fizzles out on him there. Well, and if you're just joining us on the webcast, thanks for joining in. Jeff Baldwin and Shannon Hughes. We're doing a combo duty here. We're doing all the beach announcing, but then it's filtering through to you. So thanks for joining us. Red, Wesley, you are in second place currently. You have a 4.0 and a 4.05. There's 10 minutes left, and you have third priority at the moment.
Surfer in white now having a look. Sean Lewis chasing a 7.05. Big section and just can't find that projection out of the finish. With a couple of small scores so far. We're halfway through this heat, down to 9 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red, you are chasing a 6.85 to take the lead. You're currently sitting in second. Surfer in green, chasing a 4.70 to take the advancing second place position. Green, your last wave was a 2.45, so it does factor into your top 2, but that requirement stays the same. And the situation will remain the same for our surfer in white in that fourth priority now.
Well, Shannon, you're longboarding a lot, all the time, but you ride everything else too. Would these surfers be adjusting their fin setups in these types of waves different than other, you know, point waves, or with this close interval, waist high, chest high beach break?
Yeah,
I'm wondering.
Yeah, some surfers might be changing up for maybe a slightly smaller fin, just to give them a little bit of a quicker reaction off the tail. Sometimes when you're riding a point break or a wave that's really suited to longboarding, then that bigger fin allows you to just keep things really slow and really smooth. And that can be a little bit more challenging in a beach break situation where you do have those quick takeoffs. You've got, you know, those big kind of closeout in sections, which can be really difficult if you're riding, you know, a 10.5+ inch fin. So some of those surfers might be riding something down in the 9-inch fins today. But a lot of surfers just kind of honing in their equipment. They'll be riding whatever they're the most comfortable on. And yeah, we'll see a few surfers that will ride different equipment this week than they will next week at Malibu that are in that draw.
And how exciting for them that they get to come here, Central Coast, and kind of, you know, get the nerves out, get a few more heats under the belt, because there's not a ton of events on the Longboard World Tour. I mean, there's 3 on the, you know, that are going to determine the championship, the winner, the world title holder for men and women. And other than that, like, there's this event. There might be the one on the East Coast, but that's after the fact. Was there something at Noosa? You know, there's not a ton. There was the Manly event, or that was the WSL Championship Tour event.
Right, so this year's World Longboard Tour, which is sort of like the Championship Tour of Longboarding, has 3 events in it. So we started off at the Sydney Surf Pro, which ran in conjunction. The first 2 events ran alongside of the Challenger Series events. Sydney Surf Pro at Manly and the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach. Those surfers qualified from results out of last year's season. And this event here now counts towards next year's World Longboard Tour, and there will be regional qualifiers happening around the world. So this is the first of the regional qualifiers for the North American region specifically, as we see some nice work from Wesley Rawberg, getting creative on the inside.
That was.
He's currently sitting in second place. Kai Phillips, sitting in the lead, is still holding on to priority. Surfer in green now has second priority, and White in third priority. White has chipped away at the requirement. White, you are now chasing a 5.85 to take the advancing position. Your last scores a 2.2 and a 1.4. Means you have a smaller requirement to advance. And our surfer in green still chasing that 4.70 to get the advancing position.
Well, it's exciting at the, I mean, even though this is the, you know, the setup for a year away from now, which is, it's amazing how it's all shifted for the WSL, even on the, you know, whatever, the shortboard side, the longboard side, planning ahead, a year ahead, hedging their bets, so to speak, but to have the world title being determined in less than 7 days or 6 days from now.
Really exciting as we see our surfer in white, Sean Lewis, get a quick touch to the nose.
And he comes off, yeah, and again, because there's only the 3 events, and 2 are under, you know, 2 are done. We know what the points are on both sides, and it's pretty tight. Especially, you know, there's like, I think leading is 6,000 points, and then, you know, you go down to 20, and they're in the 2,000. But with only 2 events, anyone could get a win, and I think that event is worth 10,000 points coming up. So the others were 5,000. So you know, someone could come from 15th and skyrocket right through.
Yeah, so the points are double for the final event. As we're down to the 5-minute mark, surfers less than 5 minutes on the clock. So surfers the next heat can paddle out.
And just stay to the south or up under the piers, probably the mode right now, just because they're all surfing over that side. So we are under 5 minutes, and, well, right now, Kai McPhillips in the lead with first priority. Wesley Ryberg in second. Mac Laundrie in third. And here's our surfer in third place. Up and out, though. That's not going to do it for him. Okay, well, I'm going to throw it down to Kelly and our last heat winner, Richie Cravey.
All right, congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling this morning?
Cold, yeah. Winds up a little bit this morning. We're feeling good. Yeah, it's nice to get a couple waves. It's always good to see friends and get back into the groove. It's nice to get that first heat out of the way.
So you like to go early?
Generally, yes. Yeah, I like to get up early. It's nice to get the first heat out of the way and get a couple waves and kind of set myself up for the rest of the day.
And who's here with you today?
I have my family. Yeah, we have a fresh new baby, our daughter Sonora, and my son Canyon, and my partner Danny. Yeah.
Well, good luck to you. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
Back to our live coverage.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Great to hear from Richie, and congratulations for taking out the win for the first heat of this year's Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Surfer in red now looking to secure himself in that second place position, looking to increase on the 4-point rides that he currently has on the board. And Sean Lewis with a nice critical nose ride to start. Flying down the line, sets the rail again, finds that 5 to 10 combo in the pocket. And he's chasing a 5.85. Now he's been looking for a wave like this the entire heat, and finally found it.
Well, I wonder if, I'm not sure if he's local or not, but I just heard a bunch of people on the pier whistling, but what a wave. I mean, he rode that 75, 100 yards. That was a nice open face right. Definitely something to put him in the area of getting the score he needed. The canvas was there for him to paint.
That's right. It was, you know, he's been looking for a wave like that the entire heat, and finally found something with multiple nose ride sections, nice smooth trim line as well, carried it with speed, had beautiful footwork. And scores are starting to come through now, and he gets it. Last of white for Sean Lewis, a 6.25 for the Hawaiian, and he jumps into the advancing position. Surfer in red now down into third. Red chasing a 4.41 to advance, and green into fourth. Green, you are chasing a 5.11 to advance. We've got 1 minute, 40 seconds on the clock.
They put up the replay, and yeah, obviously not from here, from Hawaii. Just when I heard the pier whistling, that's just, I think, the Hawaiian posse probably.
Yeah, the crew
Hanging out.
cheering from the vantage point. So a situation change. Red Wesley now chasing a score to get that advancing position, and he'll go down chasing a 4.41.
Well, that was so critical. So Sean, like you said, had waited and waited and waited. He finally gets the 6.25, gets what he needed. He's in second behind Kai McPhillips. So now with under a minute, Wesley looking for a 4.41, and Mac with priority needs a 5.11, 50-second surfers.
Looks like Kai McPhillips will be heading in. Surfed a great heat, found that 6.5 early on, backed it up with that 4.40. And this last score won't count into his top two. White now, having found that 6.25 for his last wave, is looking to just increase the pressure on our back two surfers. And Red now up and riding, chasing that 4.41.
I know, so that was critical because, oh, that's so cool. I love it. You'll have to tell me that's cheater 5, but then he's just crouched down. It's cat-like. We're down to 14 seconds, 13, and I'm going to count it down soon, surfers. 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So a big exchange at the end because Sean Lewis had the 2.2 in his score line, so not a strong backup, and will Wesley get a score that he needed with the 4.41.
And scores are in for last of Red. It's not enough. It's a 3.55 for Wesley Rawberg. Does not meet the requirement of the 4.41. So Kai McPhillips and Sean Lewis advancing through to the next round.
All right. Looks like we're straight into the next heat, surfers, so I'll count you in here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that was an interesting finish to that heat because Sean only had the 2.20, and then he got that little wave, which didn't look like it was going to better that, and it didn't. And then Red's wave had potential, but he got under his requirements. So little heartbeat for Sean at the end there.
Yeah, that was a crazy finish. Great to see some quality waves rolling through, some of those scores going into the 6s this morning as well, and surfers finding their way in the lineup. Now for the start of this heat with Ricky Cunningham in red, Brandon White in blue, Kala Willard in white, and Ty Roach in green. They're all opting to sit on this left bank to start things off instead of hugging the pier.
So that's interesting, Shannon. So for those first two heats, everyone by the pier getting what seemed to be, lots of quality waves. But, yeah, off to the far south end of the competition area. Red was up there late to the floater, and now green making a break coming towards us. Carrying a lot of board speed, long lip line floater there. Does well to jump off the roof of that one and land. What was it in the last heat? You were saying one of the surfers was getting creative. They went switch stance on the lip in the floater.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing to do, for
yeah.
sure. So
they didn't complete it, though.
Yeah, exactly. And then the judges will also take into account if it was actually functional, if it was something that hindered maybe scoring potential, had they just stayed regular foot. A few of those different things will come into play. Control being really important in longboarding.
It is. But I do have to say, I am a fan of things that just look creative that may not be functional, but they just are like a good expression.
Yeah.
I think it just gets everyone excited. It might not go on the score line, but it's okay.
Blue up and riding. He's found a small little wave to start off on, and our surfer in green, 5 to 10 combo, and he goes down, so that'll be incomplete. And our surfer in white now with a ride for Kala Willard. And he demonstrated a lot of control. Nice opening nose ride to start. Smaller size wave, but gets that little reform as well.
Well, either he has a wetsuit that's skin colored or he's braving the wilderness because it looks like a spring suit to me, and I think the water's 60 or 58.
It's so cold.
Yeah.
Red with a quick tap to the nose, and he'll kick out the back of that wave.
Well, so they didn't live long on that South Peak. They all sort of just paddled out there, and now they're making their way back towards the pier, cutting it in half now. Lots of waves already ridden. Ty Roach opens with a 3.5 in the green. Ricky Cunningham, his top wave, a 3.5. So, and Kala Willer waiting for a 4.15 for White's opening wave.
All right, so Surfer in White sitting in the lead with a 4.15. Red already up and riding again. Red, your high score right now, a 3.50 for high of Red. And last of Red, a 2.25. So Red now sits in the lead. Down to 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. In this opening men's round, we have 8 heats. Then we'll be rolling through into our women's opening round.
I'm excited for that. I love it.
Surfer in green has first priority, blue with second priority, white with third priority, and red with fourth priority. Ooh, nice little bit of tip time.
Yeah, tip time. Too bad the wave just didn't offer up much there for Brendan. And now... Okay. Yeah, well, there's Kala Willard. No, gets that one through. Bit of a slower wave, but building since he's got the 4.15. That's what he wants. So this could get him up since he only needed under a 1-point ride to get into second. That will do that. Wow, geez, it's amazing. How can it be Heat 3 already, Shannon? But it is calling in Heat 4. Dorian Torres, Craig Maresca, Luke Johnson, and Chad Biggs.
And it looks like a 3.80 for last of White, 3.80 for White. Has Kala sitting in the lead.
Yeah, so that small wave did well. For you needed such a small score to get into second, and he blew that out of the water. It's a small score, still 3.8, but up in the lead with, you know, our 2 best waves of the heat. Down.
And, oh, he makes it for our surfer in red, Ricky Cunningham. Critical nose ride to start. Somehow makes the drop on that closeout section. Nice demonstration of footwork as he comes through the inside. He's chasing a 4.45 to take the to take the leading position.
Well, now 3 heats in or so, the judges have their scale set, and that's always shuffling too as the tide's changing. But they've held it pretty tight. Nothing up into the 7 range yet. Beautiful. Wow, and the way that the board just completely released. He airdropped after hanging 10. It was like there was a backwash. I don't know how he did it, but really nice.
Yeah, you could see him elevating out of that nose ride. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Ty Roach now coming through to the inside. He got a little bit of footwork done, got a couple of nose rides as well. And now the race to get priority. Surfer in white paddled out alongside the pier, and then now he's booking it across to that South Peak again.
Yeah.
So they've identified something that they like there more than that little pier bowl section. And White with first priority. We do have a good-looking score to roll through for Brendan White, our surfer in blue. Coming out of that very critical nose ride, you could see the lift that he was getting out of it.
Yeah.
That's how the judges can tell, and then maintained control coming out as well. Drops through as a 5.25. So last a blue, a 5.25. Has you sitting in sitting in fourth, chasing a 2.40. But you are sitting on the highest wave of the heat.
Yeah, I love that description. The lift, exactly. Because from our view, all we could see was the first 1 foot of his board, his 10 toes perched over the tip of the board. The rest of the board was back in the barrel in the wave, and it lifted and dropped it.
Super impressive. Green now up and riding, sitting in 3rd place. Nice little roller coaster to finish. And White, our current heat leader, finds that hang 5. Drives off the bottom into the lip.
And definitely winning the expressive cutout right there. That was pretty
great.
cool.
That was a good little cutout.
That's the non-function, but the fun, the character of longboarding, right?
And
Being
you can add in
express.
some power to those little down carves as well when you're coming out of the lip.
Yeah. Oh, well, the way I saw him torque up into the lip, big time.
So we've got some scores to come through, but we've also got Kelly ready to go with Kai Phillips, who took out the last heat.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
Pretty good. It's always nice to get the first heat jitters out of the way, so that one felt good.
Do you have any routine that you do in the morning before you get out there?
I like to go out and catch a couple waves before my heat, just quick warm up, but don't tire myself out too much.
Okay, and you are now a local. Where are you living?
I'm living in San Luis Obispo, and so far it's been super fun.
And you're usually a shortboarder. How is it competing in a longboard competition?
They're a lot more fun and a lot less stressful, that's for sure. But it's fun to hop on a bigger board when the waves are small.
A little bit more soulful.
Exactly.
All right, well, good luck. We'll see you later.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Back to you guys.
Great to hear from Kai and showing that local knowledge, taking a win here at Pismo. And we've got scores in across the board. Our surfer in white currently sitting in the lead. And we saw this last, Brendan. He goes down with just a 1.50 for his last wave.
Wow, look at this set out the back coming. This is kind of a bigger set, right? Nobody, I don't think, is in position, but. So Kai McPhillips looking like he's rocking the early mullet. He's grooming the mullet.
Little Mikey Wright coming all the way
Yeah.
over into California, into the Central Coast.
I've been seeing them everywhere. They're happening.
It's definitely taken over, hasn't it? So 10 minutes on the clock. Scores in across the board. Surfer in green, you're sitting in 2nd place with priority. Green has priority, and you're in 2nd. Your last score was a 4.80, and you're chasing a 4.26 to take the lead. Surfer in red, you're down into 3rd, chasing a 4.80 to take the advancing position. And surfer in blue, sitting in 4th, you are chasing a 3.70 to take the advancing position.
All right, quick shout out. We're looking for Luke Johnson to check in for heat number 4. Luke Johnson, if you're out there in the parking lot, the beach marshal's looking for you. And we have our surfer in white, our heat leader. So he's just looking incredibly relaxed, like his shoulders are drooping, he's hanging out. There doesn't seem to be some real urgency. He's having a great heat. He's out in the lead. But now I keep thinking about Brendan with the high score of the heat so far with the 5.25, knowing he needs the backup, get rid of the 1.5. So he's pacing himself. This is one of the closer heats. Everyone kind of right there, very tight.
Yeah, the one breakout score being that of Brendan White in the 5.25 being the highest score. But aside from that, it's sort of that backup, looking for that backup score, or really just looking for something more substantial into that 6-point range. If we can see a surfer get onto a better size set, get a good critical nose right out the back, and then be able to connect the dots coming through into the shoreline, we'll see those scores start to increase. We have 8 minutes on the clock. Surfers, 8 minutes.
Well, and our priority is red, green, blue.
Luke Johnson, coming up in the next heat. Luke Johnson, beach marshals are waiting for you to check in. We've got 7 minutes on the clock.
Well, and I was going to say, I don't know if I haven't seen the alternate list, but usually there's alternates. So if you're an alternate out there hanging out, get ready. Oh, there is right in front of me. So, yeah, any alternates, get over there because at the 5-minute mark, the beach marshal can determine if they're going to put an alternate in. So, Luke, get over there, and alternates get over there. Have you been an alternate ever, Shannon? I've had to be an alternate a few times. And
I don't think I have, actually.
it's stressful.
Yeah, no, it seems like a stressful thing because you got to be ready to go, waiting for the entire day, whether or not you get the call up.
I had one in France, and I waited the entire day and got in, and it was like second to last heat, and it was so fatiguing, and I advanced and was like, oh, I don't ever want to do that again.
Yeah, it's great that you were able to get through, though. You know, there's so many of those days where it's like the alternates hanging around for the whole day or maybe into day 2 because the second round seeded, and then they still don't get the call up.
Oh,
they can't go surfing in between.
No.
You got to just be there, ready to go.
It's just this gray state of anxiety and hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
So who's going to get the wave? Well, Red had the high priority. He uses it. Cheater 5 on his backhand. Another one. And throws it up there really loose and fluid for that connecting floater. And just as I said, no one had really ridden one all the way onto the inside. There he goes and does it. So Ricky Cunningham in the red was looking for a 4.81.
Green now up and riding. Ty Roach. Nice opening nose ride. Finds the pocket. Couple quick steps back. Got close to finding a second nose ride. Didn't quite get there, but maintained control and goes for the little roller coaster to finish. So he's chasing a 4.26 to take the lead, but also if he can increase on that 4.15, he's going to make the requirement on our third place surfer, Ricky Cunningham, higher. And here's a good size set. White kicks out though. And that's where a lot of wave selection comes into play today as we hit the 5-minute mark. So surfers in the next heat, 5 minutes on the clock.
Well,
5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes remaining, and Brandon is just so patient. He has that 5.25. He has the 1.5. He has priority. He's got the time.
And Blue now with the paddle up and riding. Doesn't find the connection on that outside section. And we do have scores through. Last of Ty Roach in green, a 5.5. Last of green, a 5.5. Jumps you into the lead. So surfer in green into first. White down into second. White, your last scores are throwaways.
Oh, wow. That was nuts. So Brendan spent all that time, and he had the priority, and he goes on the wave, and the wave doesn't work out for him.
Taking a look here on the replays on the webcast for last of Ty Roach, the 5.5. Nice perched nose ride to start off. Got that footwork through the middle third, which the judges take account of. And then a nice finish through the inside as well. So current situation, green in first, white in second. Red in third, red chasing a 4.91 to get second. And blue in fourth is chasing a 3.80 to get second. Surfer in white. Priority change. Surfer in red now has first priority. Blue with second priority. Green with third priority, and white down into fourth priority.
Moving along at a hyper pace with 3 minutes left. Will Brendan sitting there in fourth position and second priority find the 3.80, and will Ricky with first priority in third get the 4.91.
Not huge requirements, but
No.
it's definitely seeming a little bit more challenging in this heat specifically to be able to find that rhythm and be able to find those outside sections as well.
Yeah, I was changing the 5 minute disc when Brendan got the wave that looked like he might get something, and but here he goes now, so this is his opportunity.
That was really nice surfing from our surfer in blue, Brendan. Smaller sized wave through the inside, so I'm curious to see where the judges go with it, but very critical nose ride, found that lift and that speed coming through it. Nice relaxed body posture as well. You can see that he was just in so much control, and that style flow grace that the judges are looking for. He demonstrated that really well, chasing a 3.80 to get the advancing position. We've got 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and again, he's just staying so composed. This is so critical here with just under 2 minutes. Like you said, he just rode the wave beautifully, so it seems the score will drop in for him favorably. Then it's up to the other surfers.
White up and riding, looking to increase his second place position, and he's going to make it out of the section.
Getting some shampoo there, a couple.
So scores coming through for Last of Blue, still waiting for that average to roll out. And we'll see if Last of White was able to increase on his score line. And Last of Blue, Brendan White, a 4.45. Blue jumps into second. But waiting for scores for Last of White.
So
Surfer in green holds on to the lead.
That'll be interesting to see where the judges go, because it was kind of a unique wave where he was holding his rail tucked behind the section, more getting like head dips and shampoos, so to speak. He wasn't able to walk the board, so will that be the wave that Kala needs with under a minute?
Taking a look at Red, a huge nose right out the back, and he goes down over the falls.
He went for some good hand jive. He had the the Pohaka hands going.
That was a solid section. 30 seconds on the clock. Last of White, just a 1.75, does not factor into your top two. White chasing a 4.81 to get the advancing position. Green now up and riding, our heat leader.
Well, with 20 seconds left, and it was working out because he was the heat leader with now, he had priority. Now Blue in second has priority with 10 seconds left. The surfers are spread out, but I'm going to count this one down at 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. Heat. All right, guys, ready? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, and welcome back to everybody that's joining us online. Also here for the World Surf League Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in beautiful Pismo Beach. It is a little gray and foggy, but I can tell you yesterday was 75, 78, crystal clear, sunny, so we can anticipate some nice weather. If you're joining us online or just getting down here, Jeff Baldwin and Shannon Hughes settled in for the day.
Chilly morning, but exciting to be here for the first of the North American qualifiers for the Longboard Tour, heading towards next year's rankings. We'll be hoping to see a second event thrown into the calendar, but for right now there is a lot of pressure on the line for this week here in Pismo Beach at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. The first time that this event, 11 years in running for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, has been turned into a WSL qualifying event for the Longboard Tour, so thank you so much for all of our local partners for making that happen. And out in the water, Dorian Torres in red, Greg Marseca in blue, Luke Johnson in white, and Chad Biggs in green. No priority established yet for the start of this heat, as we have not seen a wave ridden. And we saw Ty Roach and Brandon White advancing through in first and second in that last heat, with Kala Willard and Ricky Cunningham unfortunately falling out. And green now up and riding to set the tone and the pace. Finds a nice stretched out hang 5. Little soul arch as well. Beautiful engagement of the rail. Nice quick footwork to get another tap to the nose. And that's a great way for our surfer in green, Chad Biggs, to start things out.
It looked like a beauty. And just as you were saying that when we came back from commercial break, I was about to grab my jacket because, yeah, it's chilly. I almost put a scarf in my bag.
It's freezing.
And I didn't because I was thinking about how hot it was yesterday. I underestimated it. This little onshore breeze coming through with red. Dorian Torres. Nice. Got a lot of lift out of that oncoming section floater and looking for some reform action.
Score through for first of green, a 3.75. First of green, a 3.75. Blue with the paddle, but doesn't get into it. And a paddle now from our surfer in green. Getting a second ride already. Finds a quick tap to the nose to start off. Pedals back and he'll kick out. We're in heat number 4 for the round of 48. We've got 8 heats for our opening round on the men's side of the draw. We'll be rolling into women's round 1 after this, as we see White now with a couple steps through that middle third of the board. Nice little roller coaster to finish.
We're going to need an extra you and an extra me because 8 heats and 8 heats and 8 heats, 4 people. It's amazing. I think the first heat was 40 waves ridden, and yeah, you're going to have your longboard chops dialed for Malibu.
It is so true.
The warm up, because there it's going to be head to head, right? Or is it three person and then
Since 2012, surfing
I haven't
for
seen
hope.
a schedule yet, but it'll likely have some 3-person and then down into those
and longer heats and and it's a point break. So the beach break scenarios, man, it's rapid fire and
It is.
we love it.
Yeah, and it won't be the combo of the web and the beach. I'm so impressed with the way that you guys do this. It's been so long since I've called beach heats as well as been on the webcast.
Yeah, so we ask the attendees, the audience online, to sort of give us a little slack because it's a different beast. Our focus is communicating to the athletes in the water, everything that's happening live, and that's usually the separation. But so we'll get our intros and our outros dialed in, Shannon, and we'll find our flow.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. I'm just following your cue today, Baldy. It's been great to be here. And we got some scores in for that first exchange. Best score goes to our surfer in red with a 5.25. First of red, Dorian, a 5.25. Chad Biggs in green, sitting in first place at the moment, though, with a 3.75 and a 2.75. White's opening ride, a 2.15, now up and riding again.
Ooh, I like that. That was nice. Carried that high line all the way into the oncoming section, and these are the foreshadowings of that swell increase we were or with the tide, but I know the swell was supposed to come up a bit, and I mean, not that anyone's riding this one, but that is a head high-ish wave.
Yeah, that's a solid size wave. So we've got that low tide already bottomed out at 6:30 this morning, which is a great thing for us. Started about an hour off of the high tide. We're now 2 hours off of it, and off of the low tide. And that high tide will be peaking at about 1:30 this afternoon, so we should see those conditions improving. And I had a chat with a few of the surfers that were out here yesterday afternoon, just getting those warm-ups in before competition today. And they all said that midday surf yesterday was really fun, in comparison to the really low tide that we saw last night around sunset for those that paddled out for the evening surf.
It's funny. It's consistent across all surfing. The dead low tides, it doesn't matter, shortboard, longboard, any other alternative craft, foil, kite. It's like low tide. There's just something about it.
You just don't want to be out on the low tide.
And especially in a beach break scenario, generally, that makes it more challenging, unless maybe it's France when you got 30 feet of tide and it changes. But up in riding, that is,
Chad Biggs, our current heat leader.
yeah. I couldn't, the blue and green.
It is a bit of a challenge this morning, being so gloomy and cold.
Well, it looks like we're going to get ready to introduce Ty Roach, our last heat winner with Kelly, but not for a few minutes. Driving up yesterday from work, kind of still in Southern California, but it was so sunny, and then I hit the whole foggy bit. You know, I left through the fog, got into the sun, came back into the fog.
Good exchange going down here. Red finishes off well on the inside, got a nose right out the back as well, and blue with a steep takeoff. Hayes just looking to ride this one all the way through. We'll see if he's able to get some footwork done, and he'll kick out for Craig in the blue jersey. And last of green, a 3.25 increases the lead. Luke Johnson dropped in a 2.15 to start and a 3.85 for his second wave. So our surfer in white, you have priority, and you're sitting in second right now with a 3.85 as your high score. Score to come through for last of red. His opener was a 6.25.
Just make sure you make it tight.
So he's just chasing a 0.75 to get the leading position, and he does it with a 5.10. So surfer in red, a 5.10 for your last wave has you sitting in first.
All right, here's a nice replay for our viewers at home. Our heat leader, Dorian, carrying the speed gracefully into that oncoming section after a few nose ride hits. And this is live action with our second place surfer, Chad Biggs. Well, we are going to throw it down to Kelly with our last heat winner, Ty Roach.
Thank you so much. Congratulations,
You wanna
Ty.
go-
Thanks.
How you feeling?
Felt good. It's a little cold out there, but other than that, everything was good.
Cold compared to home, North Carolina right now?
Yeah, cold compared to North Carolina. It's starting to get cold there, but still pretty warm right now. So.
Okay, I have to ask you because on social media it says you're a rap enthusiast. What explain?
I used to battle rap back in the day pretty competitively. I was really into that, and I still rap quite a bit. So, kind of mess around, freestyle, and write a little bit. But
You got a Pismo Beach rap?
I don't have a Pismo Beach rap. I'm sure I could come up with something, but I don't want to freestyle. You never know what I'll say, you know.
Later on, though, we're gonna catch you. Right. We're gonna. Okay, looking for the rest of the day. What's on your mind?
I'm hoping that tide comes in a little bit, kind of some less closeouts, maybe some more lefts down the beach, something a little more goofy foot friendly. Yeah.
Well, congratulations again.
Thanks a bunch.
See you later. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kelly. Congratulations, Ty. You'll be surfing again today, round 2. Again, just a reminder, everyone advancing through today in the men's side will be surfing again. We are currently looking for our surfer in white for the next heat. That would be Aiden Sauntner. So get yourself checked in with the beach marshal. Currently, Dorian out in first place in the red, Chad Biggs in second, Luke Johnson in the white in third, needing a 4.46, and with first priority is Craig Maraska, and you are looking for a 6.90 to get up into advancing position. Just under 10 minutes, surfers. So we do have that priority monitor digitized to the just to the left of the judging tower, so the surfers can always look in and see where their priority sits. So we're trying to shout it out as it's changing continually, but they also can be in control of their destiny by looking in. A long paddle for our surfer in green, Chad Biggs, second place surfer. Again, nice, putting some flavor into that. Cheater fives, soul arch through the middle, and another cheater five, and comes unstuck at the very end. And that's the thing I always find so engaging and so fun to try to understand and respect the trying to fit in the most fluid amount of functional and accentuated moves, running to the nose, running back, but carrying speed to get to the next section. And there's a lot of work going on, running up and down the board and controlling the rail through all the various sections. Big set wave. Oh, I was looking for Dorian to get the board up in that lip right there. He tricked me. And this is Luke Johnson using that. He had second priority. The wave does not cooperate, but he's still going to ride it out a little ways. 8 minutes left, surfers. Now priority is with blue, then green. And if you're just getting down here, thanks for joining us at the pier in Pismo for the beautiful Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. But we want to thank Dignity Health and the French Hospital Medical Center. They've all been partners of the Surfing for Hope Foundation for years. They're a part of this event also. I know this weekend or today there is there's an event going on the pier that's a cancer health fair, and there's a whole bunch of sponsors. So that's a big part of what that's all what Surfing for Hope is. It's bringing cancer patients, people suffering from cancer, down in getting them in the ocean and a ocean lifestyle. And so that's why we're all here, and Dignity Health and the French Hospital Medical Center all rally around that, and Dignity Health specializes in that. So great to be back up here and with them all again. We've got 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in heat number 4 of the round of 48 currently. With first priority in the red, and out in the lead is Dorian, and he is over by the pier looking for one of these little right-handers. They have supplied a few nice scores through the heats previous to this so far, and he is doing well. He's got a 5.25 and a 5.5 in his score line at the moment, so he's sitting pretty in first. First priority is with white, second priority with blue, and there's 6 minutes left, guys. So, Luke, you have first priority, and you're looking for a 5.65. And our surfer in blue with second priority, he's up and riding. Will this wave, he's looking for an excellent score, actually, an 8.10. So that wave could help his cause, and it definitely will, because he's just got a bunch of ones. That's why he's looking for an 8. Well, we're just over 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes. Just under 5 minutes, surfers. Priority is with white, then green. Situation still the same. Red in first, green in second. Luke, you're looking for a 5.65. And Craig, you're looking for an 8.10. So priority change now. Green had paddled. Reds with second priority. White with first priority. Red with second priority. And white. Let's red go on that one. Beautiful, beautiful nose ride there. Wow. Expressive finish. Puts a little flare. Cross steps to cut out stylishly, so our heat leader gets a jump on that one. So this could better the situation. He had a 5.5 and a 6.75 from his previous wave. So Green gets into this one. You could tell he was over that one before he started, but he went for it anyway. Oh my goodness! Give it up for our surfer in red. Dorian, our heat leader, gets a 7.50, the high score of the day so far. That was a beauty. So that was interesting because it was under the priority of Luke Johnson, and he just hangs the toes over the nose, soul arches, and then puts a bit of pressure on the tail, flares it out into the flats, and extends his lead with 3 minutes left. So all that said, Blue, you have first priority, looking for an 8.1, and Luke, you have second priority, looking for a 5.6. This is what Luke needs. Gets one cheater 5. Comes into the section, floats it there. Looking for the inside reform, hanging out stylishly. Not much doing on the inside, so he needed a 5.65. The hell? Oh. Oh, he was holding it together. I was still stuck on that first nose ride. He's finding the flow, that's for sure. Out in front, having a fun heat. 1 minute and 42 seconds left. Priority is with Blue, then Green. So, Luke, you're still looking for a 5.6, and Craig, you need an 8.10. We have 1.5 minutes left. So surfers in the next heat hang out over by the pier. Thank you, or up the beach if you're down that way. All right, 1 minute left, surfers in the water. All right, guys, 35 seconds. And I'll count this one out, and depending on if there's waves written, probably just count the next one in, but we do see some waves on the horizon. Priority is with Blue, then Green. Oh, here's Green down the beach. Chad, this could extend his second place position, even making it harder for our surfer behind him with under 10 seconds. I'll be counting it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that heat finished, but we do have a couple waves coming.
I'll sing a song for tomorrow.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Well, and welcome back to those viewers online here for the World Surf League Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Thanks for joining us here. We are in heat number 5. Things are just moving along quickly. 20-minute heats and tons of waves being ridden. Lots of opportunity for all these surfers. So thanks for joining us here. Beautiful Central Coast, Pismo. It's kind of a gray, chilly morning, but it's not windy. Light, slight little breeze off the ocean. Yesterday was 75 plus and sunny and beautiful. The whales were jumping, so come along for the ride here. And to everybody here on the beach or on the pier, thanks for coming down. Hopefully you got your jacket and your beanie. It's not cold by any means, but since it's been 85 and 80, whatever, 90 and 80 degrees for weeks and weeks on end, it feels cold. Well, we got some scores coming in. The opening wave for Gavin in the blue was a 2.75. And Christian, you opened with 5.25. So straight away, Red out in the lead with a 5.25. Gavin in second with his opening ride. But as always, got to wait for everyone to get on the board. And then actually with 2 waves, then we really know how the heat's playing out. Well, there's never a break in the action, so there's never a good time. But I want to once again mention that there is the Cancer Health Fair happening, that will be happening on the pier here today and tomorrow. And as the day goes on, I'll get into all the different sponsors because that's a super important component of this event. So we got to thank them all. And then thanks to our supporting sponsors, Cal Poly Journalism, Cyberhawk, which is the official drone company that you're seeing there for all these cool angles on the webcast. Slow Cal Roots Cannabis Dispensary, Peak Wi-Fi, 805 Beer, Liquid Death Water, and Foggy Days Coffee. Thank you very much. 16 minutes left. That opening ride for Aiden was a 2.90. We're waiting on the second ride for Red, who, Christian, you opened with a 5.25. So Green, Kayamana, you have first priority. And Gavin, you have second priority. Here we go. Kayamana getting into the action. Beautiful on his backhand. Goofy foot on a right. Up to the nose 2 times quickly. So he is into this heat now. Plenty of time for Kayamana to get going. We'll get Kayamana his score when it drops in. Looks like it's going to be somewhere in the low 2s. And Christian, your second wave, a 5.5. So out with 2 5s. We got a Christian with a 5.25 and a 5.5 on his 2 waves. Kayamana, your opening wave, a 2.15. So as it sits right now, red in first, white in second, blue in third, and green in fourth. blue with first priority, white with second priority.
Yeah.
Blue and green need fractional scores, but that's because everyone, 3 surfers just have 2s in their score lines. All right, and I'm going to throw it down to Kelly with an interview with Dorian, who's got the cool cornrows happening too,
He
man.
does. How long did that take you?
A little while.
Who does that?
Just a friend from Costa Rica.
Okay.
Yeah, it does hurt.
It's a lot of patience. Well, congratulations on your heat win, the highest scoring heat so far this morning. That's got to feel pretty good.
Oh yeah, it feels pretty good, especially I haven't surfed cold water in a little while, so wearing the wetsuit, my hands couldn't even feel my hands. So yeah, it feels good, a little bit confidence, so it's good.
A little while. I think you told me it's been about a year since you've been in the cold water.
Oh yeah, I feel so much different, Still getting used to it, so it's good. It's good.
What do you do for a warm-up?
Me? Just a tea. Tea? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, what I do is just try to jumping jack, anything that I can make my body warm up, Yeah, I'm not used to this, so I gotta move a lot too. So yeah.
Well, go get your tea.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Well, that was fun. I love that. So, yeah, well, coming from Costa Rica, it is a little chillier, that's for sure. It's chillier for us. Felt like Costa Rica in SoCal where I live for the last month. It's been 85 degrees and the water's 75, so I'm cold too.
Yeah, it's been incredibly warm in Southern California for this summer and this little late summer season as well. So a bit of a chill factor coming through for a lot of the crew. There's a lot of Hawaiians in the draw as well, and a lot of those Southern Californian surfers as well as those from the East Coast. A lot of Florida surfers coming through to be competing this week. So some chillier conditions, but some fun waves this morning, and I've been impressed to see the quality of surfing coming through, given that it's challenging conditions. Everyone's been able to find a little bit of rhythm and to be able to find those good nose rides out the back and to be able to find that flow with some combination surfing as well, which is some of those things that the judges are paying close attention to today.
Absolutely. You'd think, like we were kind of alluded to right in the very beginning of the day, it looks like close interval, wally, straight hander waves, meaning not many opportunities, but that is far from the case. There's opportunities everywhere, and what I find interesting too, sometimes the longboards can actually cover so much ground that they'll find the space on what look like could be wally waves because they can carry so much distance and cover ground to get to where those opportunities are to take off, where on a shortboard they can't paddle fast enough to get to that wave they see over there, but not the case with longboarding, and so much opportunity.
So much opportunity, so much trim line available. Surfer in blue having a paddle now. Oh, quick 2 steps to the nose. Nice perched on 5 to 10 combo. Goes back for another 10 as he cruises down the line.
Is there a name for that position? 'Cause it's like this classic, the nose ride with just the one back arm up and cocked. I don't know, but it's decades since longboarding's inception, nose ride with the back arm up.
Yeah, with that back arm up, a little bit of soul arch thrown into it.
Yeah.
Sometimes we call it a hood ornament, but that would be more if you're standing with your knees locked and standing really tall.
Yeah.
So 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock for heat number 5 of our men's opening round. Christian Stutzman currently sitting in the lead with a 5.25 and a 5.5 as his high scores. Our surfer in red, he's been on a roll. He's got 2 other 5s as throwaway scores.
So, yeah, he's been so consistent, hasn't he? And now that the other surfers have their waves to back up, now it's kind of established. And then Gavin with his 4.25 or 4.35 and a 4. Oh, I think that was a replay. We were online. We were watching a little replay.
The replay of that last wave of red came through as a 5.15. So last of red, a 5.15 does not factor into his top 2 scores for Christian. And our surfer in green, Kaimana, up and riding, goes down on that opening section, chasing a big score of a 6.20, and he'll lose priority with that wave as well. He's got to swim really fast to get that board before our surfer in white, Aiden, comes down the line.
Yeah, that
And-
could have been one of those situations where the leashless did not work out for you because that following, since he purled off the front of it, it shot back, and yeah.
Exactly. As we keep watching Aiden down the line for our surfer in white, that was some great combination surfing, nice and in control. Got a good nose ride to start things off with, and then some great rail work.
Yeah.
He's only chasing a 4.85 to take the advancing position away from Gavin in blue. We'll see how the judges liked it.
Yes.
And
That was like that wave for Aiden, you meant? That was nice.
yeah, that was a great wave for our surfer in white. Now on the paddle back out. Surfer in red has first priority, blue with second priority, and green with third priority.
Well, Aiden's last wave comes in under the requirement, but it did help him. He got a 4.05, and there's a nice replay. The board looking very fluid, loving the drone work that we get to share with you on the webcast. I think that the wave just went so flat on him, there wasn't a lot of opportunity towards the back half of the wave. Although he was gliding and walking, there wasn't any face, so to speak.
Right, you still need that pocket, that
Yeah.
critical section to be able to get good nose rides in or to be able to engage that rail and do some turns in the pocket.
Well, with 8 minutes left, game remains the same. Red out in front, blue in second, Aiden in the white, chasing now a 4.31, and Kaimana with looking for a 6.20. Oh, I. They don't do anything. Like, they don't even change what, so I'm not hearing myself, so. Six and a half minutes remaining, surfers. All scores are in. It looks like white in fourth priority down the beach. That wave, wow, goes for a giant floater, but can't come out. That was pretty beastie to try to land with 9.5 foot of rail into 2 feet of water.
That is extremely difficult to be able to pull off a maneuver like that on the closeout.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're really coming down the line with a lot of speed and can, do the traditional into the section, but to just get the board up on the lip and try to sort of straight rail it down. Yeah, no stomping the tail and kicking it out.
So challenging. Scores coming through for his last wave. Aiden is chasing a 4.31 to move from third into second. Now under fourth priority. He's going to have another look here. 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Green now up and riding. Nice footwork on his backhand. It's that little 5 to quick 10 combo. And he goes down without the finish.
Oh, there we go.
Chasing a 6.2.
And chasing his board in.
And chasing his board in. With Christian, our heat leader, he goes down as well, and he'll lose his board.
Well, you can see how shallow it is because they're running and dolphin diving and swimming all comboed up. Aiden, he's looking for that 4.31. Will that be the score he needs? Just under 5 minutes, and we're changing the disc. We do have the 5 minute disc up here, the traditional green and yellow disc that we love so much. It's right here. The funny thing is, you can see it really well from the water. It doesn't seem like you would, but I've asked a lot of the surfers over time because it is one of the functions we do, and they're like, they can see it. So with the 5-minute yellow disc and then, the rest of the heat's green, and then they've got their priority monitor, the surfers are all set.
All set and ready to go. Scores through for last of white, a 3.5, does not factor into your top 2. Last of green, a 2.15. Requirement remains the same on our surfer in green, Kaimana, chasing a 6.20. With blue up and riding, Gavin looking to increase on his 4s. And a better size wave. Got some work done out the back. White now up and riding as well. Aiden. That was a great exchange between those two. And blue still going through the inside. Tiny little section, but found another nose ride.
Yeah, well, that's going to be an important exchange. And on the outside, looking like Gavin got the better of those two, where he got a lot of footwork and nose riding. And in second, that could extend his lead and put a bit more pressure, even though Aiden was right behind him on the next wave.
And red now up and riding. Oh, goes for little hang heels quickly. On the webcast, we're seeing the replay of last of white, Aiden, who's chasing a 4.31 to get that advancing spot. Still waiting for those scores to roll through.
I love hang heels. Hang heels is really neat. That looks hard.
It is very difficult to do. So scores through for last of blue, a 4.80, which increases the requirement on 3rd and 4th. Red now up and riding with priority, takes off on this wave. Good looking set and hangs on to the finish. So gets that combo to start.
Wow, he really got from that cheater 5 up in the critical spot back to the tail of his board in mid-face and threw it into the lip so fast. And I mean, he's out in the lead and can potentially extending that even further with that beautiful surfing.
Yeah, he's on an absolute roll, Christian. So scores through. With the last of blue being a 4.80, it did increase the requirement to a 5.1, and surfer in white gets the requirement as a 5.38. So surfer in white, your last score of 5.35 takes you into the advancing position over blue. Blue, you're now chasing a 4.61 to get the advancing position back. And surfer in green, your requirement has upped. You are now chasing a 7.25 to take second. So 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, and that little flurry of action. The back and forth, too, between last of blue and last of white for Gavin and Aiden. Aiden's wave had a little bit more size to it, a little bit more of a critical section, so he just got the nod on the higher score.
Yeah, so that's so good. That was fun to watch. That was it. We are down to 1 minute, surfers, waiting on that last score for Kaimana. And now Aiden, he goes to the hang heel, or I don't know if that's called hang heel. He got his heels up there, but quickly walked back and spun around. This is the battle between second and third.
Oh, that was a nice nose ride for Gavin, but he can't find that connection with the double up in front of him. Chasing a 4.61. And last of Aiden will go incomplete. But he is sitting in that second place position with 30 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through now for white, blue, and green. Surfer in green has first priority. And our heat leader now up and riding.
Well,
green up and riding has first priority over red.
I'm going to count this one out, Shannon. 4, 3, 2, 1. So we had both surfers up right there. It's all happening at once. The clock is winding down. Surfers are riding. Well, we're welcome back. Joining us online, Jeff Baldwin and Shannon Hughes, and we are about to count in the action for the next heat number 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
And scores in for that last exchange for the previous heat. It's official with Christian advancing through in first and Aiden advancing through in second. So red in the lead, white in second. Blue and green falling out in third and fourth. Gavin in third and Kaimana in fourth position. And we've got 20 minutes on the clock now. Heading into heat number 6 for the round of 48. And a split peak to start things off. Surfer in white up and riding quickly, and then blue out the back. Goes in for big re-entry. And he's going to look for this connection through to the inside. So in the water now for heat number 6. We have Jack Van Wagner, Jeffrey Belzer, Michael Schmidt, and Noah Shimabukuro. Jack in red, Jeffrey in blue, Michael in white, and Noah in green. With scores to come through for 3 of our surfers, that leaves our surfer in red with priority. Surfer in red has first priority. Red now up and riding on his opening ride for Jack with a perfectly perched hang 10. Finds that finish as well with the re-entry. And continues to cross step through to the inside as white is now up and riding. Nice footwork. Digs that rail in. And just redirects through to the inside. So we've got some scores coming through. First score of blue for Jeffrey Belzer, a 4.5. First of blue, a 4.5. That has you sitting in the lead. Surfer in white, your first score just a 1.00. And first of green, a 0.5. Waiting for opener of red to come through now, and second of white. Surfer in green, Noah has first priority, and surfer in blue has second priority. And scores in for first of red for Jack Van Wagner, a 6.25. Opener of red, a 6.25, sets you up in first. Scores to come through now for last of blue and last of green. With little set starting to roll through here at the south side of the Pismo Pier. And scores in for last of blue for Jeffrey. Your last score, a 3.60. Increases your score line. Surfer in red has first priority, white second priority, and green with third priority. And we're down to 15 minutes on the clock. Red now up and riding, screeching down the line. On the set, goes down on the finishing section. He'll put that second score on the board. And as we wait for that last score of red to drop through, we'll go down to catch up with Christian Stutzman and Kelly, winner of that last heat.
All right, congratulations, Christian, on that win.
Thank you so much. Some fun waves out there, actually.
It's definitely getting better. What was your strategy?
Honestly, it's, the tried and true build a house. Just try and get as many waves under your belt as you can to start. Just try and build upon that. And really, it's so spread out there. It was just kind of get any corner that I could find. Any wave that had a corner, go for it.
And how does this compare to your home wave in South Bay?
Strikingly similar. I'm from Hermosa Beach, so this is basically my everyday.
I call it the clam slam.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm very used to just close out barrels, know where to go, just try and run up as quick as you can.
Makes you a better surfer.
I'd like to think so, yeah.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Back to our live coverage.
Thanks so much. Congratulations to Christian. Put together a great heat total of a 10.75 and was super consistent with a couple of 5s as throwaway scores, which has been hard to find today. At the opening day of the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, QS event for the Longboard Tour heading into next year for North America. As we see some beautiful surfing from Jeffrey Belzer. And our current situation in the lineup, surfer in red has first priority. Scores in from that last exchange. Last of green, Noah, a 4.90. Last of green, the high score, a 4.90. Last of white, Michael, a 3.00. Last of white, a 3.00. Scores coming through now for last of blue, and last of red was a 3.50. So surfer in red currently in the lead with blue in second, chasing a 5.26. As that score is coming through now, we'll see that requirement change. Last of blue, Jeffrey drops through as a 5.00. Last of blue, a 5, and you have priority. So scores in across the board. Last of green rolled through as a 4.10. And for those of you tuning in on the webcast, thanks so much for watching this year's Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. There we can see last of green for Noah. Came through as a 4.1. And our current situation in the water. Red is in first with a 6.25 and a 4.25. Surfer in blue sitting in second with a 5.0 and a 4.5. Surfer in green sitting in third with a 4.9 and a 4.1. And surfer in white sitting in fourth with a 3 and a 2.50. Requirements for surfer in green to move from third into second is a 4.61. And requirement for white to move from fourth into second is a 6.50. As red is on one of the great looking nose rides that we've seen through the morning. Finds a lot of elevation coming out of it. And gets that finish on the closeout as well. Nice re-entry. Green now up and riding. And a great answer back. White now up and riding as well on a little flurry of action. And we should see the conditions here continue to improve through the day as we've got a little increase in the swell, but we also have that tide pushing through to a high tide at 1 o'clock this afternoon, which is a great thing for the longboard community. Surfing longboards on dead low tide at a beach break is generally quite difficult. So any movement in that tide will help out. And we've got a big outside section from Jeffrey. He goes down, but he'll hold on to that priority as he's the only surfer out in the lineup. And we got a big score that's rolling through now for Jack Van Wagner, which will be the highest score of the day as the Judges are just getting it set through, and we're waiting for that average to roll through. He's already sitting with a 6.25 and a 4.25 as his high scores, and we've got 10 minutes on the clock, surfers, 10 minutes on the clock.
Wow, so Blue up now. He's got some good scores in his line. Extending the second place, hopefully there, and waiting for that score for Jack Van Wagner. Boy, he's having a good heat. Red, the last heat and this heat, that score almost in.
Yeah, that was a really incredible nose ride. Carried a lot of distance with it, clean and in the pocket, a good critical section, found that lift coming through as well. He's now up and riding again as we still wait for his last score to roll through.
So he's finding his magic over there on that sort of center middle peak that even yesterday afternoon when I got here, and the tide was really low in the late afternoon, that I could see that little right, and I was talking to some of the local guys saying that that was a good playing area.
Yeah, that right has been providing some good scores throughout this morning. And scores in for that second to last of Red, a 7.75. The high score of the morning goes to Jack Van Wagner with a 7.75. Sets him up in the lead and now puts a huge requirement on second place. Surfer in Blue chasing a 9-point ride to take the lead.
Wow, that's a big requirement there. Yeah, absolutely. And this is the replay that we get to watch on the monitor in slow-mo. Beautiful surfing, and after the long extended full 10 toes over the nose, throws it up into the oncoming section, walks away with a 7.75.
Great surfing, seamless execution, great combination as well, and showing that you can get those big scores without needing to do all that inside work on those tiny sections. As we see White now up and riding, gets a nice hang 5, and our surfer in White with the kick out is chasing a 6.25 to get the advancing position. So now it's really that battle for second as Red is up and riding again. And those rights paying off for him in this heat.
He's locked in over there, sort of having his own heat. Every time he paddles back out, he just jims into another one.
Green now chasing a 4.61. Up and riding, finding that left. Seven minutes, 15 seconds on the clock.
Perfect. Well, thank you to Scorpion Bay for the coffee this morning. Delicious, nice warm cup of coffee. Or they've tried to make, but the action has been so ferocious that we really haven't had a. I'm on my third cup that went cold while I was sitting here, so I'm trying to get a few hot sips in. But thank you nonetheless. Yeah, so many waves to be ridden. Thank you, Foggy Days. And it's funny, I just went on a little quick break, Shannon, and I had heard that the north side was so good, but to be honest, looking at it in my brief walk over there, there's more opportunity right here in this big playing field at the moment than there is on that side. So I'm feeling happy about that.
That's great.
Yeah, so I was going to say in the past they've had the event, but it was the shortboard WSL events on both sides of the pier, and we've scored on both sides. But I guess now that there's the restaurant, those Airstream cafes that are on the pier, so that's why it no longer will be on the north side. They're permanent residents right there, which is great. The whole of downtown Pismo over the last decade just so vitalized, and it's great to be up here a few times a year and spend our time at the Vespara Hotel, which is very nice. So thank you to the Vespara too. Went and had a nice jacuzzi yesterday afternoon, and used the gym. It's a beautiful hotel. So if you're looking in on the webcast and you're feeling like getting into California or up to the Central Coast, please come join us here in Pismo or on your own free time whenever it works. There's a lot that happens in this area between all the wineries that are active, the, Paso Robles just up the coast, wineries just inland, there's mountain biking, kayaking, fishing, the beach life. I was sending my daughter a video of the beach yesterday saying, hey, she's going to come visit tomorrow. And I'm like, yeah, you and your friends can sunbathe.
Yeah, there's just so much to do in this area of the world. It's so beautiful. As we're down to 5 minutes on the clock, surfers in the water, 5 minutes on the clock. And we have got some scores, Jeff, that came through from the last exchange. Now, previous to these last couple waves that were ridden, Noah in green dropped in a 5.45 and takes second. Surfer in blue now chasing a 5.36 to get that advancing position. And this is a good-looking wave to put him in that direction. So current situation, aside from the score for blue to come through, surfer in green is sitting in second with a 5.45 for his previous wave. Last of green was just a 4.50, so that doesn't factor in. And that leaves our surfer in blue chasing a 5.36 to gain the advancing position. Scores starting to come through now. One's looking favorable, one's under, and the average comes through just shy of the requirement, a 5.15 for last of blue for Jeffrey. Now needs a 5.21 to take the advancing position.
So close, so close. The confidence is built, though.
And our surfer in white, Michael, you are requiring a 7.10 to go from fourth into second place.
Well, with 3.5 minutes, we know the priority is with red, then white, then green. Yeah, will Michael get the 7.10, and now Jeffrey still needing the 5.21. Yeah, there's a lot to fit in here between the beach announcing, the webcast announcing, what's happening with the sponsorship package behind it all, and this area. But we got 2 days to do it, so no rush. And thanks for everyone making your way down to join us here live on the pier. Enjoy some longboard surfing. When I was walking by, I got to see a lot of the athletes. I got to see all the longboards lined up. And again, it's always astonishing the different shapes, of all the surfers. Some round pins, some really wide square tails, some swallow tails, and I didn't get to sort of hold the craft and look at the different concaves because that changes everything too, and where the rocker lines are.
Yeah, there's so many differences to the boards that you'll see being ridden this week. Most likely we'll see a lot of single fins. Been kind of keeping my eye out to see if we see any 2+1s being paddled out. And our surfer in blue now up and riding on his forehand. And I believe he was switched for the start of that wave, and he's now gone switch back to regular foot, which is pretty difficult to do. Which
is so good, and that it's been a standard in longboarding forever. At some point, if you think about snowboarding and skateboarding, and everything is determined on doing it, so you don't even know who's regular or who's goofy because they are so seamless in going both directions. Will that ever become part of it in shortboarding? Although this is a longboard event, it's always been a part of longboarding, switch and regular or goofy and regular, and because you've got that bigger board to move around on, and it's part of that fluid motion, and it's like the dance, and it's just beautiful to watch.
Well, it's been a beautiful morning of surfing so far. We're down to 1 minute on the clock. Surfers 1 minute, and surfer in white now up and riding. Nice tap to that 5-10 combination, finds another hang 5, and a cross step cut back as well, so throws in a little bit of variety with the types of turn. Surfer in white is chasing a 7.10 to take the advancing position, and the situation remains the same between green and blue in second and third place, with our heat leader, Jack, now up and riding. Goes for that hang heels and throws in some variety for the judges. Maintains control coming out of it, and he's now looking for those extra little points through the inside. Gets that quick hang 5, tap to the nose through the foam. on the inside section.
Well, in a really strong position to be in the lead and moving on through into the next round. You'd have to say safely with 10 seconds left, and I will count this one out. Heat number 6 concluding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Straight into this heat, let's introduce the surfers. In the red, Noah Houle. In the blue, Cody Ken Zanari. And in the white, Steve Newton. In the green, Brandon Elderkin.
So we're in heat number 7 for the round of 48 on the men's side. We have one more heat to go after this, and then we'll be rolling through into our opening women's round, the round of 32, which will also have 8 heats in it. And in this opening round of the men's, we haven't seen all of our top-seeded surfers, so our second round coming up this afternoon will have our top 2 surfers seeded through already into those, and it's our top 2 surfers out of these that will be advancing through to meet them in that draw.
It was cool this morning before coming down here. I jumped on Instagram, and WSL obviously posting a lot of content regarding the Challenger Series men's and women's event about to start in Itacita in Portugal. They're talking about the WSL Longboard finals coming up at Malibu in a couple of days, and it was showing the top 20 rated men's and women's on the longboard side, and a lot of them are here in this event.
Yeah, most of them will be taking the opportunity to surf here, especially if they're from the North American region, because they want to make sure that they're in that opportunity to requalify for next year. It will be the top 8 surfers out of the tour rankings for this season, finishing up at Malibu next week, that'll be securing themselves with a position for next year's tour, and then the rest of those spots will be falling into regional positions. So part of it is to just get that extra backup behind some of them, but also it is that warm-up heading into the biggest event of the year, the world title event with 10,000 points on the line. And it's a pretty open field on both the men's and women's side. There's probably at least 6 surfers on both sides, because we've had different winners at the first 2 stops that are in that running. And between those first 2 events, they were worth 5,000 points. Our crowning championship event at Malibu next week is worth 10,000 points. And the surfers only carry their best result from the first 2 events. So it's just top 2 results that count, not 3. And so that factors into those points in rankings towards the world title, which keeps that race open through finals at Malibu.
And it's cool because a lot of the surfers, or I don't know the number, but quite a few, only did the U.S. Open Championship Tour event. So they didn't even go to Australia for the first one, and maybe made quarters or got a lot of points there. And now that this one's going to be double the points, that's the dark horse factor that's so exciting. Anyone could rise up.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's kept it kind of open. Next year, we're going to be seeing 4 events on the Longboard World Tour, where it'll be the best 3 that count. So that'll kind of make it a little bit more, it'll make it a little bit more difficult to be in that world title race, where this year with just the 2 events, it does keep it pretty wide open.
And different, it's, I was reflecting on, we have so many surfers up, it's hard to talk story, but this is blue. This is Cody on his, wait, is this blue or green? That's green.
This is surfer in green, Brandon.
Yeah, sorry.
Kicks out. So that was his opening ride, which leaves our surfer in white with first priority. Steve Newton waiting for him to get his opener. And it looks like he's going to have a look at this one. Nice looking right. This is where we saw the surfer Jack in the last heat find that near 8 with a 7.75. And Steve with a huge combo to start. Would be well worth sitting with priority for about 4.5 minutes of that heat, waiting it out before catching his first ride.
Yeah, he had to manhandle that up in the lip. You see, so often the technique is real narrow stance because that just leads to much easier fluid cross-stepping, back and forth, up and down on the board, and turning. But when they have to throw it up in the lip like that, you see them widen the stance, stomp the foot on the tail of the board. And that's where the leverage comes in. So again, it's so technical to go from quick narrow stance, riding high in the lip, to be able to drop the board down, engage the rail, widen your feet. I mean, there's a lot going on with a 9.5-foot board that's 3 inches plus thick. And depending on the fin setup, like you were alluding to earlier, wondering if there's going to be some 2+1 setups which lead to smaller fins. It's a bit freer in the tail. You might see that in beach breaks more often.
And as we wait for scores to roll through from those first exchanges, we'll go down to catch up with Jack and Kelly.
Congratulations, Jack.
Thank you.
And you have a proud mom standing right here as you got the highest wave score so far this morning. How does that feel?
It feels great. I mean, the waves are pretty fun right now. I came into this contest not really expecting much, but the waves ended up being sick.
What are you saying about the Central Coast?
I love it up here. It's so cool.
I'm just teasing you. Being a San Diego, we know the waves are better down there typically, but it's not so crowded up here.
Yeah, no, the crowds are definitely a lot lighter than in San Diego. It's a little bit chillier, but waves are still fun up here.
And what were you thinking about out there?
I was just mostly thinking about getting 2 good waves, and that's what I did, so I'm super stoked.
Okay. Well, go get warm, and we'll see you later.
All right, thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, well, great job, Jack. Nice interview. And, yeah, that was interesting. He just couldn't get out of the rhythm. He was definitely not in his own way. The rights kept coming to him. And talking about red going right, there we just saw Noah Houle
get his third wave. So situation in the lineup, first of white, a 6.25 as the high score of the heat so far, has him sitting in the lead. Noah in red sitting in second with a couple of 2s on the scoreboard. White now up and riding, looking for his second ride. And finds a quick 5, gets another 5, and finds that combo to turn on the inside. Surfer in blue now with priority, sitting with a 2.30 as his high score. And he locks into a nice 5, runs backwards off of the nose.
That is so difficult looking to do.
So difficult that he couldn't even pull it off. Falls in the finish. That'll go incomplete.
Well, and what's wild for me, whenever I'm watching that, they don't always favor, so they'll get their heels over the nose of the board and they'll run back towards the tail, but the way the wave is moving determines if they turn into the face of the wave or towards the beach to turn back around, and it's not always the same. And mad respect.
Yeah,
because I've tried it many times and it's so hard.
It is very difficult unless you're on a perfect wave that's just holding such a nice line and you have a little bit more control. But in a beach break situation, it would be quite a difficult maneuver to be able to pull off.
Yeah, things are happening rapid fire. There is kind of a wobble along the face, like you were saying. It's not just this perfect canvas that's clean and a beautiful transition. There's a lot of kind of backwash and side wobble, and so there's a lot happening as they're executing those moves, and that's when they pull it off and the judges see it. Everybody on the beach sees it, and it's an easy read when you see someone tap into the excellence, or that really great ride combination.
Down to 11.5 minutes on the clock, and another good score coming through for last of white is going to put the whole field into a tricky situation to take that leading position away. And again, it's really tight for that second place position right now, Jeff.
It is tight. We love it. That's what we want. And this next score coming in for white, that's going to, extend his lead. And we've got a split peak, but left went down to the left, and blue. Cody with priority used his priority, needing that small score of a 1.95. But again, that's all going to shuffle when all the other scores drop in. So in these 20-minute compact four-man heats, it's a lot of shuffle of the ranking during the heat.
Yeah, with 4 surfers in the water, plenty of waves being caught, nice and consistent in the lineup right now as well. And gets that quick tap to the nose for our surfer in red, goes flying down the line, and he'll fall out. That board just pops up over the back of the wave, thankfully, so he should be able to get to it before too long.
He was carrying some speed in that,
so fast.
That last section. You could see where he put all the weight on his inside back heel rail, kind of like he didn't want to bury the nose right coming out, and it happened after the fact.
Scores through for last of white, a 5.25. So surfer in white, your high scores, a 6.25 to open and a 5.25 to back it up in the lead. White has a look at that and decides not to go. He was sitting with priority going into that, and priority has now shifted to blue having first priority, white in second priority. And priority's back to white as blue had a paddle and didn't get into it. So surfer in blue, you're in the lead. And blue now up and riding, sitting in second, chasing an 8.55 to take the lead away from white. Long stretched out cheater 5 to start. And great engagement of the rail. Gets a nice turn on the finish as well.
I like that, a bit of cat-like yoga on the nose of the board. Fully in the complete squat for that cheater 5. And that was a quick score. That is in straight away, a 3.55 for the last ride of Cody in the blue. And now that makes green. Brandon, you need a 3.01 sitting in third. And Noah, you need a 4.25 to get into second. 8 minutes and 40 seconds, surfers. And welcome down to the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. And thanks for joining us online. Shannon Hughes, great to have you here, bringing all your expertise in the longboard world and just commentary everywhere. I'm surprised you're not in Portugal. Wait, what's going on? You get a book in this and next week. You're like, no, I'm going to hang out with my peeps in Cali. I've been traveling enough.
I am ready to get some rest, but no, it's been a good run this year. Have had so many fun events to be a part of, and now my favorite type of surfing of all time is longboarding. So any longboard event that I get to be a part of, I always will say yes to. So it's great to be here in Pismo this week as we see green just go down after that closeout section. And to be able to wrap it up for the World Longboard titles will be really exciting there at Malibu. For any of you here on the beach or tuning in from around California, we'll be running on the 4th and the 5th. And that will be on Tuesday and Wednesday next week. So if you're in the area, head down to Malibu, and that'll be a really exciting finish.
I know. I wanted to do that. I gave shout-outs. I'm like, hey, I love it, man. I love talking longboard. Get me in there. But they had their beach team all dialed in, and I'm like, that's fine. I got plenty to do.
We've got 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
Has the ISA, is there longboarding in the ISA? I was going to ask you that. I know you just did the Huntington World event.
Well, let's give a situation to the guys in the lineup first. So surfer in blue, you are sitting in second place. Your last score was a 3.55. Blue, you're chasing a 7.95 to get the advancing position. We've got just under 7 minutes on the clock. White is currently in the lead with first priority. Blue in third priority. Green in fourth priority. Green, you're chasing a 3.01 to go from third place into second. And our surfer in red, you have second priority. You're chasing a 4.25 for red to move from fourth into second.
So with all the waves ridden right now, Cody hanging on to second, but it's a slim margin for third and second. They don't need much to get up into advancing position. Priority or Noah with a good situation there, second priority. So yeah, with the ISA and longboarding and Olympics, and maybe that's a whole other conversation.
Yes.
I just wonder.
So, from what I know, the ISA is looking to reintroduce Longboard Championships next year.
Cool.
They don't have anything set yet. Nothing's been announced from a calendar perspective, but I do believe the ISA will be looking to introduce longboarding again. They did run Longboard Championships over the last few years. We haven't seen one running. But we should be back in the mix next year as we see our surfer in green now up and riding with a nice little soul arch hang 5 on his backhand. Great control there as well through that middle third of the board, which is really important. Loses a little bit of control on the finish, but he's getting a bit of work done. Just chasing a 3.01 to take the advancing position over Blue.
Well, that'll be interesting to see if that just hindered him enough at the end to maybe not get the score or get the score to get up in there. Well, that's great to hear the ISA is, thinking about that. I mean, they have every other water sport under the flag,
So true.
Recently, there was the Olympic qualifiers happening in Huntington that you got to be a part of. That was really great. And so big victory for the USA in multiple ways. Getting gold as a team. Kira Pinkerton, what a victory for her. Shout outs. I've seen her come here and actually win an event here at Pismo on the north side. That was a few years ago, pre-Challenger Series. That was up, her star rising.
Yeah, really impressive performance from Kira in Huntington last week, which means that for Team USA, for the women, they have secured a spot for Paris 2024 for the Olympics happening in Tahiti. So that's a huge bonus for them going into qualification that really opens up next year. But yeah, hopefully one day we'll see the introduction of longboarding into the Olympics. That would be something that the ISA definitely has on their sights. They've got that set on the horizon and is something that they're working towards. I don't think it will come into play for Paris 2024, but maybe for LA 2028. We'll see how things go over this next Olympic cycle.
Well, they got Malibu right there.
They
got Malibu right there for the surfing side of it is in LA, right? Wouldn't that just be perfect?
It would be absolutely amazing.
That they'd just play up the whole Gidget theme. They just couldn't help themselves. Hollywood, LA. All right, we are down to 3.5 minutes, and we just wax on and talk story, but that's because we are fans ourselves, Shannon and I, and passionate and involved in all aspects of what's happening in surfing, shortboarding, longboarding, men's, women's.
And a paddle from our surfer in green. He goes down. So current situation, we are waiting for scores now for last of blue, last of red, and last of green. Surfer in white still sitting in the lead, holding on to priority. For Steve Newton, you have increased your heat total with a 6.25 for your last wave. Last of white, a 6.25. Increases your lead. And means that our surfer in blue is chasing an 8.95 to take the lead, and waiting for scores now to come through to see if there will be a change-up between second, third, or fourth place with 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
So, Shannon, in your view, and maybe this is the wrong question, but is that a functional move or a fun move? The fins first takeoff. How does that translate in your experience in the judging?
That's typically more of a fun move than a functional move.
I love watching them, but yeah, I didn't know how that factors in unless it's like some crazy critical wave, or does it ever change?
Well, we can take a look at it now on the replay for those of you watching online. And, I mean, that was great. He did it with a lot of control, and now he falls on that finishing section. And Red now up and riding in real time. Red is chasing a 4.35 to get second. And scores through for that last of green with that fin first takeoff, just a 2.35. So judges rewarding him on the takeoff, but then he fell for the next section. Now, had he been able to whip that forward and get into a nose ride on a clean section or something, but really the judges are looking for use of the entire board, strong rail work as well as nose rides. And current situation in the lineup, we have 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfer in blue is still sitting in second. Blue, your last score was a 3.5. And now up and riding, Cody. 5 to 10 combo, pedals back off the foam, and he'll kick out clean as he continues through to the inside here. So Surfer in blue still sitting in second. Last of green was a 2.35, does not factor into your top two, and requirement is the exact same on third and fourth place for green and red, requiring a 3.46 to get the advancing position with less than 1 minute on the clock.
Well, that's gonna up the ante there for our surfer in third, because blue just got a 4.50 with 45 seconds left. So now, Brandon, you need a 4.55, and Noah, you need a 4.55 also. So our third and fourth place surfers needing the same score with 30 seconds left. Priority is white, green, then red.
With that last 4.5 of blue, it does increase the requirements. Red now up and riding, chasing that 4.55. And that wave goes a little bit soft for him. He finds that reform and gets the re-entry, hangs on, and takes a look back towards the judges. Down to 10 seconds on the clock.
Well, did he get the score? And I'm going to count the heat out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we'll go to a quick commercial break for those at home.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
I'll sing a song for tomorrow.
Welcome back to all the viewers online. Jeff Baldwin and Shannon Hughes here calling the action. This is the 8th heat of the round of 48 in the men's side. We have gone through 8, or we are into 8. Unbelievable. Thank you to the French Hospital Medical Center and Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness. I love their tagline. I still have a shirt that they gave me years ago because I just think it's such a good one. Hello, human kindness. Doesn't get much better than that. And thank you for all their support. We are into heat 8 in the red. David Argnata in the blue. Grayson Miser in the white. Cole Quinlan. And in the green, Joey Wangsness. Sorry. Tongue twisters all around.
And this will be the last heat for our men's opening round. After this, we'll be heading into heat number 1 for women's round 1.
That's right. So they got to get themselves checked in. So we get a change of scenery straight into the women's.
And this is a great heat in the water right now. You can see the guys with their positioning right under the pier as well. Different strategy to what we've seen in some of the other heats with the guys starting out at the south bank.
I think I should have brought my scarf.
It's pretty cold, isn't it? I should have brought a beanie with me this week. And up and riding now, Veed Argonda with a nice nose ride to re-entry on the start. And great combo to start things off with. He checks back to see, is there another set rolling through? Should he get a little bit more work done through to the inside? And he maintains lots of control, goes for that switch stance now to finish. And green now up and riding. He goes down on that opener for Joey Wagnus. And bit of action as we saw surfer in white have a look at that wave, decide not to go, so priority changes, and first priority is with blue, second priority white. As Grayson's now having a look at that one, decides not to go. And we've got scores through. First of blue was a 4.00. Grayson, your first ride, a 4.0. First of green for Joey, a 3.25. And waiting for first of red, Veed Argonda to drop through. It's a 5.75. Opener of red, a 5.75.
I was looking across the men's first 8 heats field, and then the women's. And the women's, it's definitely more of an international group coming in from Canada, Peru. Obviously, the Hawaiians. There's let's see, is it Deutsch? Well, I don't know, DEU.
Germany.
Germany. It is Germany. That's what I thought, Deutschland. And then Great Britain, Mexico, Peru.
Samoa, American Samoa as well.
Yeah, that's right.
So a great group of surfers that will be paddling out next for women's round 1, the round of 32. 4 surfers in that heat, and for the women's draw, being a smaller field, we will see all of our top-seeded surfers in the opening round. There's no seeded round on the women's side. It'll be the top 2 advancing through to 4 heats for the round of 16. Where on the men's side, we do have our top-seeded surfers that are already seeded into round 2. They'll be coming up later this afternoon, kicking off around 1 p.m.
So with this on the women's draw, because there are women coming from all over the world, typically in the qualifying events, those surfers with those other flags, they're living here. They're trying to gain points for the North American region. But I'm wondering, with the women's round coming up, if some of them are just coming because they could get into the event, and so they're doing it regardless of qualifying points, just surfing the event to surf it. Some might be going on into Malibu, so they're just here. These are questions, Shannon. I'm wondering.
Some of those surfers that are in Malibu will be competing this week just for that, opportunity to get some more waves. This won't be counting towards their qualifications unless they're in the North American region.
Right.
And I believe also for the surfers from the Hawaii region, the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, that their results from this event will be counting towards next year's rankings for them, because they don't have a regional qualifier in Hawaii right now.
Okay. See, that's great.
So we'll get clarification from that from our tour director from Kira Seal, but I believe that this will count for the Hawaiians as well, which is why there's so many Hawaiians in the draw specifically. Okay. But then for some of the other surfers, like the young Lola Bleakley, she was on the alternates list coming through, but her dad's commentating with us for the World Longboard Championships, and Sam Bleakley, so his daughter, traveling with him and just getting an opportunity to surf in her big first international event. So there is that sort of opportunity as well.
I wonder if I saw them with Connie last night at Hoagie's, because there was Connie, there was a young Hawaiian-looking girl, and then a not older gentleman, but he definitely, I don't know, in his mid-40s. So I wonder if that was him and her and with Connie.
Could be.
All right.
Well, we've got some scores coming through. Down to 15 minutes on the clock. Surfer in red in the lead with a 5.75 and a 1.65. Surfer in blue sitting in second with a 4 and a 1.00. Surfer in green in third with a 3.25, and white with a 3.20 in fourth. And blue has first priority, red second priority, white third priority, and green fourth priority. Really small requirements right now, but it's just, in the early stages of the heat anyways, looking for those opportunities to advance.
It's funny, you get those first waves, and then you're already thinking of, I'm already considering them, okay, those are the backups. There's 4s and 3.2s, 3.25s. They need to grow on that. There's a lot of time, only a quarter of the way through the heat. As we see Grayson now, he's going to be looking to replace his 1, as we were just talking, or as I was talking about. Oh, no, that's White. Excuse me, that was Cole.
Cole with some great footwork through to the inside. So he's looking to back up that 3.20 or increase on the 3.20. Veed now up and riding. Could see the use of that rail in that opening section, and then set himself up for this little nose ride through to the inside. Tiny wave, hardly breaking, but finds a long cheater 5.
Wow, so some fun action happening off the pier. And as you were saying, the use of the rail, when he got up, he did one of the first that I've seen so far. Like, he did a real proper fade back, even though the wave was so small. And that set him up to be more in the critical tight part of the wave, to run to the nose, all which was happening in a 15-foot long section with a 9.5-foot board. It's pretty amazing.
It is amazing. Scores to come through now for last of red and last of green. Surfer in blue still sitting with priority.
So, White, your second wave was a 3.05. That's your backup. So you have a 3.2 and a 3.05. We're waiting now on Joey's last wave to drop in. Then really the heat will be established, Shannon. Everyone will have those 2 waves, and then off to the races they go.
And blue up and riding. getting some great work done. Nice little drive through to the inside as well. Oh, just bites the rail and he'll go down, but some beautiful work on the outside.
Well, we're going to chuck it down to our last heat winner, Stephen Newton, with Kelly. Take it away.
Thank you. I'm down here with Steven. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's fun out there. I feel like the tide's coming in a little bit. There's definitely some corners out there, so definitely stoked to have the later heat of the round.
Absolutely. Okay, so what's on your playlist, or how do you get pumped for your heat?
I actually booked a hotel room right here, so I kind of just hung in the hotel room, had an Americano, and, you know, like watched some TV this morning. Maybe not the same strategy that a lot of competitors are taking, but, you know, I'm here to just relax and have a good time.
An Americano. Ooh, I like Americano. Did you get it from Kraken?
No, actually, just in the room. They got a Keurig, so yeah, it's nice.
There you go. And you are a first-timer surfing on the Central Coast, so how does that water feel?
Correct. Yeah, I was wearing board shorts 2 days ago, and now I'm in my 4.3. So definitely a big change. But you know, it's good that there's waves out there.
We have a lot of microclimates here, so every day you never know.
It's like an emotional roller coaster over here.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Back to our live coverage.
Great to hear from Steve, taking away a big heat win with a 12.5 heat total. And we just saw an incredible wave from our surfer in white, Cole Quinlan, currently sitting in 4th place, chasing a 4.15. Used priority, waited it out patiently, and scores are through as a 4.75 for his last. As we take a look now at Blue up and riding again.
Well, so things have just changed. All of a sudden, all the surfers are over by the pier. That right has been, you know, offering up all kinds of potential. And then in the back end of that interview, we saw that set wave, which I think they're queuing up a replay for us for the viewers at home. It was just a beauty.
10 minutes on the clock. Surfer in red has first priority. White with second priority. And waiting for a score for last of green to roll through as we take a look at some replays on the webcast with the last of Cole dropping through as a 4.75.
Oh, so that must have been, so I think, so we saw the first part where he got the beautiful nose rides, and then I didn't see him kind of fall off on the cutback. So when the score came through, I was wondering, wait, what, are we missing something? That was it.
Yeah.
So he did all the good work there on the set wave, looking so good, and then just there was a wobble. It kind of caught his rail, and he fell off there.
Red now up and riding. Nice 5 to start, and drives through that section with a lot of speed, but he goes down as well. So judges really paying close attention to those combinations, wanting to get that good nose ride, but also those nose rides need to be in the critical section, not quite out on the shoulder as well. So that was a good nose ride to start for our surfer in white for Cole, but needing to finish it out with that bit of rail work and go complete on the combination as well.
So yeah, maybe that's as the tide is coming up, we can see the surfers now. You at home viewing on the webcast too, you can see the pilings from the pier right in the screen. They're all close over there. That one set right came, so you wonder if now, as this tide's creeping up for the rest of the day or till 2 something, pretty high tide, a 5.5 foot tide, and will that right really become the focus? And possibly because in the past I've seen that sandbar that they've been surfing earlier, that down to the south, that long ride off it, and sometimes the left comes in towards there's a sandbar created as the sand moves off the pier. So big playing field, and like Steven was indicating, he was surprised how fun the waves are. He's enjoying it, you know, even though it's a little colder. Him and I warmed up before the event just the same. Watched a little TV and had an Americano from the Keurig machine.
Nice. Well, 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and current situation. Surfer in white with first priority. Blue now up and riding. Grayson, loving those rights coming off the pier. Really smooth rail work, and he finds that little extra coming out of the foam to finish. Now white with first priority, red in second priority, and our surfer in white is chasing a 5-2-6 to gain the the leading position over red. Now white's had the paddle there, so that priority is going to change, and surfer in red now has first priority. Red first priority, green in second priority, and white down into third priority. Scores to come through now for last of our surfer in blue, and it's enough for Grayson to take the advancing position with a 5-point ride. So surfer in blue up into second, now chasing a 5-0-1 to get the lead. Surfer in white, Cole, down into third, chasing a 4.26 to get second. And surfer in green, Joey, chasing a 5.01 to go from fourth into second. And our surfer in red sitting in the lead, holding on to priority with the high scores of a 5.75 and a 4.25.
Well, wasn't that deceiving? So we saw Cole in the white lose priority, but that wave tricked me and tricked him. It looked like a bomb set. He paddled, he was in position, and it just faded away. It was so strange. I thought I was ready for this big right off the pier, and it disappeared on us all.
Yeah, I was really excited for it, and that's a shame too because he was holding on to that priority. Now he's already into second priority, surfer in green in first priority, as we have a score to come through now for last of David Argonda, and that's just a 2.75 for Vid, so that doesn't factor into his top two.
Well,
with 5 minutes 30 seconds on the clock.
Moving by quick, glassy sheet glass conditions, beautiful opportunity. So many, every heat's had 35 plus waves, it seems like, ridden in 20 minutes with 4 surfers. So no end of opportunity for all the surfers. We've seen a lot of those mid-range 5s and 6s. We've gone into the 7s on a few surfers on a few waves. So potential there as the tide increases. A perfect setup for the start of the women's round. And then on the backside of those 8 heats, the tide will still be full, and yeah, maybe the sun will be sunny and shiny and warm.
And surfer in blue up and riding. Nice 5. Great rail work. And continuing through to the inside for another nose ride. White up and riding out the back. He makes that closeout section as well.
So a big exchange between our second place and third place surfers right there, because Grayson wanting to extend his second place position. Cole, who had the priority, the wave before went under him and then he had to regroup. So where will this all go? We see red, our heat leader. Oh, beautiful. These guys are just pushing each other with nose ride after nose ride. I have to say, it's exceeding my expectation of what I thought might be happening waking up this morning, but it always does.
Yeah, the conditions are a little bit easier than I was expecting them to be, especially seeing how it was last night on that dead low and seeing it being really difficult to get an opening nose ride on that first section.
And you even surfed it. And we're struggling. So
yeah,
not only were you watching
really
it, you were trying to make it happen.
So down to 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Surfers in the next heat can paddle out. We've got scores to roll through now. Our surfer in white is sitting with first priority. And he's going to have a look at this with a strong paddle, and he's up and riding. Currently chasing a 4.26 to get the advancing position.
Oh, my.
Great control coming out of that opening nose ride.
That was gorgeous, and I loved how he tilted his knees over the ankles, and put pressure forward, and you could just see the board kind of like pulling and pushing back. So instead of just perching the toes over the nose and arching back, he put his body weight over the front of the board, adding kind of, what looks like to me, extra difficulty to that type of nose ride.
Down to 2 minutes, 45 seconds, and our current situation, surfer in blue has taken the lead. Grayson Miser with a 6.65 for your last wave. Blue is in first. Surfer in red, Vid Argonda, sitting with a 5.15 for your last wave. You're in second. Surfer in red chasing a 5.91 to get the lead away. Surfer in white chasing a 5.26 to go from third into second. And our surfer in green, that last wave through as a 2.80. and you're chasing a 6.90 to gain the advancing position.
So did that score come in really quick for White? The 5.65 was the last wave for Cole, but then in the middle of that, Grayson got a 6.65. So the requirement changed and upped itself. So now Cole in third place, still needing a 5.26, and Joey needing the 6.90. Priority is blue, red, white with 1 minute and 40 seconds. So the leading surfer's in a great position with priority to close it out.
Yeah, great flurry of action with substantial scores coming through on that last exchange in that 5 to 6 point range for red, blue, and white. And it's our surfer in blue that has first priority. He's taken the lead and he's up and riding. Getting a little bit of work done through to the inside, adding in that creativity as well and that variety. 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock.
And we're just going to push through. This heat's going to wind down, no break. It's just going to be straight into women's round 1, round of 32.
Scores through for last of blue, just a 2.60, doesn't factor into his top 2. And our surfer in red sitting with first priority. Surfer in white sitting with second priority. White chasing a 5.26 to get the advancing position. And our surfer in green are already on the sand, needing a 6.90. Now with an opportunity for Cole. And he goes out the back, knowing that's not going to give him the big score that he requires. 20 seconds on the clock. Blue now up and riding. Nice carve to start with that bottom turn and straight into the nose through a frothy section for our heat leader. And a great battle back from Grayson to take out the lead over Veed Argonda.
I got to count this out. Oh, my God. 4, 3, 2, 1. It caught up with me. It just out of nowhere, Shannon. I'm sorry, surfers.
It just does that sometimes.
I was watching him ride, and boom. I saw it going under 10 seconds. I was looking, 3 surfers, I think, riding the same Shapers boards that has that diamond-shaped, graphic on. Going off yesterday, sitting out there in the same place. If you're just joining us online, thanks for coming along for the ride. We are straight into Heat 1, the round of 32 of the women's side of the draw here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. This is great. Jeff Baldwin and Shannon Hughes settled in for the day. We're hoping the sun comes out so we can warm up. Straight up and riding our surfer in green on her backside. This is Kayla Burke.
Quick in and out for Kayla to start things off. And now waiting for a little set to roll through for Rachel, Megan, and Bianca for their opening exchange. And a great finish out in that last heat for Grayson Meisner and David Argonda. Advancing through in first and second. Cole Quinland and Joey Wagnus unfortunately knocked out in third and fourth place. And we got a little set starting to roll through here. No priority established yet, but Rachel Tilley sitting on the inside position will have priority on this wave. Nice looking right. and straight to the nose for that hang 5 to start. Perches on a second long stretched out hang 5. Nice tight footwork on the pedal back and beautiful rail work as well, as we see Megan Godinez, Auntie Megs, up and riding out the back, and Tilly goes down on the inside. Auntie Megs jumps out the back as well, and she'll position herself in the lineup once again.
What an opener for Auntie Megs, as you put it. So she like the leader of the den?
She's the leader of the den coming out of the Hawaiian crew.
Okay, that's
She's very well respected. She's
Yeah.
an excellent surfer and
Yes.
just an all-around great person that just everybody loves and gets along with so well. She's now up and riding again, and she goes down in that opening section, just gets a little bit maybe too quick off the tail with that run up to the nose, misses the timing a little bit. And now green up and riding for Kayla Burke, and she goes down in a solid size section. As we wait for scores to roll through from that first exchange. And a big opener for our surfer in red, Rachel Tilley, a 7.00 for first of red, a 7.00. And that sets her up with a solid lead. Surfer in blue opened up with a 2-point ride and backs it up with a 1.15. And a couple of ones for our surfer in green as well. Now our surfer in white, Bianca, is sitting with priority.
Well, all 7 digits well earned there from a set right, deep off the pier, and that is the wave now. It's right after right after right. And so far in that whole last heat, really, into this heat.
Yeah, those rights off the pier turning out to have some really solid shape to them.
A few of them have gone so deep that from my vantage, and maybe yours, they're tucked in behind the pier where I can't even see them for a minute.
Yeah, they're just really hugging in towards the pilings. So 16 minutes on the clock. That opening exchange goes to Rachel Tilley with a 7.00 for first of red. And requirements across the board. Surfer in blue now chasing a 5.01 to take the lead. Surfer in white has first priority, blue second priority, red third priority, and green fourth priority. You can see green has separated herself from the pack and is sitting off to that south peak where our other 3 surfers are sitting right there under the pier. And for this opening round for our women, the round of 32, we've got 8 heats to get through. We'll be going into men's round 2 after that to finish out the afternoon, as we see our surfer in white with a quick in and out.
Yeah, so as you were saying before, so on the women's side, there's no seated surfers. They're just the 2 that move through. That establishes the 4 heats of the next round. On the men's side, there was 48 surfers, not 32. So there's the seated surfers in waiting for the 2 surfers that advanced out of that first round.
And a small score in for first of white while red is up and riding. 5 to 10 combo to start off. Pedals back and S turns her way through to the inside. That now leaves Megan Godinez with first priority. Surfer in green with second priority, and surfer in white with third priority.
Are you in school still, or?
I'm doing
14 minutes left. Yep, well, we do. We're going to throw it down to our last heat winner, Grayson Miser with Kelly. Thank you.
Yes, I'm down here with Grayson. Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you. Yes, super fun.
How are you feeling?
I feel good. It was just fun to be out there with Veed. He's like my favorite surfer, so surf a heat with him is just so fun and super stoked to be here.
Do you guys talk when you're out there?
Yeah, we talk a lot actually. Yeah.
Encourage each other.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're from down south. How does this wave compare to home?
It's kind of comparable to like Oceanside Pier, I'd say, but yeah, it's just a fun little beach break.
What will you do now between your next heat?
Probably just cruise with my friends and stuff, get some food, but yeah.
Warm up a little?
Yeah, maybe go for a free surf on the other side, but yeah.
Well, Congratulations, and we'll see you later.
Thank you. Yeah.
Back to our live coverage.
All right. Well, congratulations, Grayson, and thank you, Kelly. Well, yeah, that round's going to come up quickly, so don't go too far. Don't eat too much, because even though he's on the back end of the draw, so he'll be in the last heat, right, or whatever. Not that much time. These 20-minute heats pass by quickly.
They do go so fast, as we've got a score now to come through for Last of Blue, Auntie Megs. She is now in a combination situation, though, because Rachel Tilley dropped in a 6-point ride for her backup score to her 7 that she opened with. As we see Green up and riding, Kayla flying down the line, and she'll kick out. So situation in the lineup, Surfer in red is in the lead with a 7 and a 6. Under second priority, Surfer in white has first priority. And score in for Last of Blue. Last of Blue was a 3.90. You're now chasing a 9.10 to take the lead. And just another small score on the board for Last of Green doesn't factor into her top 2. So Surfer in Green is chasing a 4.65 to take second. And Surfer in White, you require a 5.40 to gain the advancing position.
Well, yeah, so with that quick lead there for Rachel Tilley, it's all about the second place position at the moment, and it seems like that's what everyone's fighting for. Both Green and White looking to get up into second. And mid-range requirements. Here we go. This is Bianca Dutzen, and that's a quick in and out. So she uses her priority, and the wave doesn't give her much goodness there. So the priority switches back to our heat leader.
Yeah, that's a shame for Bianca. She was really patient waiting for that wave to come through. And for her looking at, that 5-point ride, if she gets a really good nose right out the back and gets that finish just on the opening section, she's looking at a score like that. So she would have been waiting patiently for a wave that she thought would facilitate. She's now up and riding again, though, which has freed her up under priority. Smaller size wave, but getting some good footwork done, finds the nose, and great quick footwork again through that middle third of the board. Cruising through to the inside here, finds another hang 5, and pedals back. So maintaining lots of control, gets a clean kick out as well.
Well, and a really smart use of time. She sat there, like you said, with priority. The wave didn't manifest into anything, and then on her way out without priority, gets that wave to build on right there. And I'm not sure if it'll go into the 5.15 range, but it will lessen the requirement. And wow, that is a big turn from our Surfer in Blue, Auntie Meg, right there.
Big Rio from Megs to try and build on that score line.
So did she pass the torch to Honolulu Bloomfield and the rest and go, okay?
She is one of those surfers that's very good friends with Kaylia Muniz, the 2-time World Longboard champion, and Kaylia passed that torch literally onto Honolulu Bloomfield in the water as Hono won her 3rd world title last year at Malibu, which was really exciting. And we'll see that crew putting on some good performances throughout this week. Scores to come through now for Last of Blue. It looks like it'll factor into her top 2, not as her high wave. High of Blue being a 3.90 and a 2.60 for Last of Blue. Has her sitting in that 2nd place position. Surfer in red now with the paddle. And she'll kick out again. So waves through for Last of White. Bianca Dutzen with a 3.75, Last of White a 3.75. You're now chasing a 2.76 to gain the advancing position as Green is up and riding.
Wow, she was just battling. That wave was drawing off the sandbar, so you could see her fighting it where the nose wanted to bury.
Yeah, that's a really difficult section to negotiate on a really long board.
Yeah.
As that wave's drawing up off the sand, like you said. Getting a little bit hollow and just really fast down the line. Now White's put herself in a good situation paddling into this one. She's just chasing a 2.76 and she's demonstrating so much style, flow, and grace as she comes through to the inside.
Well,
and she'll go down to that finishing section.
And surfing the heat smart, too, because knowing that she doesn't need a big requirement after that little priority oopsie, she's now got herself right back in, and this could get her there. So then Megan, Auntie Megs, she needs to better the 2.60 because Bianca's coming fast.
Yeah, she got a nose ride to turn finish on that wave, so that should factor into her top 2 scores for our surfer in blue. 7 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, red sitting with priority, and waiting for last of white and last of blue to factor in. And a paddle now from our surfer in red. Nice nose ride to start. Great footwork as well. And engages the rail for a solid turn, but just loses control on the finish. And as we have a score to come through for our heat leader, current situation for the women at the back of the line. Megan Gonita in blue. You are sitting in second place, chasing a 9.10 to take the lead. Surfer in blue, your last score was a 2.90. Surfer in white, Bianca Dutzen, you are in second priority, chasing a 3.06 to gain the advancing position over blue. Surfer in green, you are sitting in fourth, chasing a 5.55 to gain the advancing position. Down to 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And scores in for last of red, a 4.60. So that doesn't factor into her top 2 scores.
Yeah, so Rachel starts off with the 7 and the 6, and then, you know, she's sitting comfortably, and she's taken 2 more waves since then, but nothing that's going to surpass those. Meg in second had that last wave, and then it just kind of unraveled there at the end, so she got a 2.90 and leaving the door kind of open there for our surfer in white and green.
And that was a paddle from our surfer in blue. She wasn't able to get into it, so first priority now with white. Surfer in white has first priority. Surfer in green now with second priority. As we're under the 5-minute mark, 4 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock.
Oh, look at this peak. Beauty. Or I'm just looking at the right down the beach, so more opportunity for these surfers. One of the few unridden waves of the day. 4.5 minutes left, surfers. Red in first, blue in second, white in third with first priority, needing a 3.05.
And a paddle here from surfer in blue under fourth priority. Sneaks in a quick nose ride. And she's going to try and hang on to that finish. She goes down. Looking to increase, though, on just a 2.90 to put more pressure on white and green.
So she got up to the nose, and then that wave was so steep, and she was just chasing it. And you can see it when the lips hitting that inside rail, just biting the rail, not letting them get in front of it.
Yeah, it's so hard to hold on to that. To be able to make it out of the section and to try and engage that outside rail just enough to get that little carve out of the lip or out of that line of whitewater. Scores to come through, though. It looks like she's going to improve on her situation. The judges rewarding that nose ride with a 3.2. Last of blue, a 3.2, which now means the requirement on white is up to a 3.36. as White is up and riding and uses priority on this. Now she goes down on that opening nose ride, hands priority over to our surfer in green, and green, Kayla, is chasing a 5.85 to get the advancing position on a nice looking right, and nearly loses control there. She'll kick out after that opening section, and that hands priority back to our heat leader and our surfer in red, Rachel Tilley. Surfer in blue, Megan Godinez, sitting with second priority, chasing still that big 9-point ride, but did increase the requirement on our bottom two surfers.
Oh, absolutely. That was very smart of Megan. And then Bianca had an opportunity, but in watching it, it was more like slide stepping to the nose as opposed to cross stepping to the nose. And that's that area. If you're going to nose ride, that's what the judges require, is cool, calm, collected, cross-stepping, lifting the foot off, not shuffling.
That's right. Really, really solid footwork, as well as great maneuvers executed in the right sections, like we just saw from our surfer in red, Rachel Tilley. Beautiful hang 10, just perched on the nose. Gets that carve out the bottom as well for a great turn. And scores to come through now for last of red. 2 minutes on the clock, and White now with the paddle for Bianca Dutzen, chasing a 3.36. Just had a couple opportunities and just hasn't been able to make the most of them. Surfer from Santa Cruz, California, in white. She's used to these cold waters and cold temperatures.
Yes. Summer, there is no summer. There's summer in the weather, but not in the water up there. Full suits all year.
Definitely not in the water. Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock, and last of red, a 6.70. Increases the lead as blue is up and riding. And looking to get that first nose ride in, she just bogs the nose and goes down. So our surfer in green with first priority, white with second priority.
Well, Shannon, we're down to under 1 minute here in this clash. 50 seconds to be specific. And it's looking like Rachel's runaway. She's got the 7 and the 6.7 that you were just talking about. Amazing surfing. Megan holding on there in blue. Will Bianca with second priority get the 3.36, and will Kayla get the 5.85? Because it doesn't look like Megan's bettering any of her waves. So with 25 seconds, Bianca and Kayla, priority green, then white.
Green now up and riding, as well as white.
Well, and 10 seconds, so they're going to finish this out, and I will count it out, and we'll see where the judges go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take it to a quick commercial break.
I'll sing a song for tomorrow.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
The blue, Kiani Canelo; in the white, Siva Gerard, and in the green, Tessa Timmons.
And already off to a quick start, surfer in red and blue getting a wave underneath their feet. Sally Cohen in the red and Kiani in the blue. Scores through for that opening exchange. First of blue for Kiani Canulo. A 3.25 for first of blue. And a decent score dropping through now for opener of red, Sally Cohen. Just waiting for it to average out from the judges.
Yeah, and so surfers coming up in the next heat and the next heat, now that the competitors are all kind of sitting over by the pier, just sit under the pier all the way. Don't even creep out, because if you do, the head priority judge might give you instant last priority. So just sit under the pier until that heat finishes, and then we'll usher you out. So Sally, your opening wave, a 5, straight up 5 for red. Kiani, a 3.25, and Tessa got a small score, but a throwaway straight away. Priority is with blue and then green. So calling surfers for the next heat, Avalon, Indy, Chloe, and Luluhia. Surfer in white, you got a 2.50, Steve 2.50. Priority is blue, green, then red. We also heard that it was a little difficult for the surfers to hear the requirements they needed, so we were doing some audio adjusts to increase the volume out there on the pier. Hopefully that's happened. We're doing our best to get it so you can hear what scores you need, what the priority is. Obviously, there's the priority light monitor up here by the judges, so you can always check that out as it's changing rapidly. And we'll do the time shout-outs and scores and all that. So there's 16 and a half minutes. Sally out in the lead with a 5.0. Kayani in second with a 3.25. And Steve with a 2.50 in third. We see all the surfers in the lineup moving around. So we see our surfer in white. A quick up and out for our Steve from American Samoa. So that's a throwaway for her instantly. Oh, Kayani gets up on the nose, but the wave fizzles out, so that could be due to this tide changing now. The tide is increasing all the way through till mid-afternoon. That was Tessa Timmons, so she ran up to the nose and it fizzled. Well, if you're just getting down to the pier, welcome to the 2002 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, presented by French Hospital Medical Center. This event is hosted by the Surfing for Hope Foundation. We are so glad to be here. I'm glad to be here again. I've done this event many years, not the longboard side. This is the first qualifying longboard event here at Pismo, but the QS shortboard events I've done years in a row. Right now, out in front of you, the regular foot, Sally Cohen in the red, our heat leader, getting a back up to her 5-point ride. So yeah, I've been able to be here and meet all of the Surfing for Hope Foundation members and get to know what's going on. And it's just wonderful to be here. This is going to be happening today, tomorrow, and then again the local event, so to speak, on Sunday, which I'll be commentating. That's going to be really fun. And there's a nice event tonight, a big gala for Surfing for Hope Foundation, and I can't wait to be there and see everyone. All right, this is Keani. She wants to back up the 3.25, which she'll probably, well, she might better the 0.60. And for those at home, we have a quick replay here of Siva, a beautiful nose ride, cat-like skills, 2 sequences there, a nice combination. So we're still waiting for a bunch of scores to come in for 3 surfers on those last waves. 12, just under 13 minutes, surfers' priority is blue, then white. And when we get all these scores, I'll let you know, and I'm sure that's going to change how everyone moves in the water. And I think we're going to go to an interview soon. But in the middle of that, since I was talking about Surfing for Hope Foundation, I'll just do a little readout. Surfing for Hope is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that was created to help ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. In San Luis Obispo County, they host free monthly surf camps for kids, along with an annual local longboard contest and a memorial paddle out, all to put the spotlight on the fight against cancer. So thank you for Surfing for Hope. We'll be talking about that all day long. So thanks for coming down, everyone, and thanks for being involved. We are going to throw it down to our last heat winner. Rachel Tilley is with Kelly right now, so take it away, you two.
All right, congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you so much. It's the waves are actually pretty fun today, and I'm stoked to catch a couple fun ones.
Are you staying warm?
Trying to. I only have my one full suit with me here, so keeping it for the good heats, and yeah, I was able to stay warm out there.
Okay, so you have a couple days before Malibu. What do you plan to do before then?
Well, I'm gonna try and win this event, and then we'll race down to Malibu and hopefully keep the momentum going for that one.
There you go. And how do you get ready for heat?
This morning I just surfed on Northside, caught a couple waves, and just tried to stay calm and try and just have fun.
Well, I hope you keep having fun, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Back to our live coverage.
Well, if we're not having fun, we can't shine, so that's what we got to do. Thank you. Great heat. On to the next heat tomorrow, round 2. Right now, that looked like Tessa Timmons. No, that was blue. So a short ride there for our heat leader. That won't go into Sally's scoreline. 10 minutes and 15 seconds, surfers. Keani, you are in 4th place. We're waiting on your last score. I mean, I think it's a small one, but you have first priority. There's just under 10 minutes. We have some other scores coming in also. Once those are in, then I can actually give you a requirement. Right now, you need a 4.65 to get into second. That might change. But the important factor is you have first priority, and there's 9.5 minutes. Siva, you went into first place with your last wave. White is in first. Sally is in second. And again, we're waiting on a bunch of scores, so this might all change again real quickly. So once those are locked in, I can more fairly break down the heat. So she waits no time. She wanted to know what was going on in the heat, and she decides I better just start surfing, which she does. All right, so now more scores to come in. Tessa, your last wave was a 3.90. You have two waves, both scored 3.90. You're in third. And you have a third wave coming in. Keani, your last wave, a 2.75. Siva, you're in the lead. You have a 5.4 and a 4.35. Priority is with red, then green. Oh, this is a beautiful replay for those watching online. That was the 4.35 that got Siva up into the lead. This is red. Sally, our second place surfer. Beautiful cheater 5, soul arch, green face to work with, fluid motion. I like it. All the way through to the inside. Our surfer in the red completes this on the shore. Everyone surfing. We've got Connie surfing. We got Tessa. So this is going to be a big exchange as both green and blue were in second and third, and Sally might extend her position in second. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left. So our heat leader sits out the back all alone in the white. Sally in second. If she betters a 4.75, would go into the lead. We'll see if that happens. And we see some bigger set, maybe one of the biggest sets of the day so far, marching through. But no taker. That wave wasn't going to offer much opportunity for Siva, and she doesn't go. Holds on to the first priority. All three other surfers kind of stuck inside with their longboard. That's the hard part with the big board, getting out over and through the whitewash, but they are going to have 5 minutes about to get back in the lineup, and all scores are in. Keani, you got a 3.95 on your last wave. Tessa, you got a 4.40. And Sally, yours was a 4.54, so or 4.45, so that didn't factor in. So the situation is now our third place surfer in the green needs a 5.10, and our fourth place surfer in the blue needs a 5.55. And all three surfers trying to get back out in the lineup to establish where they will be in the priority rotation. We know that white has first priority and the lead. And it looks like second priority is with blue, third priority with red. So that's how it happens right now. Second priority, Connie, you're going to need a 5.55 to get into advancing position. Tessa, you need a 5.10. 4 minutes left.
And those are solid requirements at this stage to be able to get into the 5-point range. It's going to take a really good quality wave to be able to facilitate a score like that.
It sure will. Yeah. I mean, you know, let's see. Neither have had one yet. Well, no. Yeah, exactly. They've had the 3s and the 4s, so they haven't pushed the 5-point mark yet.
And for surfer in red, you are in 3rd priority. You're sitting in 2nd place. Sally Cohen, you chase a 4.76 to take the lead away from surfer in white. Green now up and riding, Tessa Timmons, with some nice footwork coming through to the inside and goes incomplete on the finish, chasing a 5.10. So surfer in green and surfer in blue are chasing scores above a 5 to gain the advancing position over red. Down to 3 minutes on the clock. And positioning in the lineup, being that little bank closer to the pier for the last maybe 2-3 heats.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and it's been offering the good. Excuse me. It's been offering the goods, and then right as you said that, I just saw down the beach this rifle off down where I think the next heat is paddled out.
And we're about 2 hours off of the high tide now. And so it'll be interesting to see how those conditions play through on that peak of the tide. As we see our surfer in white turn to have a look at that one. She decides not to paddle. And our surfer in blue, Kiani, with a paddle. Sorry, surfer in green, Tessa. Nice quick tap to the nose. Nice control. Goes for that cross-step cutback. And she falls.
So that won't be the 5-1-0 she needs. And thank you to the other competitors for staying far away. There's probably 2 under the pier and the 2 that we see down to the south. So competitors in the next heat, make sure you stay under the pier, please, because
Red now up and riding with a beautiful 5-10 soul arch combination. Great engagement of the rail as well with that S-turn. And pedaling back up to the nose. Great surfing. Gives the claim as well for Sally Cohen. And she's looking to increase on a 4.5 as her low score. Possibly to build on the 5-point ride as her opener, her high score. Surfer in white with priority. Blue in 2nd priority. Down to 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock.
she's determined. Yeah, that's gonna ratchet up the heat there. And our surfer in white, our heat leader, having a beauty. She finds her way up to the nose 2 or 3 times in a nice cat-like sequence. And she's gonna glide through the reform straight on in. Her heat and work is done with 45 seconds left. Sally on that last wave got a 7.60, retook the lead. So now will Steve get back into the lead. I mean, she's probably happy with a second at the moment with 30 seconds left. Priority is with blue, then green. This is live action.
Our surfer in green, nice carve back and chasing a 5.36 as the requirements have changed and we're on the countdown.
Yep, right down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this will count, Shannon. Blue.
Sally Cohen and Sive Gerard advancing through into the next round.
Well, exciting finish nonetheless. All 4 surfers going, 4 scores to drop in, and the result stays the same, like you said. So I think I'm counting in the next heat here right now, ladies. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait. All right, in the red, Avalon Gall. In the blue, Luluhia Bloomfield Kane. In the white, India Hoffman. And in the green, Chloe Coleman. Straight up and gracing us with beautiful surfing, Chloe Coleman in the green. This is a nice wave. Or in the red, that was Avalon Gall. I looked at the board, not the jersey. It's happened a few times. I even heard it happen with the priority judge, so it's not just me.
A score to come through for the opener of Avalon. Leaves our other 3 surfers waiting for this nice right-hander to roll through. And a paddle now from our surfer in white, Indy Hoffman. Couple steps forward, gets that tap to the nose on the hang 5. She'll trim through that lower section, and we'll see if she decides to stick with this. It's got a little bit of push in that foam, but she'll kick out. So scores to come through from the opening exchange, leaving Luluhia and Chloe waiting for their opening rides.
Well, I think that's so smart. It's such a good part of the strategy to get that outside bit, test the whitewash, and see if on the surfer's eye there's a reform maybe happening. And she noticed right then it's just going to be whitewash straight to the beach. No point in sticking with this. Get out, get back in the lineup quickly.
Blue now up and riding, Luluhia. Nice little S-turn as she comes through to the inside. Couple of cross steps, and she'll just bank herself off the foam to finish. Still cruising through with a little bit more left on offer. And our surfer in red, Avalon Gall, a 5.50 for your opening ride, a 5.5 for opener of red, as green is up and riding.
Oh.
On her forehand, couple of steps forward, and that carve back into the section, and she'll kick out for Chloe Coleman. White now up and riding, and Indy Hoffman once again. Nice little trim line as she races through that first section. Quick tap to the 10 as she finds the nose and continues to engage that rail as red is now up and riding.
Behind in the red, there's just elegance and beauty happening on every wave. I love the, there's all this action, but just keeping the hands so quiet by their sides as they're cross-stepping, and that's such a part of keeping within the rails, so to speak, technically. You can't get outside the rails to cross-step and utilize the board properly. So fun to watch.
So fun to watch that style, flow, grace, which encompasses the longboard criteria, where on the shortboard side we have speed, power, and flow.
Yep.
Longboarding is style, flow, and grace. Now you'll see elements of that speed, power, and flow come into the conversation because surfers that are executing great nose rides with speed, it adds that level of criticalness, and powerful turns are still important. But we want to see those surfers really demonstrating good longboarding. We want to see a point of difference from shortboarding. So we're not looking for those surfers to be shortboarding on a longboard.
Absolutely.
We want to see that style and that flow come in, as well as the grace.
And that's where earlier you were talking about the 2+1 setups, which for me, the the real keg style, low rocker, big fin longboard is what sets up for classic in my eyes, where the 2+1 is more of a shortboard forum, a more rockery board, allows for roundhouse cutbacks off the foam and things that the other boards don't. So yeah, there are the two styles kind of hitting at once. We saw it at the U.S. Open this year because of the way that the two, whatever, the Vans event with the World Championship Tour.
Yeah, and really for professional longboarding and what the WSL is looking at for the criteria, it's all about traditional longboarding, and you can traditionally longboard any kind of board. So
Yes.
it's really the approach and the type of wave rather than the equipment. Now the equipment then facilitates it to be a little bit easier, so riding maybe a single fin versus a 2+1 can facilitate traditional longboarding a lot easier, but it's all in that approach, and you can see surfers on 2+1 surfboards riding with an incredibly traditional style.
Yeah.
As we see some great surfing from Chloe on her forehand coming through to the inside. And we've got some scores that have rolled through as surfer in green will be kicking off. Our surfer in white currently sitting in the lead, Indy Hoffman. Red in second, Avalon Gull. Blue, Lulu Hia sitting in third, and Chloe Coleman sitting in fourth with scores to drop. And in that last heat, we saw a great result from Sally Cohen taking away the win, and she's with Kelly now.
Thank you. Congratulations, Sally.
Thank you.
And we were just talking about the conditions out there, not quite Hawaii, but how was it for you?
Actually a lot warmer in the water, and surprisingly yesterday was kind of scary with all the closeouts, but today there's some open faces that are really fun.
All right. And what will you do before Malibu?
Just get super psyched. I'm excited, yeah.
Are you going to stick around here or make your way down the coast, or where will you spend your time?
I think we're going to shoot down immediately and then get some practice in. I'm really excited.
And how do you get ready for your heat, mentally, physically? I mean, do you put on a playlist, or what do you do?
I play some music. I actually talk story with friends. It gets me really calm and relaxed. I like to just laugh and have a good time. Yeah.
Congratulations, and we'll see you again.
Can I say hi to my mom and dad? Hi, mom and dad. Hi, Tina, Julia. いつも応援してくれてありがとう.
We'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Back to our live coverage.
All right, that was nice. Yes, always say hi to mom and dad in any language. Bring them all in. We love it.
Great surfing from Sally, and solid heat total as well for that second heat, a 12.60, heading her into the next round on the women's side. And our current situation in the lineup, as we've got a little bit of a lull in the action, Avalon is currently sitting in the lead. Her opening ride for surfer in red was a 5.5. Her highest scoring ride is a 6.50. Last of red was a 4.00 and does not factor into the top two. Surfer in white is sitting in second. White, you're chasing a 7.15 to go from second into first. You are under second priority. Surfer in green just dropped in a 3.70. So green, you're sitting in third, chasing a 3.66. And surfer in blue with one score of a 3.5. Blue, you're chasing a 3.86 to take the advancing position now up and riding. With a quick tap to the nose for Luluhia. And keeping that tall stance as she comes through to the inside. Surfer in white has first priority, green second priority, and red third priority.
So do you know for the Malibu event, are they going to have kind of a closed practice day or anything? I mean, Malibu isn't like the kind of, you know, some areas they have had it in the past, not for a long time. So it's kind of a tough place to warm up.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot to warm up. There will not be any practice days that I'm aware of.
I didn't know if they were going to have a half day like the day before, sort of a thing like, hey, come on, everyone, we're just going to close it off, let the surfers do their thing for just a minute at least.
Yeah, it will be every man for themselves, looking
As
to try
always,
and get
okay.
some good warm-up waves in. And as Sally was saying, you know, a lot of the crew, they're here to practice and warm up. They're also here to bank those points towards next year's qualifiers.
Yes.
And I did get clarification from our
good.
senior manager for the Longboard Tour.
Is she here?
Kira Seal. She's here. She's walking around with her dog,
okay.
Gist. And she said that This is a combined event specifically this week here in Pismo for the Surfing Hope Longboard Classic between North America and the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region.
Okay, so you were right there with that before, so perfect.
Exactly, and in the World Surf League still, we've got that division where Hawaii stands as its own representation, and then the USA is separate to that. But for this event, we will be taking the top-ranked U.S. surfer and the top-ranked Hawaiian surfer. We'll be taking their rankings into next season. Well, everybody will be carrying their rankings, but it specifically matters for the Hawaiians as well. Where anyone else that's in the draw that does not have that Hawaii or USA region behind them, we've got a South American in the draw. We've got one from the UK. We've got a German in the mix as well for Bianca. Bianca actually is from California, so I'll be curious to see if she's actually chosen Germany for that proper ranking or if she'll be sitting with a US ranking still. But those surfers won't be counting this event towards any of their points towards next year. They'll be waiting till the South American qualifiers, till the European qualifiers, in order to get their qualifications underway. As we see a nice ride here from our surfer in blue. Great footwork for Luluhia, and she's sitting on a couple of threes at the moment, looking to increase that score line and find a little bit of rhythm. And so, yeah, that's the clarification on qualification out of this. And then for a lot of those surfers that are here, Malibu kicks off on Tuesday. And so we've got finals tomorrow afternoon.
Yep, and they're straight down the coast.
Straight down the coast as soon as finals wrap. I pretty much guarantee you everyone will be trying to stay as close to Malibu as they can tomorrow night so that they can be in the water all day Sunday and Monday to get those warm-ups in.
That's right, because they might get 3 waves. No,
hopefully 4.
Maybe 4, and maybe they'll get the one section that doesn't have someone in the way somewhere. I mean, that's the thing that's always so wild about the warm-ups. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's lowers or, pipe. You rarely have someone in the way just because the wave doesn't really allow it. But so many of the places around the world that the events are at, Snapper or wherever, you're like, there's always people in the way, and the lines you surf are so different. Then once there's no one in the water, you're kind of like, wait, what? This wave, I can surf it the way I want? My line isn't determined by who's paddling up the face, taking off. Oh.
It is so different to, comparing to a soccer team going to warm up on the field before their games. They get that field to themselves, or at least half of it, half to the other team. But it's a very different playing field in surfing.
We love it. But that's the counter to that is that whatever other surfers can paddle up to whoever they want. They can paddle up to the Stephanie Gilmores. They can paddle up to Honolulu Bloomfield, to whoever, and say, hey, what's up? You can't do that in any other sport. You don't get a walk onto the soccer fields, the tennis court, the golf, game, whatever. So surfing, it's you get both sides of the coin.
As we see a little set rolling through here, and just to close out, no one having a look on that first wave, and now having a look on the second. Indy Hoffman sitting with priority, takes off on this nice little right, gets a 5-10 combo to start. Frothier section, nice engagement of the rail, and goes for that little rebound on the finish. Doesn't project out of that for a finishing turn, but got some work done on the outside. And our surfer in white is chasing a 3.35 for that score to take her into the advancing position. Current situation in the lineup, red is in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.5. Green in second with a 4.5 and a 3.7. But scores have just dropped through for last of white. It is a 4.25 for Indy Hoffman, and that takes her into second place. Knocks green Chloe Coleman into third. Chloe now chasing a 4.61 to get second. And Luluhia in blue is chasing a 4.56 to go from fourth into second.
I was wondering as she finished that wave and it didn't, she didn't get a ride out completely back towards the next section. I was like, oh, that's right on the fence maybe. So she got the score, the 4.25, and
that's right.
So Shannon, they're going to do a replay for the viewers at home of Indy's last wave. This was the work she got done. Beautiful, gets up there, cheat 5, then full 10, then 5 again. Beautiful cross-stepping. And it was right here where she got to walk back up mid to the range of the board and did that little stall kick, and it faded. But The work was done.
And could have been looking at maybe a 5 had she ridden out of that last maneuver, but got all that good work done with a smooth line all the way through, real seamless surfing, but as well as that good engaged 5 to 10 combination.
Yeah.
So I love that the judges rewarded that. And we're just down to 5 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red has first priority, green second priority, blue third priority, white fourth priority, and we've got 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the next heat can paddle out, and when you paddle out into the lineup, just stay well clear of our surfers in the water in the current heat, as we've got green up and riding.
Well, so Chloe on the blue board, regular foot. Oh, she goes down, and fortunately the board missed her right then. Those are always a little dangerous.
And blue up and riding right behind her, chasing a 4.56. And our surfer in green's got a pretty big swim now to get to her board on the inside.
That was one where it didn't go nose to the beach. It went rail to the side of the whitewash and just came all the way in. So that's the disadvantage of not wearing a leash. Doesn't happen very often that it goes all the way in like that.
Especially coming down to the last 5 minutes on the clock. You know, we're down to that 4-minute mark, and that board is just continuing all the way through. Now, one of the great things about riding leashless, which is why so many of the surfers will opt to, is that it just frees you up. It allows you to not have to think about possibly tripping over a leash. Not that that even really happens all that often, but it can. As we see surfer in red now up and riding out the back, using priority on this for Avalon. And nice bit of footwork, nice backhand nose ride. Trying to increase on a 5.5 as her backup score to make the requirement even higher on Indy Hoffman, who's currently chasing a 7.15. And scores in for last of blue. It's enough at a 5.4.
Wow.
Blue jumps into second, white now down into third. White, you are chasing a 5.11 to go from third into second. And last of green is not enough, just a 3.65 for Chloe. Chloe, you're chasing a 5.45. You have 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock to get back in the lineup.
Well, this pier is a little different than others. It doesn't have quite as much space underneath to paddle out under like you see at Huntington or Oceanside. You can use the pier, and under the pier, there's that eddy to get you out quicker. So, surfers, 3 minutes left in this heat. So not a lot of time to get back out in the lineup. Lulu Hia jumps up into second. Indy with priority.
And a great move from Lulu Hia, getting her highest score for that last ride.
And now, though, she's on the inside because she lost her board. So she's like, I want to get out there.
Oh, no, that's Chloe.
Oh, that's Chloe. And the
so
guy
Chloe also took off.
green.
It was the green and blue. Blue got the score. Green didn't get the score and also lost her board. So she's on the paddle back out. Looks like if she can make it past this set, then she'll be quite all right. And is chasing a 5.45 for our surfer in green.
It's the blue board reflecting off the green jersey, making it look green. Or blue. Anyway, yes, didn't get the score and lost the board, and time running out. Under 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes on the clock. Surfer in white with first priority, blue with second priority. White needing a 5.11 to advance, and there's a set rolling through. She has the priority on her side. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Green is almost out at backline once again. And white now, Indy Hoffman, quick steps to the nose, gets that hang 5, pedals back, and with ease, she'll go right behind Chloe Coleman, and she'll kick out. Blue now up and riding, though, got the 5 to 10 combination.
Ooh.
Now, is she going to complete this? And she does.
Oh, boy.
Looking to drop her 4.55. Now, for Indy, her wave's going to have to be better than her high score of a 4.85.
Well, a big exchange with all three surfers right there with a minute left, and you can see they all want to paddle back out quickly just to see what the score is. Will they get priority? Not a lot of time. So this one could unfold after the heat finishes. We will see there, Shannon. 43 seconds left, surfers. It's really down to the score for blue and white. So Indy got a 4.35 on her last wave. Her requirement was a 5.11 before that, so that doesn't change things for her. Now, well, our surfer in blue, Luluhia, could just get a better score, which it's indicating it is early. A 6.8 for Luluhia, jumps up into first. 10 seconds left. I'm going to count it out. Priorities with red. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Too much going on.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
And now with 4 new surfers in the water, we're already into heat number 4, nearly halfway through our women's opening round. And we've seen some great performances so far. Rachel Tilley, Sally Cohen taking out the wins, now alongside Luluhia, Bloomfield, Kane. And we've got a look now for this first set rolling through with a strong paddle from our surfer in white, Luella Pace, straight to the nose for a nice long stretched out hang 5. One of the longer nose rides that we've seen throughout today. And a great backhand re-entry to finish as well. Great bit of footwork through that middle third of the board, showing that control.
No, that's worse.
And under just 1 minute down on the clock, we've got a single score on the board for Lola Bleakley of Great Britain with a 1.00, and now waiting for Luella Pace to drop in her opening score.
I was just reflecting on the conditions Central Coast providing. A lot of times you get the wind and everything. Well, you know, there's a little puff out there, but generally, I don't even know what time it is. It's midday, mid-11, half 11, since we're entering Great Britain. No, not entering Great Britain. I meant introducing our surfer from Great Britain. It's half 11.
Half 11. So scores in for Luella Pace, surfer in white, a 4.5. To open up, a 4.5 for surfer in white. Now waiting for Sophia Collane and Sophia Arki to get their opening rides in red and blue. Then we got 3 of our surfers sitting right under the pier. Our 4th, putting some distance between herself and the rest of the pack off to that south peak of the contest lineup. And it's been a great day of surfing here for the 2022 Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, presented by the French Hospital Medical Center. Running for the next 3 days. We've got our WSL Longboard qualifying event here, the pro event, for the first 2 days, today and tomorrow, and then we'll be running the amateurs local fun event on the 2nd of October. And with 16 minutes on the clock, we've got a paddle now for Luella Pace. Already opened up with a 4.5, now up and riding for her second. Nice bit of footwork to start things off, carves it back in the section. And that wave's going so soft, but she's finding that trim line and goes down. Surfer in red now, Sophia Kalane, the Hawaiian. Great engagement of the rail after that opening section. Nice hang 5 coming out of the second as well. And a great use of variety. Finding that connection now all the way through to the inside section. And she gets that kick out. So an opener to come through for Sophia Kalane, and that puts Sophia Archie sitting out the back with priority in blue. Surfer in green, Lola Bleakley, sitting with priority, but all the way over on that south peak on her own. And scores through for last of white, Luella Pace, a 3.5. So surfer in white, you are sitting in the lead with a 4.5 and a 3.5. And first of red, Sophia Kalane, as she makes her way over this wave. Sophia, your opener, a 7.25. Opener of red, a 7.25. Sets her up with, I believe, the highest single score of the women's side of the draw so far. Puts her into that second place position. And in that last heat, we saw a brilliant comeback and performance from Luluhia, taking it through into the next round with Kelly.
Congratulations, Luluhia.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I haven't done a WSL event in a little while, so it felt good to take the win on my first heat.
Get all those cobwebs out?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so you're from Hawaii. Tell me a little bit about what it is to be here in California and up the coast a bit where it's a bit colder.
Yeah, it's definitely colder here. I'm like tingling right now. It's super fun. I love California. I've been coming out here a lot this year for events, so I'm glad I got to come out here again and do a WSL. It's really nice.
And you started out as a shortboarder but switched to longboarding. I think you said when you were about 9 years old. Yeah. Why stay with longboarding? What does it mean to you?
A lot of my family longboards. My grandpa is a really good longboarder. And I just felt better doing it, so I just stuck with it.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to our live coverage.
Thanks so much, Kelly, and great work to Luluhia. A brilliant performance out there, finding that comeback to take the win from being in a knockout position just before. And we've got some action in the lineup, as we can see. Lola Bleakley of the UK. Nice style coming through from the young 14-year-old who got the call-up as an alternate last night to find out that she had a spot in the contest. So stoked to see her get that call up and get the opportunity to perform here in California for the first time ever. Score coming through now for her last wave. And we've got a 2.65 for the opener of blue as white is now up and riding for our heat leader. Great footwork, nice stretched out hang 5. Nice control demonstrated, gets a quick tap to that tight 5 as well. And she'll fall out the back. Now Sophia Kalane, competitor on the World Longboard Tour for a number of years now, putting herself into a position where she will be taking the lead with the last score to drop through. She's already got a 7.25 that she opened up with. And scores in for last of green, a 2.10 for last of green. You're sitting in third place, chasing a 5.16 to get the advancing position. Surfer in blue using priority on this one. Quick steps to the nose, pedals back. Nice down carve under the lip. And that will leave our surfer in white at the top of the lineup as blue continues to demonstrate that clean footwork through the inside. Goes switch stance now as she comes through to the sand. Green now up and riding on a nice looking face, but it closes out in front of her and maintains so much control anyways. As we're waiting for scores to drop through across the board, Our surfer in red in the lead. You've just dropped in a 6.75. So surfer in red, Sophia Collane with a 7.25 and a 6.75. For those of you tuning in on the webcast, you'll see the last of red rolling through as the replay. Our surfer in white, your last score was a 4.85. You're now chasing a 9.15 to get the advancing position or the leading position. She's now up and riding for Luella Pace. Big carve, and she'll kick out. So surfer in white, you're sitting in second, chasing a 9.15 to take first. Scores to come through now for last of green, which won't factor into her top two for Lola Bleakley. And last of blue to come through for Sophia Archie will be her highest wave. We're just waiting for those scores to drop through. She's chasing a 6.70 to take the advancing position. Down to 10 minutes on the clock. Down to the halfway mark on this. As we see Sophia now up and riding. Our heat leader already with a 7.25 and a 6.75. Demonstrating so much control, getting that combination of great footwork, nose rides, and great turns thrown together. Making it look really fun here at Pismo this afternoon. We're about an hour and a half away from high tide, and we've seen those conditions continue to improve throughout the morning. All right, scores in for last of blue, a 4.65 for Sophia Archie. That has you sitting in third place, chasing a 4.71. As she has a look and decides not to go. White now up and riding, caught way behind the section. So she will decide to stick with this one. Gets a couple steps in here, and she'll kick out. Scores in for last of red, Sophia Collane, a 6.70. Last of red, a 6.70 does not factor into your top two, so your situation remains the same. And Luella Pace chasing still that 9.15 to take first at a second. Priority now sitting with surfer in blue, chasing a 4.71 to take the advancing position from third place into second. And surfer in green chasing a 7.25. to go from fourth into second. Green, you have second priority. And a huge thanks again to Surfing for Hope Foundation for hosting this year's Longboard Classic. For the first time ever, introducing the WSL Longboard Tour into the Surfing for Hope Classic. Surfing for Hope is a nonprofit organization that was created to help ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. In the San Luis Obispo County, they host free monthly surf camps for kids, along with an annual local longboard contest, now including a pro division and a memorial paddle out, all to put the spotlight to fight against cancer. Over the last 11 years, they've raised over $500,000 to help local families recover from all types of cancer. And you can find out more information at surfingforhope.org. And please consider donating to the cause, an amazing cause. And we're just so grateful for their support behind this event as well, and for raising more cancer awareness through the local community here in the San Luis Obispo area.
Yes, thank you to Surfing for Hope Foundation. It's so great. I mean, years in the running now that these events have built, and that now that we have the longboard event for the first time here in Pismo, this is wonderful. Down to the south.
as we have a great looking wave from Lola Bleakley, finding that rhythm that she's been looking for this entire heat. Excellent rail work combined with a great nose ride through that middle section. And that style really coming through from the young British competitor. She's chasing a 7.25 to take the lead. Sorry, to take the advancing position. This will easily be her best wave. And now set her up with some rhythm moving into the back 5.5 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, the high tide factoring in on that. She got green face all the way to the shore. So like you said, that was the wave she was looking for the whole heat.
All right, and scores in quickly. Lola Bleakley, a 4.15 for your last ride means you now only chase a 5.20. So requirement for Lola decreased to a 5.20 for green.
The sun is threatening. I see blue above the clouds. It wants to come out and grace us with its warmth.
That's a great thing because it's been so cold down here this morning.
I know, chilly. Well, we're just all soft and complaining. We're so used to the heat, right? We've had the long summer, the opposite of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's been
Summer
beautiful.
is staying, not winter's coming.
Great wave from Sophia Arki, chasing a 4.71.
Well, and so many waves on offer and great conditions for all competitors so far. And it seems like it's just kind of staying calm, which we love. I saw there's a ton of surfers on the north side getting all kinds of waves for their warm-up.
And we're down to the 5-minute mark. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, surfers. Ladies in the next heat can paddle out. Just make sure when you get out to the top of the lineup, if you're paddling out close to the pier, that you stay sitting inside the pier until the buzzer sounds. Otherwise, you may end up in the bottom of the priority rotation as your heat enters the water. We can only have those 4 surfers in the heat in that takeoff zone.
It's so weird after, growing up competing in amateur events here in Pismo and Morro Bay and Cayucas. Pismo for years was I never had good waves. And then every year I've done the commentary for these pro events, there's always been fun waves. It was just cold and gray. Maybe it was I don't even know what month they were in, but even one of the years Pete Townsend came and he was visiting, and that's when he was coaching the national team and all kinds of stuff. And he's like, I've never seen so many good waves. So something happened. The sand's good, and we've had it in fall and in winter and scored on both sides of the pier. So hooray to Pismo, because every time, super contestable.
Yeah, super contestable. And we've been thankful for this longboard event this weekend that swell hasn't come through too big. We don't want to see too many of those big closeouts out the back. We want to see these nice tapered walls rolling through to the inside with great combination sections, good critical nose riding sections as well.
Well, and there's been no shortage of that. I mean, every variety, heels over, toes over, 5 toes, 10 toes, every combination you can imagine. And, getting the validation from so many of the heat winners coming in their post-heat interviews saying, I didn't expect it to be this, and I'm having a great time, and it's so fun.
Down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red is in the lead and holding priority. Blue in second with second priority, chasing an 8-point ride to take first. Surfer in white has third priority, sitting in third place as well, chasing a 5.81 to get the advancing position for white. And Surfer in green with fourth priority, chasing a 6.50 to move from fourth up into the advancing position. And green's had that strategy throughout this entire heat for Lola Bleakley to stay well away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, maybe so. Either her solo. You never know if they're traveling with a coach, with a crew, or whatever. But yeah, her strategy: stick to the South Peak, and will she find the 6.50 she's looking for over there now, and in fourth priority? So it's a good thing she's away from everyone since she's at the lowest end with priority. 1.5 minutes left.
Lola traveling with her dad, Sam Bleakley. And they'll be heading down to Malibu after this. As we see, Surfer in blue, Sophia Arki, now up and riding. Gets that second nose ride. Great cross step cutback as well. Smooth and stylish bottom turn. And this is a really good looking wave. And now on the answer back on her own peak is Lola Bleakley. Gets that opening nose ride and a great forehand carve as well.
We haven't seen many of those. Earlier we were reflecting about, you know, certain power moves. That's the power move on the longboards, is that big tail stall cutback. In Huntington we saw it a lot because of the left into the pier, you know, kind of offers that, where they have to really jam on the tail. We are down to 40 seconds, Shannon. Where will this score go for Lola? Lots of scores to come in for everyone.
And for those surfers in the next heat, you need to stay south. Girls in the next heat, don't paddle into the contest zone yet. You need to stay to the south. Red now up and riding for Sophia Kalane, and we've got scores to come through for blue and white.
Wow, yeah, 15 seconds left, so it might be a case of me counting it out and then us reading the scores after. 10 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
I'll sing a song for tomorrow.
Well, I'll count the next one in and we'll recap. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we introduced heat number 5, round of 32 here. My tongue. Keleopa, right?
Keleopa'a.
Keleopa'a, the 2 A's. Brain. Oh my God, I got used to that at the U.S. Open and it went away. Blue.
Hallie Roar.
Yeah, go.
White, Liv Stokes. And green, Kelly Nicely.
Phonetic spelling, the Hawaiian, right?
Very phonetic spelling.
Every vowel is long.
So another solid heat rolling through. 2 surfers that have had some great World Tour experience for the Longboard World Tour. Khalees Keleopa'a currently sitting really high in the rankings with a great result out of the U.S. Open. Took out the win and has 5,000 points to her name heading into Malibu next week in that world title race alongside of Honolulu Bloomfield, who took out the first win of the event. So the 2 Hawaiians sitting on top.
Yeah, they went first and second, right? They went back to back. They just switched positions.
As we see Hallie Roar with a first opening ride. She's wearing the hood out there, feeling a little bit colder to be in the water here. And our surfer in red now up and riding, Khalees, the goofy foot, always looking for the lefts. So that's one thing we can identify with that selection of that South Peak today, is those surfers that are goofy foots, opting to sit there in this heat and in the last in Lola Bleakley. And Khalees Keleopa'a is just milking this wave all the way to the sand. Literally drags out in less than knee-high water.
Less than, yeah, how does the fin not hit before she even finished the wave?
And also got a lot of work done on that inside section. She had a nice clean face, a couple more nose rides. Liv Stokes now up and riding through the inside as well. And Hallie Roar, quick backhand attack, now goes for that switch stance approach. Beautiful little S-turn as she rolls through to the inside and bringing her own style into the game for sure. So a great exchange to kick things off.
All
Hallie finishes in the shoreline.
Yeah, all three surfers literally to the shore. And now out the back, Kelly on her opener. So all the surfers getting into the action here. And her wave going to reform all the way through. Will she find the green face at the end? Of course she will. Nice cheater 5. So now with 20-minute heats, the length of ride, it's going to be interesting what the surfers, how they strategize, because before they were cutting out halfway out in the lineup, quick paddle outs. Obviously, you ride all the way to the shore. Now it becomes, depending if there's a set, 1 minute to 3 minute paddle out. So it changes the value if you get the score. If they're adding a lot of points all the way through to the inside, we shall see.
As we wait for those scores to roll through, get a feeling for how the judges like that last of Khalees. Surfer in red is already out with priority. Now she found that left off the south peak, and now she's bolted straight for the right off the pier.
Well, yeah, show the judges both looks. Get the long left, get the long right.
Really smart competitor, young Khalees. As we got a better of the exchange will likely go to Khalees's favor, but so far we've got a 6.25 for opener of white. Liv Stokes with a 6.25 for your first ride. First of blue, Hallie Rohr with a 5.00. And we've got Khalees Kaleopa'a with a 5.25 for red's opening ride. And then for our surfer in green, Kelly Nicely, currently sitting in the lead with 2 scores of a 2.75 and a 3.40. Now paddling for her second ride is Liv Stokes.
Yep, we have a little view blockage there. Yeah, Liv Stokes, and she's going to find her way again. Oh, it looked like it cheated me. I thought she was going to find her way to the green face there. She took up on a mid-size knee-high wave and out the back in the red. Khalees making quick work. I mean, she just knows how to stand on the board, and then when she turns, it's so loose, effortless. It's like the board weighs a pound or something, when I know it doesn't. They're all the average weight of these longboards is all around in the 10-pound, right? 10-pound range, the weight or more.
Yeah.
How much
some of
they
those
weigh?
boards can be up to 15 pounds.
15. That's a lot more than 10.
Well, in that last heat, Sophia Kalane put on a great performance with a 14-point heat total, and Kelly has her now.
Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you so much. I just had so much fun out there.
Did you? How are you feeling?
A little bit cold because I'm not used to this weather, but I still had fun.
Not used to it because she's from Hawaii, but you've been spending some time in California. What have you been up to?
I had 3 contests this month and just contests back and back and having fun, I guess.
And then Malibu in a couple of days.
Yep, I'm excited. All my friends are here and I'm so excited.
What is it like to be here with all your fellow Hawaiians?
It's actually kind of weird because you see them at home and then you see them here, but it's really nice to have their company because you get a taste of home, especially if you haven't been home in a while. So,
absolutely, you get to go home soon. And is there anyone who you'd like to say hi to?
The whole Thomas family, Lala, Ahukai, Po'i, Kaika. Hello.
Congratulations again, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Back to our live coverage.
Well, we love it. We love the family goodness. Do you know what other contest was she doing before this? She said she had a bunch of events leading up here.
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I saw you waving, so I thought you might know. That's all good. Well, more scores in. Khalees gets a 5.10 on her last right. Hallie gets a 2.20 on her second wave. Liv gets a 3.45 on her second wave. So now all surfers with 2 waves. Situation, red in first, white in second, blue in third, green in fourth. Priority is green, red, white. So Kelly, you need a 4.30 to get into second and advancing, and Haley, you need a 2.70. 12 minutes and 45 seconds left.
And we've got a paddle here from our surfer in green. has been holding on to priority. She's chasing a 4.30 for green. Kelly, quick steps to the nose, pedals back, and has a lot of speed coming through that section. Maintaining lots of control as she comes through to the inside. And we can see some whales breaching out at backline. And just someone jumped so high out of the water.
Oh.
Just straight out in front of us.
Wow. 2 years ago, was it 2 years ago? I think there was 1 year with COVID that it wasn't on, but we had them literally, it felt like or looked like right at the end of the pier. They were so close in, breaching, what seemed like 200 yards off the beach. It was beautiful. Big bait balls. You could see the birds going, and the whales are just splashing right there. So there's a lot happening up here in the Central Coast. Lively ocean, so fun to be around. We had osprey and falcon and all kinds of other, birds hanging out.
And a beautiful carve from Khalees in the red, looking to increase on her score line. So Khalees, your high score is a 5.25 and a 5.10 for Surfer in red, a 5.25 and a 5.10. Has you currently sitting in first. Blue now with the paddle for Hallie. Quick steps, straight to the nose, quick hang 10 as well. That was a really challenging section to ride through. Nearly loses control, but somehow manages to stick it.
Yeah, that second section right before she rode out into the flats stood up so steep, and it looked like she might not control it. And like you said, she just quick footwork and walks out into the flats.
Now scores to come through, and it's a 5.40 for Last of Red. Last of Red, a 5.40 increases your lead. Surfer in white, you are down to third now. As Surfer in blue drops in a 4.10, jumps into second. So white in third, you have priority, sitting with a 4.25 and a 3.45, chasing a 4.86, as white's now having a paddle. Quick steps to the nose, and she goes down for Liv.
Yeah, she took off, you think, wondering, will I be able to get across this whole section? It went, and it was going to close down on her, so she did that sort of like, I'll run to the nose and faux pearl. The other type of kick out.
Yeah.
Poke the nose on purpose.
And just kick straight out. So Surfer in white, your high scores, a 4.25 and a 3.45. You're chasing a 4.86 to gain the advancing position. Surfer in blue, you dropped in a 4.10 for your last wave, which jumps you into second. And white paddling again. Now up and riding. Couple quick steps, real locked into that hang 5. You can see how far over her foot is over the nose. Great rail work as well from Liv Stokes. And now carving through to the inside, a little redirect, and she might have an opportunity for one more little nose ride through here. She's looking for it. Oh, gets that quick tap.
And jump.
And kicks out on the sand.
No broken fins, please. I remember that. It used to be like a symbol of how cool you were, was how ground down your fin was, because it meant you were riding waves all the way to the shore, and they'd slowly, now that's not quite as cool anymore. They're like, no, I like my fin to be my fin, not worn down.
Yeah. Definitely good to keep these boards in good condition, because we got another day of competition tomorrow.
And they're expensive.
They're very expensive. Longboard fins sit roughly in the range of about $100 per fin.
Perfect. Yeah, all fins. Fins have, but that's okay. That's a big part of the surfboard. There's so much craftsmanship that is going into the shape of the board, and then the fins and how it all works together. I mean, I know in my experience, and I'm sure you've had the same thing, you can have one board and change fins 5 times and the board rides horrible, great, completely different, whatever it is. So fins, major factor in what the board performs like.
Absolutely, they make such a big difference. Green now up and riding with a quick kick in and out. And last of white, Liv Stokes, your last score was a 4.05. That still has you sitting in third place. Liv, you are chasing a 4.86 to take the advancing position.
Yeah, some people, when they've asked, well, what's the deal? Why does it even make a difference? I'll say, maybe they have cars. I'm like, well, change the tires on your car. Put little tiny tires on your hot rod. How's it going to drive compared to the tires it's supposed to have? And they're like, oh, okay, I get it now. They feel the difference.
Makes a little bit of sense.
So we have beautiful waves, great surfing, and we're sitting here in Pismo, Central Coast, on the 30th of September, officially into fall. And what a way to lead into a world title about to happen on both sides of the draw for the men and the women. Not that all these surfers will be in that event, but a lot of the surfers coming up next week are here, which is great for this Surfing for Hope Foundation and WSL partnership kickoff inaugural event.
Yeah, it's great that this event has now come into that qualification conversation for next year's World Longboard Tour. So it's counting as a combined qualification event for the North American region and for the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. So those Hawaiian surfers and USA surfers will be gaining points towards next year's qualification for the World Longboard Tour. Hoping to see another event added into the calendar for this region as well, which will put a little bit of a race on. Better to have two events counting towards qualification than just the single event.
So where have you heard any early conversations of where the East Coast event might be?
No idea yet.
Okay, yeah, and not that I've heard anything, but it would always seem like that whole Montauk area would be such a good fit for a longboard event. There's a lot of just heritage of it there.
Down to 5 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock. And our surfer in red still sitting in the lead, hasn't increased on that 5.4, just a 3.20 for her last wave. And a paddle now for green, slicing across the face of this wave.
Well, we're down to 5.5 minutes, which means our disc will change. Fair heat, even heat. No one out of it, right? With Liv needing the 5.10, and, well, Kelly has the wave coming in, but needed a 5.95. So maybe with the high tide, the set's kind of backing off, so they're not having a problem getting back out, riding all the way to the shore.
Yeah, it does seem like there's less of those big closeouts that we were seeing earlier on. As we're down to 5 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes remaining. So those surfers in the next heat paddling out, when you get out to backline, please stay well clear of the contest lineup. We've had a few of those surfers sneak into the zone, and
naughty, naughty, naughty. That priority judge might scold you. So, Kelly, your last wave came in at a 3.75. So that wasn't enough. You're still looking for a 5.60. 4.5 minutes left. Priority is red, white, blue. Well, so we were wondering, or I was wondering, they're riding all the way in, but we haven't really seen that. And maybe the outside's not offering the potential for critical nose rides, so they're having to ride through because everyone's kind of remaining in that mid-range 5, mid-range 4, even though they're getting the cross steps, goofy foot, regular foot, all the way into the shore.
Yeah, it really matters, that critical section out the back. That's something the judges are taking, paying close attention to. Taking a look at this round that we're in for our opening women's round, the scores that we saw coming through for Sally Cohen in the 7s and Rachel Tilley in the 7s, they both had really good outside sections with critical nose rides to start, where you had to put all that risk and that commitment on. Now, if they fell on those opening nose rides on the set out the back, they risked the rest of the wave. That's where those points really are going to come from. I would say it's going to be impossible or very difficult to get a high score above those 5s just by taking off and riding it through on these inside sections, because the judges know that when those better scores come through, they have to have that room for that score to grow, seeing those big critical outside maneuvers. And then more points come from connecting it through, having that style flow grace, connecting through to the inside, but really wanting to see that commitment to the degree of difficulty coming into play as well.
And that's the beauty of surfing at all levels, or not all levels of who's good or bad, but just that the individual wave determines, and when we see perfection, it's just so apparent. You know they did it on the outside. The wave, for whatever reason, was different than all the other waves, offered up the perfect sections all the way through, and the next thing you know, they get an excellent score, and they're like, well, why can't I find that wave every time I take off? Well, that's because every single wave is different forever, even at the breaks that are exactly the same, even at the Slater wave pool. It's supposed to be the same, and waves are different. Did you do that? There was a longboard event there, right?
There was a longboard event there last year as part of the tour. I wasn't there for that event.
Okay.
I was just there for Malibu the following week.
Okay, but if you've been there, even though it's technically identical left, identical right, every one of them, even though they're so similar, are different. And so they just can't even manufacture a wave that's the same. So no waves are the same ever, and that's the playing field we work with.
And our surfer in red now up and riding under 4th priority. Cross steps to the nose, gets that hang 10, and holds on to it for a second. Great backhand re-entry as well. Nice and smooth. And keeping that rhythm in a great direction for Khalees. She's currently sitting in the lead. Now our surfer in green has 1st priority, white with 2nd priority, blue with 3rd priority. Surfer in white is chasing a 5.10, and surfer in green is chasing a 5.60. As surfer in red, Khalees kicks off in the sand once again.
And she turns around in 1st place with under a minute going, am I even going to paddle back out? Is it worth it? I don't know. Well, she is. She's motioning. She's got 50 seconds. Maybe it's just a mental thing. Paddle out. At least try to paddle out. Who knows?
And we got a good-looking score coming through for last of Khalees. Waiting for it from the judges now as green is up and riding. Perched on the nose. Little pedal back. And blue now up and riding as well. Now scores through for last of red, a 6.25 for last of Khalees, her highest score on the last wave. Does increase the requirement on Hallie Rohr now into the 6s. So Hallie and blue now finishing off on the inside, and white Liv Stokes with the opportunity as well, as we're down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to count it out here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, there we go, a photo finish, so a lot of scores to come in to conclude that.
All right, so this heat is underway with Maria Fernanda Reyes in red, Haley Otto in blue, Kira Silver in white, and Olivia Elderkin in green. Now blue took off on that quick wave, but that was before the buzzer, so for Haley Otto, that wave won't count. Red now up and riding. The Peruvian Maria Reyes, Mafa as we call her. And now white up and riding on a beautiful looking left. Kira Silver with some great footwork up and back, finds that little cheater 5, grabs the rail to try and finish out on the inside, as Maria also kicks off in the sand.
That's such a cool move when they're holding the rail up on the nose and the tail's wanting to slide. Oh, look at this beauty.
For our surfer in green, Olivia. Great looking ride to start things off with. Gets that nose ride, gets the kick out, and she'll look to put herself back into the lineup as well. And you can see that from some of those surfers that maybe are understanding where those bigger scores are coming through. Unless they have a really clean actual green face to connect on the inside with those reforms, it's maybe not worth sticking with just that whitewater all the way through. Unless they got some really significant work done out the back. Otherwise, you may as well kick out early, get back out there and get that priority quick.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. And whoop.
So priority now sitting with our surfer in blue. Blue's first wave did not count. It was up before the buzzer. So Haley Otto now up and riding on her first counting ride for this heat, and she'll kick out quickly as well. And we've got some scores that have dropped through. First of red, Maria Reyes, a 3.75 for first of red, a 3.75. A 2.75 for first of green. Olivia, your first ride, a 2.75. First of white, Kira Silver, just a 1.50. And waiting for that opener of Haley Otto as well. Surfer in white has first priority, blue second priority, and green third priority. And the whale is like right out here off the south end of the pier, right where those birds are at. If you're standing on the pier right now or down on the beach, you'll be able to see it popping out. It is coming, it's not doing that full breach, but it is coming so far out of the water, right behind our surfers.
That's so great. We love it. I love the sculpture right behind us. Did you see the whale sculpture? It's so good. I love what they've done. The redevelopment down here, the new pier, the kids park, the whole thing. And we're just staying at the best hotel, Vespara, right behind us. It is so nice. Thank you. Love their gym, love their food, love the pool setting. I go out there at sunrise and look at all these hills. I go there at sunset along with all the locals that come and walk the promenade and the pier, and it never fails. Beautiful setting.
It's a beautiful setting that we get to spend the weekend in. Thank you so much to the Vespera for putting us up throughout the next couple of days and giving us a great experience here in Pismo Beach. Haley Otto perfectly perched on that 5 to 10, long 10 combination, and she'll duck out. Little pencil dive. So scores to come through. To really start to see some separation in where our surfers are sitting in that score line. White now up and riding, Kira Silver. Just caught behind that section to start. And she'll kick out as well.
Well, this is your first time there. In the past, they always have a star chart that shows the sort of the constellations of the season, and there's a telescope. There used to be a telescope in every room so you could stargaze. It was really cool because that's part of it, you know, what they are. The resort name Bizarre signifies the evening star and pays tribute to the Chumash First Nation who inhabited this area of the coast.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
The whales like it as well. I just saw two come out at the same time.
They're dancing.
So small scores trickling through. 15 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Surfer in blue with first priority.
Well, and look at the sparkling peaks now. It is so nice to see. The sun took its time to get out here with us, but it decided to join the party too. And look, the pier's packed. I know that tomorrow there's going to be the cancer health fair. Oh, look, yeah, for those at home viewing, as Shannon was saying, the whales, they got the drone out over the whales. Bird's eye view of what's happening with our California gray whales migrating south down to Baja to Scammons Lagoon for the winter. We get all kinds. You get the migrating blue whales. You get the migrating the gray whales. You get the orcas kind of, you know, hanging out doing their thing.
So we've got some scores that have come through from the last exchange. 14 minutes on the clock. Maria Reyes in red sitting in the lead with a 4.15 and a 3.75 as your high scores. Your last was that 4.15. Surfer in green, Olivia, sitting with a 2.75 and a 2.60. Olivia, you are chasing a 5.15 to take first. Surfer in blue, Haley Otto, sitting in third with a 1.85 for the opener and just a 1.75. So judges deeming that last nose ride incomplete with the fall at the finish, which was a shame because that was an excellent 5 to 10 combination. Blue chasing a 3.5 now, and Kira Silver in white chasing a 3.85 as she's up and riding, looking for that advancing position. And she's going to put through some cross steps through to the inside for Kira. And in that last heat, we saw a great performance from the Hawaiian, Khalees Kaleopa'a, and she's with Kelly now.
All right, congratulations, Khalees, on that win.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
A bit cold now, but it was really fun, and I can't complain with the conditions that are on offer for today, so stoked.
We were just talking about how the sun came out for you, though, so warming up a bit.
I was so stoked because it was so cold before I paddled out.
Okay, so you just got to town, and Malibu is coming up in the next couple of days. Where will you be, or how will you spend your time from now till then?
We're actually going to head to Malibu right after this contest and just get some free surf time in, meet up with my dad and my brother, so we'll just be down there.
And who's here with you right now?
My mom, but then the rest of our crew from home, which is so awesome to have them here because it feels like home, so it's very special.
Well, congratulations again, and we'll see you later.
Thank you so much.
Back to our live coverage.
Thank you, Kelly, and congratulations. What a warm-up for Khalees, and yeah, literally a warm-up, and hopefully she warms up. It was great to see her take the victory at the U.S. Open over Bloomfield right then. I mean, what? They go 1-2 and 1-2 at the first 2 stops on the tour, and now they get to go to Malibu for double the points and see who can take it out. And wouldn't that be cool that Honolulu has the 2 world titles? Is it 2 or 3?
Honolulu has 3 now.
She has 3.
Took out her
that
third
was
world title last year.
That's right, at Malibu. So she has 3. And now Khalees is like, wait, I want mine. I want to jump in the ring too.
Yeah, Khalees was actually the front runner heading into that event last year. She had a great chance at winning the world title, or coming into the back 2 events of the tour, which was Surf Ranch and Malibu, and then Honolulu took out the lead coming out of Surf Ranch with the win there, as we see some waves being ridden here. And actually in those first 2 events, so it was Khalees and Honolulu in the finals for the U.S. Open, but it was Honolulu and Chloe Calmon, the Brazilian, in the finals in Sydney at Manly.
Oh, okay.
So Honolulu with the best 2 results so far with 2 final appearances. And it'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds at Malibu next week. And we've got a couple more scores that have trickled through, down to 11 minutes on the clock. Green finishing up now on the inside for Olivia Elderkin, still sitting in that second place position. And we've got scores to come through for all 4 surfers. Surfer in blue has first priority, Haley Otto with first priority, and white, Kira Silver with second priority.
Well, and that was Honolulu's 3rd last year at Malibu, and was that Joel's 3rd also?
That was also Joel's
third. So both of them get the 3rd. Obviously, Joel much more advanced in years, but still for him to come back and win, I mean, it was so epic.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, it was cool. I loved watching it. I think a lot of people, it gives hope. It's like when Kelly won Pipe, the first event of the year last year, this year, or the year just concluded. But really, at almost 50, 3 days before, and he wins.
Yeah.
So.
Incredible performances. Haley Otto.
Yeah.
Cruising through to the inside here. Some great footwork and getting the job done. Now she's got some work to do to put herself back into that advancing position. So chasing a 3.90 for Haley Otto. We're waiting for Haley's last score to come through. And scores in across the rest of the field. Maria Reyes has dropped in a 4.75. So last of red, a 4.75. Secures red in first. Green in second increases with a 3.00, so last of green, a 3. You're now chasing a 5.90 to take first. Surfer in white increased your heat total, white with a 2.75 for your last wave. You're looking for a 3.01 to take the advancing position. And last of blue for Haley Otto, a 2.55. Last to blue, a 2.55. So your requirement has lessened to a 3.20 to get the advancing position, as white is now up and riding with a couple of steps forward and then just lands on that back foot for that beautiful carve, finds that nose ride through the section, and is looking for one more opportunity. Great footwork and almost control, but just loses it on the finish.
Did she get a little greedy right there? She went for it, and she was only looking for the 3.01. So there's a good chance she might have done that work before that end section. We will see if Kira gets the score to go up into second from third. Oh.
Surfer in green now up and riding on her forehand for Olivia. She increased her heat total with that last wave, and she might be doing that again here. Great footwork. She already got some good use of the rail. She found a nice critical pocket through this inside for the nose ride as well. And she's looking to increase on a 2.75 to put more pressure on white and blue, both chasing scores in the 3-point range. Blue has first priority, red has second priority, and blue's having a look at this. Now she's having a bit of a struggle in this heat so far. One of the more experienced surfers in the lineup right now. Beautiful style, always perched on the hang 10, and finds a second one here. Is she going to be able to hold on to this? She's doing everything she possibly can. Goes down to that sitting position for a moment with that little lack of control, but she's up and riding on her feet once again, and she'll kick out. So she did get a couple of great nose rides out the back, and she's chasing just that 3.2.
So our Peruvian heat leader, left, right. Man, amazing that she could control the board in that little swing right there. Got to the nose a bunch on the outside or a few times, and she's now riding all the way through. And we're still waiting on Kira's last wave score in white to see if she was going to go up into second, but then Olivia got another wave. She did. So Kira, your last wave was a 3.65. That was enough. It put you up into second quickly, but then Olivia got a 4 on her last wave, so she jumped back into second. So now Kira with first priority, you need a 3.36 to get back into second.
And Haley Otto in fourth in blue is chasing a 4.45, and she gets it with a 5.5.
Whoa.
Last of blue, a 5.5. You're now into the advancing position and up and riding again to get all the work done possible. Great 5 to 10 combination twice and pedals back. So surfer in blue, your previous wave, a 5.5, takes you into second. Haley Otto now in second place. Surfer in green down into third. Green, you're chasing a 4.06 to get second. And surfer in white is now chasing a 4.41 to get second position.
Thank you. Wow, a lot of shuffle there with 5.5 minutes left, but the consistent part is Maria stays out in the lead, our Peruvian surfer. But this is now Kira using that priority. She doesn't want to be in the cellar and knows she only needs the 4.41. 5 minutes left.
And waiting for that last score of blue as well to see if she can increase on the 2.55 to make that requirement more difficult. Down to 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the next heat, you can paddle out. Just make sure you stay clear of the 4 women in the lineup. 12:19, and we're approaching that high tide mark at about 1 o'clock. And surfer in red now up and riding. Quick couple of steps. That wave might, it looks like she's going to be able to stick with it for a moment longer.
Wow, now Olivia, there is no end of action here, Shannon. So on her backhand, beautiful gliding cross steps. And again, that high tide, you can see where the wave kind of sets on top of the wave in front of it. Oh, beautiful. 10 back into it to cheater 5 to 10. So much quick work being done by Haley Otto, who jumped into the lead.
So Surfer in blue, your previous wave of 5.00 takes you into first. Current situation, blue in first, red in second, green in third, white in fourth. And we are waiting for scores to come through from that last exchange.
Well, thank you to Splash Cafe for just dropping off what looks like a beautiful tuna croissant sandwich and clam chowder, white chowder. Love Splash Cafe. They've been a supporter every year. So they're another great local business, always busy and jamming. Splash Cafe, thank you again for coming on to support Surfing for Hope Foundation and all these events and surfing itself. You can tell, Shannon, that this whole community, you know, really gets behind it. People come down, the boardwalk's busy in the evening, people with their dogs and their kids, and the beach is packed, and not a bad spot.
Great way to spend a Friday afternoon down here at the beach.
So come
We'll be
join
here
us.
all weekend as well. So situation, scores are in. And it remains with Surfer in blue in first. Your high score is a 5.5 and a 5.00. On your previous two waves, your last score, just a 4.75, does not factor into your top two. Surfer in red, you are now in second, chasing a 5.75 to take first. Green, you are chasing a 4.90 and unfortunately have a long swim in front of you to get that board off the sand. And our Surfer in white is chasing a 5.25 to gain the advancing position. Down to 2 minutes on the clock.
Wait.
And
Hey, you can't help with the board. I know that it's a good dynamic idea, very chivalrous, but the rules are the rules. No, I know.
so we cannot have any assistance when boards come into the inside. Those surfers have to come all the way to where that board is to be able to pick it up for future reference.
Other than a broken board, you can bring the board down to the shoreline or change the leash, but yep, no assisted paddle out.
Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Surfer in white has first priority, red second priority, and blue third priority.
The heart was in the right place, though, right?
Oh, great intention.
Yeah, that, you know, what do you do? Excited friend, somebody, we don't know, but we are down to under 1 minute, surfers. Haley in the lead, Maria in second, Olivia in third, needing that 4.90, and Kira with first priority in 48 seconds needs the 5.25. Oh, here we go, Kira. Will she have something to say about it? Oh, and she goes down.
Goes down on the big opportunity to chase down that 5.25. Now there's still 30 seconds on the clock. Olivia is scratching her way through, and she may be able to turn and get herself onto a wave, chasing a 4.90 for green to get that advancing position. And a quick in and out there from Maria.
15 seconds, so whatever, they all they have to do is let the hands leave the rail by 1 second and the wave will count. I'll look at the clock because I'm at 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, blue got up, our heat leader. So you have to say that's how it's gonna finish. Haley Otto and Maria Fernandez Reyes through into the next round.
Sing a song for tomorrow. Sing a song for tomorrow. A song that I sing and let it carry you through.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Haley Otto and Maria Mafa Fernanda Reyes advancing through into the next round from that previous heat. And our surfer in white, Mia McMahon, getting that first wave underway. Quick steps for Mason Schremer of Hawaii. Up to the nose, pedals back, bounces off the foam, and Mia finishing off on the inside. So a great exchange between those two, and now waiting for Nikki Miller to get her opening ride with a great looking set rolling through right now. She'll just be a little bit out of position for that right. As we take a look on the live webcast, the replay for Last of Red.
She just tucked right in. I liked how she dropped her shoulders, hung out, so stylish. Beautiful peaks on the outside. .4 for Blue on your first wave, a 4.0, and then Mason Schimmer looking like she might get somewhere in the high fives. Low six, a 6.25 for Mason.
Great start as Nikki Miller is up and riding on her opening ride. Beautiful footwork, up to the nose on her backhand. And redirecting through to the inside to see if she can find one more opportunity. Great trim line in that board as well under her feet. And scores through for that first exchange. Frankie Seeley in blue opens up with a 4-point ride. First of blue, a 4.00. First of white, Mia McMahon, a 5.50 for first of white. First of red was that 6.25 as the high mark of the heat. And now waiting for opener of first of green, Nikki Miller, to drop through. Surfer in red has first priority. Surfer in blue has second priority. And we've got about 17 minutes on the clock with some solid scores that have already dropped in.
Yeah, absolutely, with the 6.25 and a 5.5.
Nikki Miller drops in a 3.25, so first of green, a 3.25 puts you on the scoreboard. Red now up and riding as well. Great down carve under the section. And she'll kick out knowing she didn't quite get that long nose ride that she wanted at the start, so she's going to put herself back in position and not waste that time through to the inside.
Wow, was Haley Otto actually, that was the wetsuit? That looks like you'd be cold in that. Short legs, thin wetsuit.
20-minute heat, so you can kind of justify
Maybe.
it that way and go, all right, get in, get out quickly.
And the sun
Stay
was
free and relax.
Yeah, and the sun was coming out maybe.
Sun is shining now.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mason's last wave at 1.85. 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Priority with blue, then white. I love the camera work they're doing with the drone. It shows how calm and glassy it is. Well, we are going to go throw it down to Kelly and Haley Otto, our last heat winner.
Okay, congratulations, Haley.
Thank you.
Okay, you are one of the only athletes we've seen not wearing a full body wetsuit. How do your legs feel?
Well, not terrible. I honestly can't paddle in a full body wetsuit, so I decided to go for the shorty, and it definitely helped a lot.
And you've been here for a couple days. How is this wave for you?
It's totally different from anything I've surfed and anything I'm used to surfing, but it's really fun, and I've had a great time the past couple of days.
And then leading up to Malibu, will you head straight south from here?
So unfortunately, I'm not in the Malibu event, so I'll be heading home after. But
Back to Hawaii.
Yes.
Okay. And talk to us a little bit about your goals then.
Yeah, I'm hoping to requalify for the 2023 tour. It would be a dream of mine, and it's so fun to watch everyone surf out here. Everyone surfs amazing, and I'm so happy to be here, so thank you.
Congratulations, and back to our live coverage.
All right. Well, thank you, Kelly, and congratulations, Haley, moving in. So that's the goal, right? She's here with an intention is to, get these qualifying points. So she's, saying, hey, I want to requalify, and this is one of the steps that it's going to take. And you know what I haven't heard any one of the interviews say so far about why I'm here? To win the event. Not one. I'm waiting. I hope they have that intention. But maybe they've just been not asked that question. I don't know. So, and I found that interesting also that she said she can't get up in a full suit. So being from Hawaii, does it just restrict her movement in her legs? And she's like, no, it's just not my jam. I'm going for my short arm spring. But we've got a few more scores coming in. 14 minutes left. Currently, Mason Schrimmer out in the lead and possibly going to throw away the 1.85 on her last wave. Mia McMahon got a 3.30 on her second wave, jumped up into the lead quickly, and we're waiting on Nikki Miller's last wave, and now we have Mia McMahon on a set, finds her way to the nose 2 times, quick step work, just carrying the momentum with this whitewash, getting a few more cross steps, but that wave's not going to turn into another little green face section for her. So that, Mason, your last wave was a 5.25. So with that, you jumped back into the lead, backing up your 6.25. Mia, your last wave, a 4.20. Nikki, your last, a 3.35. So now everything is set and another surfer up. Red, Mason. She's carrying a lot of speed. Beautiful down carve. Lots of pressure off the tail, controlling the rail in that move. And Mason not quite finished after that down carve and the wave closing out. Found a little more bounty on the inside. So priority sits with blue out the back. 12 minutes and 10 seconds left in the heat. And scores coming in for 2 of our surfers. Blue, Frankie, up and riding on a gorgeous, sunny, almost offshore right-hand wave on her backhand. Float, beautiful floater, nice control. And now she'll look for this inside left. It's not so much a left, just a bit of a reform, but the energy pushes that way. So let's see, scores that came in. Nikki, that was a throwaway because she just cut in and out. So now we're waiting on this wave from Frankie because she took off, ladies and gentlemen, in the blue, needing a 5.70. Well, I'm going to get down with my liquid death water. I was introduced to liquid death here a few years ago, and I'm like, wow, these are wild. The whole thing, you read the back, the theme, And then I started seeing them everywhere. They're everywhere. And then I saw Super Bowl ads. And I'm like, unbelievable. Liquid death. Thank you for the hydration. Scores in. A 6.25 for Mason's last wave. So now she has a pair of 6.25s out in the lead. Frankie, your last wave, a 5.80. So you have a 4 and a 5.80. Mia in the white, a 5.5 and a 4.20. and Nikki a 3.25 and a 3.35. Red in first, blue in second, white in third. Mia sitting in third, you need a 4.31, and Nikki in fourth, you need a 6.45. Priority is green, then white, then red, in just under 10 minutes. All four surfers shoulder to shoulder over by the pier, as that's been a really consistent wave. This right just continues to offer up beautiful rides for all the surfers. So Green using her priority astutely. Oh, cheater, 5 after a beautiful 10 and 5 before. Graceful, beautiful, this wave giving her so much opportunity all the way through. Speed line on the inside, and will she ride out? She does, a little hands to the rail, so that was the wave she needed, a 6.45. And Mia behind her, so our third and fourth place surfers taking advantage of their priority situation, both getting good waves all the way through. Well, Nikki with the big requirement, the 6.45, but her wave, she carried so much board speed. No ride, red. Mason putting in the effort to catch that wave. Okay, Nikki's score almost in. All right, there we go, Nikki. A 5.90 on your last wave, a 5.90. You're still in fourth, needing a 3.90. Mia, your last wave was a 4.0, so didn't change your situation. You still looking for a 4.31 to get into second. Priority is with blue and then red. 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Well, a really beautiful wave there by Nikki. She needed the 6.25, I think it was.
Yeah, incredible, but chipped away at that requirement by so much. So now just chasing that 3.90 for Green means that she's right back in that running. She's got all the opportunity in front of her, and there's still 7 minutes on the clock. 7 minutes, 15 seconds to be exact. Frankie Seeley done well to get that 5.80 on the scoreboard as well. Sitting with priority now, she could be increasing on that 4-point ride to make that requirement even higher for Mia McMahon and for Nikki Miller. And Mason Schrimmer bookending her scoreline right now with those two 6.25s. She's got that low score of a 5.25 falling out of her score range, which would be a keeper for the rest of the field. With 6 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock. And we've got a paddle out the back. So paddles with no rides. Surfer in blue sitting with first priority, red with second priority, white in third priority, and green with fourth priority.
Well, this heat, all surfers getting in that 5 range, you know, each of them have the mid-range to high-range 5. So a real close battle between them all. So it's, yeah, will Mia or Nikki find those small requirements with a 4.3, 3.9 to get into second? Frankie with priority in the blue, holding on. All the surfers piled up together over there by the pier. We haven't seen any of the lefts going into the pier. They're just not even a factor with this west swell, as west is kind of off to the right of the pier towards the headland out that way. So the rights are the factor.
And a great exchange going on between our surfer in blue and surfer in red, between Frankie and Mason sitting with those top priorities heading into that. So now that opens up the door for both Mia and for Nikki to get themselves into position. White with first priority on her forehand. Couple of cross steps, finds that hang 5, and is looking for that moment to see if she's able to shift that weight forward into a hang 10. Can't quite get there, but nice extended hang 5 for Mia. A young surfer out of Oceanside, California, competing in her first WSL Tour event right here in Pismo today.
Nice. Well done.
So
well, that's exciting. And I was thinking, as she was riding that area, that was the deep spot, and the wave was really flat, so she had to stay in that cheater 5 to hold the weight properly to continue on the wave.
And Green up and riding with a great little soul arch quick hang 10 for Nikki Miller. She's looking to find that 3.90 to take the advancing position. That was a good nose right at the start. She's now putting in all that clean footwork through here to the inside. And she'll kick out clean. So we've got scores to come through for Green and White, as well as our surfer in red. Last of blue for Frankie Seeley was at 3.85, which is not enough to increase her second place position. So surfer in blue, you remain in second. And the requirements remain the same on third and fourth for White and Green, as scores are starting to trickle through now. Mason Schremer with another score rolling through that looks to be less than what her top 2 waves are at the moment. And scores in for last of White, Mia McMahon. It's a 4.30, so that does factor into your top 2, but it's not the requirement. You chase a 4.31 to take the advancing position.
It was so fractional. It was, what, is a 100th of a point, a 10th of a point? A 100th. 10th.
So close. They're
Yeah.
actually tied in the heat totals, but it was Frankie Seeley with the highest single wave score that would have taken the leading position. But none of that matters now, because Nikki Miller in green has just dropped in a 5-point ride. Last of Green, a 5-point ride, takes her into second. Frankie Seeley in blue down into third, and Mia McMahon down into fourth. So surfer in blue, you have second priority. You're now sitting in third place chasing a 5.11. And surfer in white, you have third priority chasing a 5.41 to go from fourth into second.
Nikki made quick work there with the 5.9 and then the 5, just back to back. And yeah, Mia just under, oh mercy. 4.30, the high and the low gets thrown out. Oh, we are down to under 2 minutes, surfers. Oh, here. Well, here we are, 1 minute and 35 seconds in the round of 32, heat number 7. Currently, Mason Schremer out in the lead. And Nikki Miller, who was down in third and fourth through the heat, she got herself to a 5 and a 5.9. She is in second now, so priority red, then blue. Frankie Seeley looking for the 5.11 to get up into advancing position. And then Mia. Mia in the white needs a 5.41, and she has third priority with a minute left, Shannon.
And she's paddled so far away from the rest of the pack to get some kind of distance. Red now with a quick kick in and out. Our heat leader uses priority on it. And now white has put herself in a position where if she can get herself onto a wave here, she's going to have an opportunity.
So she knows she needs a mid-range 5. She needs at least something, you know, waist plus high. Give her a little opportunity to run to the nose with 30 seconds left. Frankie with priority. Same situation.
Chasing decent scores, though, in that 5-point range means they definitely need to have a critical nose ride to start and then back it up with a completed turn with some other sort of work. as Mason is cruising through to the inside. And now with the opportunity, it's our surfer in white, Mia McMahon, gets that quick hang 10 on her backhand on that outside, and now cross-stepping through to the inside.
4, 3, 2, 1. Too many things happening here. 3 people up. Advancement on the line. So we're going to have to lock in a few of these scores, especially for Mia. Mason was already out in the lead. Will it be the 5.41 that Mia...
Gonna give you a reason to wake up believing. It's gonna be a good day, yeah. Gonna give you a reason to wake up believing. It's gonna be a good day, yeah.
All right, we got 20 minutes on the clock. Caitlin Mickelson, Tiki Willis, Malia Illigan, and Caroline Carpenter in the water. And now up and riding our surfer in green, Caroline Carpenter on her backhand. Goes for that stretch out hang 5. Doesn't quite get those toes wrapped fully over the nose, but some nice footwork as she finishes off on her opening ride. First wave of our surfer in blue does not factor in as she was up and riding before the buzzer.
Well, that's 2 heats in a row. Blue, they're antsy.
They're antsy and excited, ready to go. No priority established yet for red and white. White now up and riding on the inside section. Couple steps, sets that line. Gets to the hang 5 for Malia. Finds another 5. Little check S-turn to continue that line forward. Gets that quick combo for another nose ride on the inside. And lightning fast footwork as well. So scores to come through for first of white. First of green, just a 2.50 for first of green. And our surfer in red has priority over blue. So surfer in red with first priority, blue with second priority. And waiting for scores now to drop through for that first wave of white. Malia Illigan. And once we wrap up this heat, this is the final heat for our women's division today. We'll be rolling into men's round 2. And we've got our top seeded surfers coming up in the draw against those that battled through this morning. So the top 2 surfers in every heat will be their first time in the lineup here for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Pismo Beach this weekend. And a great score has just dropped in for first of Malia Illigan in white. A 5.75 for opener of white, a 5.75. And surfer in red has first priority, blue has second priority.
Well, Caitlin from Encinitas up here now. She'll be at Malibu too, won't she? Yeah, of course. She had I remember a really cool moment from the U.S. Open. I think she might have lost out. It was either the quarters or the semis, I'm not sure, and she came in and was kissing her baby on the beach. It was so cute. Well, Tiki Willis finding a gem. That thing going straight, but it just kept. Oh, sorry, that's blue. I looked at the monitor.
So Surfer in Blue finishing out on the inside. And getting her first wave ridden. So now Caitlin, the only surfer in the lineup, looking for a ride. Like you said, she's a young mother.
Mm-hmm.
Her little boy and her husband Niles down on the beach somewhere. I saw them walking around earlier today. Great surfing family.
When they bought their house, I did all the work. I painted the whole thing.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, I do that. Anyway, that's another. This is I moonlight. This is a hobby. That's my real job.
Well, it's a great hobby you have here to spend your weekends on the beach.
Yeah.
Oh, right. We've got some scores through. First of Tiki Willis in blue, a 4-point ride. First of blue, a 4.00. And second of white, a 4.50. So Surfer in white, you are in the lead. Your high scores, a 5.75 and a 4.50. First of green was just a 2.50. And now first of blue, that 4.00. Green now up and riding again for Caroline. Gets that nose right out the back. Nice clean footwork, and she'll kick out. So Caitlin being selective with wave choice right now.
She's sitting there. She knows that there's those pier rides she's been watching for the last bunch of heats.
All right, thanks guys. Congratulations on your heat win.
Thank you.
And we're just talking about how beautiful it is out there. Did you see any whales breach when you were out?
Not when I was out there, but like before my heat, I was watching the whales up on from the benches up there, and it was pretty cool.
Okay, so from Hawaii, currently living in Australia, how is it being in California?
It's really nice. I haven't been back too much to California since I moved a few years ago, so it's nice to like come back and surf some of the spots I kind of grew up like competing at. So it's really cool, and to see everybody again, it's good.
Have you spent much time this far north?
Not really. I've come up north a few times, but haven't surfed up this way too much. I've mostly spent time like at Malibu and like down south. But it's really cool up here. The waves are really fun, so that was good.
And we'll see you in Malibu in a few days. Yeah. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to our live coverage.
Great to hear from Mason taking out a heat win and getting that preparation. Back here in California, we're in a full suit. Coming out of Noosa, Australia at the moment is where she lives, on the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, not a bad place to relocate to.
Great place to be able to get some studies done for her.
Mm-hmm.
And Caitlin Mickelson got that first ride underway. Just a small score. But this heat is now set with Caroline dropping in a 3.00, so last of green, a 3-point ride. Has her sitting in second at the moment, with 13 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
It always surprises me how there's so many surfers that don't come up. They don't go past, Malibu or Ventura or Rincon. They're like, that's as far as I go. You're like, this is where it opens up and gets good.
The Central Coast is such a special place. It's so nice to be able to spend some time here this weekend. As we see green, Caroline. Really like Caroline's style. Great footwork. Just sneaking her way to that 5 to tight 5 combination.
Ooh, I like that. 5 to tight 5, yes.
You can see it go from that big stretched out 5 to then bringing those feet closer together.
Straight together. Well, when I was doing the U.S. Open with Buddy, we'll be seeing him surf later, actually, right? Bucky. I was asking him for all the terms, even though I'd done so many duct tape invitationals with Mitch, and anyway, getting the right terms, and there's so many different ones, and then everyone uses different ones. I'm like, well, where's the consistency here?
In different parts of the world, we'll refer to things in different ways.
Yeah.
But it's great to have this global surfing community back together this weekend here in Pismo Beach. And we will be, like you said, rolling into men's round 2, the round of 32, coming up after this.
Yeah, so straight against, this is, like you said, Heat 8 and into the seeded round, so to speak, which is exciting. So the talent's all here.
And Tiki Willis cruising through, finds that inside connection for that 5 to 10. And that was really beautiful. You can tell those tight hang 10s, really critical. White now up and riding behind her as well. And this is a really good battle. We've got some good scores coming through for all of our surfers, similar to that last heat.
Yep.
It was really tight. Everyone finding, you know, getting themselves a piece of the better waves as well. And Malia is currently sitting in the lead, kicks out on the inside. So surfer in green has first priority. Red has second priority. And waiting for scores to come through for white, blue, and red, and then we'll give a full situation update once we have those. And for those of you tuning in on the webcast, thanks so much for joining us. We're taking a look at the replay now for last of white for Malia Iligan. And great surfing. And then she finds that connection through to the inside. Nice, solid footwork.
It's such a difficult move. Picking up that board into that little bit of a section. Hey, surfers in the next heat, we are looking for Kaniala Stewart. I'm sure he's around because I saw him at Hoagie's last night getting a sandwich. He's just chilling, but he needs to check in is what the beach marshal says, but he knows. He's got time.
10 minutes on the clock. And we got a paddle now for red. Caitlin Mickelson currently chasing a 6.75 as scores have just come through from the panel.
Wow.
And a great combo. Great hang 10 through the inside.
So quick work. That'll get rid of the one. Now she's just building with 10 minutes left. She got the 3 on her last wave. She's going to throw away the 1.
Now scores
Waste no
through.
time.
And we've got a 6.15 for last of white. Malia, your last score, a 6.15, secures your lead. Last of blue, Tiki Willis, a 5.75, has you sitting in second. Caitlin Mickelson, as we see our surfer in green, just riding right past her. And our surfer in green is chasing a big score. So red, you are chasing a 6.20 to take second. And surfer in green, you are chasing a 6.75 to take second. White has first priority. Blue has second priority.
And Caitlin's second wave is in, a 3.55. So she's climbing the ladder from a 1 to a 3 to a 3.55. But that got her up into third. She's now looking for a 6.2. 8 minutes and 45 seconds left. Malia having a great heat with a 6.15 and a 5.75. And they can see the priority disc up here. Priorities white, blue, then red.
And Tiki Willis also building on that score line. She's only caught 2 waves, a 4 and a 5.75. So being selective, picking out the waves that are also going to facilitate a better score. She's sitting in second now at the moment in blue. And Caroline's chasing a 6.75 to take that advancing position out of fourth for our surfer in green.
You were saying the Mickelsons, Niles and Caitlin and their baby boy, but their young son. Good surfing family. It was cool because as I was doing all the stuff, they were moving into the new house. And she has all the longboards and Niles has all like wild short fishes and weird other craft.
Yeah, they ride very different types of surf crafts.
Yeah.
Caitlin's a great shortboarder as well, though.
Yes, and then they both surf pipes all the time.
Yeah. A very cool dynamic between those two as Caitlin's now up and riding. We've seen a flurry of action from our other girls in the lineup. And she's putting all that work in. Caitlin had a great result at the U.S. Open, a semifinal finish. So that has her in the running to win a world title.
I know.
Something she's been searching after for so many years on the World Longboard Tour for more than a decade.
What an amazing feeling, right? To be sitting in such a good position after such a, and the U.S. Open is a huge event. I mean, I don't know how many people they're anticipating being at Malibu. I mean, parking for one is just its own beast, but the U.S. Open can accommodate a lot of foot traffic, and there's 40, 50,000. There's a lot of people there, and so it's such a neat, unique venue for surfing.
It really is a unique venue for surfing, that's for sure.
I mean, so for a local to have such a great result in that kind of venue, plus since you had the Challenger Series men and women's going on at the same time, tons of energy.
Yeah, really solid performance there from Caitlin. Down to 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and we're waiting for scores now to come through for last of blue and last of red.
Wow, well, Tiki, the score's going to come in. It's going to be solid, and it's really going to put a lot of pressure on both Caitlin and Caroline, even though Caitlin has a wave coming in that is going to be her best wave, a 5.55 for Caitlin on her last wave, and a 7.25 for Tiki's last wave. So Caitlin went from needing a 5 or a 6, I forget what she needed before, but now she needs a 6.35. It changed too quick for me.
It did change quickly. Caitlin did well to build on her score line, but Tiki Willis built on hers as well. So Tiki now into first with that 7.25 and a 5.75. Malia Illigan sitting now in second with a 6.15 and a 5.75 as her high scores. Malia is chasing a 6.86 to take the win. Caitlin Mickelson down into third is chasing a 6.35 to take second, and Caroline Carpenter is down in fourth, now chasing a huge requirement of an 8.90 for green to get the advancing position as we hit the 5-minute mark. So 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the next heat, you're welcome to paddle out. Just stay well clear of the surfers in the lineup. And surfer in green has first priority, white with second priority, red with third priority, and blue with fourth priority. And if we see Caitlin Mickelson go down in this heat, this will be one of the biggest upsets that we've seen throughout today.
Yeah, definitely the high seed, right?
The high seed dropping out in that red jersey. But she's got an opportunity and a great looking wave in front of her. Under third priority though, and surfer in green has first priority, so Caitlin's gonna have to kick out behind her. Surfer in green cruising down the line on her backhand as well. So green had first priority and red had third priority going into that exchange.
It was tactical. I mean, even though Caroline's below Caitlin in the where they are in the heat position, and that was looking like it was going to be a great wave for Caitlin, and that's how the cookie crumbles. So she'll get back out there, regroup, but Tiki in first with first priority, Malia in second with second priority, and Caitlin, that's why you see her sitting off to the side and under them a little bit in case they can't scrape in on the bow. Oh my, but Malia out the back, racing across this section, committed big floater, and blue behind her on another set, but she's going to cut out. She's not going to go for the big floater. Will Malia increase her scoreline with that wave? Hard for me to tell because the outside she didn't get to do a lot of walking of the nose.
Yeah, it was a really impressive wave from Malia, though, as we've got scores to come through now. Caitlin up and riding, too. She's chasing a big score of at least a 6.35 at the moment. And nice little hit off the foam, but she'll go down. So that won't be the score that Caitlin's chasing. We do have scores coming through for all four surfers. At the moment, we have 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfer in blue has first priority. Blue is currently sitting in the lead with the high scores of a 7.25 and a 5.75. We are waiting for scores to come through, though, across the board. And the requirement on our surfer in white after that extended outside section with a couple of nose rides and finished off on the inside is a 6.86 for white to take the lead away from blue again. Down to 2 minutes on the clock, and Blue now up and riding again, using her priority on this one. 5 to 10 combo, and she'll pedal back and ride through incomplete, so that score won't factor in for her.
With just the minute and 40, can Caitlin get herself out there into position? She has a last wave. She's looking for the score. Second priority. You were saying that might be one of the bigger upsets, or the biggest upset so far.
Wearing that red jersey, being one of those front runners heading into Malibu with a potential to win a world title after her semifinal finish in Huntington Beach at the US Open for our surfer in red. And scores still starting to come through. It's just a 4.95 for Malia Illigan in white for that last wave, so that doesn't change her situation. She stays in second and doesn't increase the requirements on the rest of the field either. So the situation after that last exchange remains exactly the same, with Tiki Willis in blue in first, white in second, red in third, chasing a 6.35, and green in fourth, chasing an 8.9. Surfer in red has second priority. Surfer in green has first priority. With one more opportunity here on 30 seconds.
One more, not a lot of time. So Caitlin gets a wave at least. I like how she redirect. Nice cheater 5 there. Hard cutback, using the rail beautifully. The wave giving her some bonus sections, more toes on the nose. 10 seconds left. All the way through to the beach. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, she couldn't have asked for much more right before the buzzer. She got an opportunity. Will it come in at a 6.35? She utilized every inch of the wave. Had a lot of variety.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Straight into the men's round 2, the round of 32, with Coniella Stewart now up and riding. And gets that quick nose work. Nice control and speed coming through, adds in the drop knee.
Drop knee and that pump bottom turn that he puts. He got so much speed out of it. Whoa, 10. I love the drop knee. Drop knee, cross step to step off. It's all fluid in Coniella's world.
He's in the lineup now against Tommy Witt in blue, Richie Cravey in white, and Sean Lewis in green. So both Richie in white and Sean in green advanced through their heats earlier this morning for the men's round of 48, and have found themselves into round 2 with the heavy hitters in the draw.
Into the big round, into the seeded round.
Surfer in white now taking a paddle, and we've got 2 of our surfers opting to stay on that left peak, 2 of them opting to stay close to the pier off the right, and Richie on a wave that's not even really broken yet, already getting some great work done.
Well, I was wondering, I'm like, look at the beauty. I mean, how did he even catch it? Where did he find the wave?
Okay, the nose ride that we just saw from Tommy Witt was ridiculous.
It was in the foreground as I'm watching the screen. Incredible silhouette.
Perfectly composed, perfect placing, great graceful lift out of the nose ride. Runs back changes direction in that way, adds in that variety for the judging panel and maintain control. That was a really exciting way for Tommy to kick things off.
I wonder if I...
And now Priority sitting with Sean Lewis, waiting for him to get his opening ride under the pier. With 17 minutes on the clock, as we've got scores to come through for red, white, and blue. Blue having a paddle now on his second ride. Graceful footwork up to the nose. Just sticks there, goes for that quick 10 as well, maintains a lot of control out of the cheater 5 to hang 10. And great footwork as that board just stays right in the pocket of this wave. Incredibly fast footwork ability.
Beautiful surfing happening right in front of us. It's nice that the surfers are, the two surfers here, two surfers there. Lots of breathing room for us to watch, but the hardest part is they're all catching waves at the same time. Here we go, Sean Lewis with his first wave. He's gonna find his beautiful, he wants to get in the action, throw all 10 toes on top of the nose.
Well, this heat is well and truly underway with Richie Cravey ending off in the shallows after an incredible left-hand performance. Waiting for scores to come through for the first exchanges. And first score of red is in. Coniella, a 5.75 for your opening ride. You are now sitting with Priority. Surfer in red, a 5.75 for your opener. Still waiting for openers of blue, white, and green to drop through.
Wow, it's amazing to think that his wave was a 5.75. So the judge is just they're just holding the scale back because it was so much beautiful surfing happening. Same with Tommy Witt. We'll see where Richie Cravey, there's all these scores to come in. The nose ride you were talking about.
As we see Connie kicking out on the inside after another great wave.
So he's doing something that's just kind of unique. He's getting so much pump projection off of the longboard, off the bottom of the wave. He's actually gaining speed like a shortboard into the foam.
With that last heat, we saw Tiki Willis take out a big win. She's with Kelly now.
Yes, we're down here with Tiki. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you so much.
Can you tell us a little bit about, what are you really thinking about when you're out there? Are you just trying to stay relaxed, or what's going through your mind?
Just trying to stay relaxed and focused. The waves have been changing a lot over the past course of the few days, so kind of just trying to focus on where the waves are and how to get the best way possible for a good score.
And who are you here with?
I'm here with my dad and my boyfriend, Zach.
Nice. And you came over a couple days early. Have you been practicing mostly here at the pier?
I've been practicing mostly on the side that we're surfing on for like 2 or 3 days. It's been fun.
And what's next for you?
What's next? I think I'm going to go to Universal Studios and just relax and go watch my friends at Malibu.
There you go. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Well, a great performance from Tiki. And all that hard work paying off in the first few days, getting here a little bit earlier as well, getting that prep time of learning a new spot.
Beautiful, and she gets to enjoy things like Universal Studios and be a tourist afterwards and just have fun.
So fun, and then head down to Malibu to watch her friends with her hopes of qualifying for next year's World Tour. 13 minutes on the clock. And we've got scores that have started to roll through. So surfer in red, waiting for your last score to roll through. We got a paddle from our surfer in green now, up and riding.
Wow, yeah, sorry. So many scores coming in, and that's one of those few lefts that we've seen. Maybe the tide's come up enough that left towards the pier. We know that Richie Cravey got a 6.75 on his second wave. Kaniala got a 5.9 on his second wave. Waiting on Tommy Witt's wave, a 5.75. So this is pretty close stuff. And still 2 more waves to come in. 1 for green, for sure.
And Richie Cravey just going to town as he rides here on this wave. On the inside, he's already sitting on a great score line and looking to increase it as well, throwing in so much variety. Great footwork, great bit of tip time, and just demonstrating a crazy amount of control.
Where is he going to ride to?
He's literally in ankle-deep water right now.
If that, yeah. Tommy Witt, last wave, a 6.25. And now we have this score for Richie Cravey, but we'll just set the table. Tommy Witt is in the lead with a 5.75 and a 6.25. Kaniala is in second with a 5.75 and a 5.9. Richie has the 6.75 and a score to come in. And Sean Lewis, your last left, was a 3.60. So Tommy in first, Kaniala in second, Richie in third. And the score came in for White, a 4.35. So he is still in third, looking for a 4.9, and Sean is looking for a 7.40.
Okay, surfer in red with the paddle, sitting with priority and in second place. Locked on, hang 5 to start, goes for that perched hang 10. Great whip around on the tail as well. Maintains lots of control and flow moving forward, goes for the hang hills and runs back. Split peak out the back as well with blue and green having a look. And putting on a great show for us.
My gosh.
This opening heat of the round is just amazing so far.
It's on fire, Shannon. And I mean, yeah, we have a hard job because we can't talk quick enough and we can't cross-talk, and there's too many people. It's all surfing at once. The judges have 3 waves to score somehow. So athletic, Sean Lewis, with that, what looked like a layback fall, and he stood back up.
On the webcast, for those of you tuning in, we're taking a look at last of green with a great 5 to 10 combo, runs back off the nose as well. Gets a little bit wild on the finish.
That was what I was talking about. He was spinning so fast and came out of it and still pulled it off.
So down to 10 minutes on the clock. Surfer in white has first priority, red second priority, blue third priority, and green will end up with fourth priority. Surfer in blue is currently in the lead. Tommy Witt with a 5.75 and a 6.25. You are in first. Surfer in red, Kaniela Stewart with a 5.75 and a 5.9. You're sitting in second. Richie now up and riding again on another great looking nose ride. Coming in from deep behind the section. Cuts back into the pocket. Finds a hang 5 again. And just cruising forever into the shoreline.
Just incredible. They've found their magic spot over there because they can go on those long rights, the lefts this way. So much variety happening.
So surfer in white, we have a score to come through for you for Richie, but you're sitting on a 6.75 and a 4.35 at the moment in third. Green now up and riding, and red up and riding behind him. Green chasing a score to get the advancing position, but we'll see if Connie is able to increase that second place spot and make an even bigger requirement. At the moment, surfer in green, Sean Lewis is chasing a 7.00.
Well, you wonder with the wave that Richie just got down the beach where this will go, because he has the 6.75 in his score line, so he has the higher scores than Kaniala. Hard to keep up with it all, Shannon.
So last of blue for Tommy Witt, a 4.25, doesn't factor into his top 2. Surfer in blue, you're sitting with priority.
Whoa.
And you are currently in second because your second to last wave was a 6.25. And our surfer in red has just regained the lead. Coniella Stewart dropping in the first excellent score of the day. An 8-point ride goes to the Hawaiian. So surfer in red into first, white down to second. Last of white, a 6.05 for Richie Cravey. So surfer in white, you're in second, chasing a 7.16 to take the lead. Surfer in blue is chasing a 6.56 to take second from third. And surfer in green, sitting in fourth, needs an 8.15 to gain the advancing position.
Wow, what an exchange. Incredible. And Caniala didn't even ride that wave all the way through. He did all this incredible work on the outside and cut out early to go out and get a higher priority. And he got the 8.
Really good performance. Critical locked in nose ride, got that great change of direction, but kept that flow and that kind of that seamless transition moving forward without it being like a major change of direction. As we take a look at a split peak situation now between Richie and Tommy on the lefts and the rights respectively.
Jeez, and he hasn't left the nose the whole ride. Tommy was pretty much on the nose the entire left. Just amigos splitting peaks.
Amigos splitting peaks.
I don't know. They're in
like that.
Yeah.
That's it. This is a crazy one. So Sean Lewis is the only surfer in a pretty tough position right now. Our surfer in green is chasing an 8.15 to make it through into the next round. But it's a real battle right now for that second place position. Tight heat totals between blue and white. Last of blue for Tommy Witt, a 3.85 does not factor into the top 2. Waiting now for last of white to drop through.
Yeah, as a smaller left, that split peak, and but like I said, he stayed on the nose the entire wave from where he took off to right at the end, and then he regained it, and he got a 7, so he bettered his situation. Doesn't take first place, but what he did was put much more pressure on Tommy Witt that now needs a 7.5, and Sean Lewis now needs a 9.10, so pretty amazing heat we have in front of us here. Heat number 1, round of 32.
Impressive split peak situation. The favor going into that of surfer in white, Richie Cravey, with that 7-point ride dropping in. And we have just hit the 5-minute mark, so 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the next heat, you're welcome to take the lineup. Just stay well out of the way of our current surfers. And white now up and riding again on a happy lap coming through to the inside after he has taken a substantial second place position.
I like that. Yes, it is a happy lap. And he still has plenty of time on the clock. And wow, that was like a stall floater cross step combo. We've got red on the outside. Caniala, he is not going to lose position on the nose of his board. Ladies and gentlemen, that was, again, beautiful. We're just having fun, Shannon.
Yeah, this has been a great heat to call. Connie in the red jersey, dropping down so far the biggest score of the day, hitting that excellent range and kicking off in the shoreline where his friends will be paddling out into the next heat. Just gave a high five to Tosh Tudor, Joel's son in the red jersey.
Well, so I was thinking about it last night after I saw him at the sandwich shop, and I was reflecting. I mean, Joel had talked about him since he was a kid coming up, you know, and just always inviting him into the duct tape events. And then I think, were they in the final together at Malibu? Or did they have a heat sit in Sunshine Coast or something?
With Caniella?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've had some great heats against each other.
I think there was one where he was there more as like a ambassador and wasn't even supposed to surf, and then he kept advancing. He's like, I don't want to beat him. Like, I don't care. You know, I want him to have the torch.
Yeah, it's been amazing to be able to watch it just pass down to the next generation. And a 5.70 for the previous of Connie doesn't matter anymore because he's just dropped in an 8.75. Last of Red, an 8.75. Drops 2 excellent scores, finds himself with a 16.75 heat total, and now puts Surfer in White chasing a 9.75 to take the leading position. Last of White was a 5.75, doesn't factor into his top 2. And
whoa, we've got 2.5 minutes left, and here on the webcast they have a replay. This is it. So he went for the long cheater 5 and then just went up to the full 10, and then they kind of lost him, and then connect all the way through to high fives on the beach with Tosh Tudor, and well, that's what an 8.75 looks like at Pismo today.
that style, flow, and grace coming through in Connie surfing, and our surfer in blue, Tommy Witt on his forehand. Off on the right, he's now gone switch stance here on the inside for a moment. White now up and riding. White looking to increase on the 6.57 to make it even more difficult. But he's done a great job because the requirements on blue and green in 3rd and 4th place position, a 7.5 and a 9.1.
Yeah, up against the wall, so to speak. 1 minute and 30 left. Red with priority, green with second priority.
Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. And waiting for last of Tommy Witt to roll through. He's chasing a 7.50 in order to get that advancing position. Surfer in green now up and riding.
He's got under a minute, and he just wants to ride in with his chin up.
He's got great style. Really enjoyed watching him surf, but at the moment he's chasing a 9.10 to get the advancing position, and that's a tough ask.
That mountain is tough to climb.
30 seconds on the clock, and a set rolling through here. Score still to come through for last of Tommy Witt. Looks like it will be shy of the requirement, though, for a surfer in blue. With 20 seconds on the clock, will he have another opportunity? Still waiting for that average to drop in from the judges. And we've got a paddle now. Red with first priority over White. He's going to make sure in a strategic maneuver to hold on to that.
4, 3, 2, 1. Well, victory laps are coming on for Kaniala.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Sing a song for tomorrow. Sing a song for tomorrow.
Heat saw Kaniela Stewart in red take out a win with a 16.75 heat total. 2 excellent scores on the board for the Hawaiian. Richie Cravey walked through in second with a couple of great scores himself in the 13.75 heat total. Tommy Witt in third and Sean Lewis in fourth. As we see flying down the line, Steve McLean just has so much speed carrying with him on this opening ride.
He sure does.
My apologies, that was Chad Marshall in the green jersey. Steve sitting out the back in blue, waiting to catch his opening ride.
And is this Tosh down the beach?
Tosh down the beach in red on his forehand. The goofy foot.
Ooh.
Great carve back into the section. Gets another nose ride. And kicks out here.
Well, a nice, beautiful opener there for Tosh. How about how much power and flow in that down carve?
Steve McLean now up and riding, and he goes down on that opening ride.
All right, we got some scores coming in. Chad Marshall opened with a 4.50. Kai McPhillips a 5.5. We've got a score coming in for Tosh, and he's up on another wave. Beautiful knock knee. Oh, I love that cross step variance to 10. Getting the beautiful reform. And there's no more wave to ride. Tosh Tudor, a great result there at the U.S. Open at the Championship Tour event in Huntington earlier this summer. So he didn't go to Sydney. Gets into the second event, makes it into the quarterfinals, which was great because it put him in a good position, sitting 15th going into Malibu next week. Oh my, outside. A beauty, a screamer. Oh, Steve McLean heels to the nose, and he goes over. That looked painful. Sorry to laugh. It surprised me. But those things happen, getting so fancy with your feet, running up and down the board like that. So still the scores aren't in for Tosh's first wave, and he has a wave after that. But they are looking very healthy. All right, Tosh, your first score was a 6.75. Your first wave, a 6.75. Now the score is dropping in for your second left, which it looks better the first. A 7.75. So just like that, Tosh Tudor in under 5 minutes gets a 6.75 and a 7.75. Now we have scores coming in for Kai, Steve, and Chad. So Tosh sticking to his strategy of surf the lefts off the far bar. Priority is blue, white, green. And it looks like Tosh on his backhand down the beach, or is that? Oh, I can't even tell in the glare, excuse me. Time, 14 minutes and 20 seconds, surfers. 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Blue has first priority, green has second priority. Steve, your second wave was a 6.60. Kai, your second wave, a 4.0. And Chad, your second wave, a 4.5. Now we still have wave scores coming in for Tosh and for Kai. Tosh, your last wave, a 5.25, doesn't change anything. You're still in the lead. And Kai, the last wave for you is going to come in at a mid-range 3 or a high 2, something like that. So not factoring in. 13 and a half minutes. Red in first, white in second. Green in third, needs a 5.01. And blue with priority needs a 2.90. So Steve with a 6.60 with priority knows he only has the throwaway 0.90.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, so Tosh Tudor having a heat on his own down the beach.
Yeah.
He gets another right. So 2 on the forehand, 2 on the backhand. And he's having fun. Well, right as Tosh finishes that wave, we will throw it down to Connie Stewart and Kelly for the post-heat interview.
Yes, I'm here with Connie. Congratulations on that win.
Oh, thank you so much.
Very fun to watch you make our wave look beautiful. So you've been called the style master. What's your favorite maneuver?
Probably hanging 10. I think that's the
Doesn't
best
do
and
anything.
most
It's
favorite
weird.
that everyone likes a lot. So I like hanging 10.
And when you're out there, especially in this last heat, what's going on in your mind?
So if it's up
Not
like
much. I kind
that,
of just look out for all the good waves that come in and try and make sure I pick the waves perfectly. So
it's weird.
How are you feeling about Malibu?
So stoked. I can't wait. Hopefully there's a little waves for us, but yeah, I'm so ready.
Then she can't
Did your hair even get wet out there?
It looks like it's dry, but it's actually wet, and it takes a very long time to dry.
And what do you do? Any kind of ritual that you do before or after you surf?
No, nothing much. Just kind of just watch the waves, watch the heat before, kind of watch any mistakes or any good things that they do the heat before. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, congratulations, and we'll see you again soon.
All right. Aloha, guys.
Back to our live coverage.
Yeah, all the mahalo right there. Huh. We got some more scores dropping in, so let's see. Blue, your last wave of 4.70. Kai, your last wave of 4.3. And Tosh, your last wave of 6.15. So your first 2 waves, still your highest waves. Red in first, blue in second. So Steve McLean got the 4.7 and jumped into second. Green with first priority. Red with second priority. That's better. All right, we got Tosh Tudor up in the red on a sparkling left. And he's just ripping along, another carve down, very fluid. Carrying so much speed, and he comes unstuck right there where I ran out of view behind the pole. Now, all right. More scores to come in. Chad Marshall looking for a 6.80. Kai McPhillips looking for the 5.81. Tosh Tudor getting high scores. Nothing under a 5 so far. And we've got blue. We've got Steve McLean on the right. Beautiful cheater 5. Passes his competitor. Cross steps, and he cuts out of that. So he's trying to better his 4.70 here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We are into round 2, heat number 2. We just saw Connie Stewart put on a clinic, an 8 and an 8.75. So beautiful stuff there. Tosh Tudor opens with a 6.75 and then a 7.75. So priority is with white, then red. 8 minutes left. Chad Marshall really deep on that right. Can't get out onto the green face. Seven and a half minutes, surfers. Situation still the same. Kai with first priority needs a 5.81. And Chad, we're waiting on a score, but that's going to be a throwaway. You're still looking for a 6.80. We got the priority monitor up on the judges' tower, so the surfers can always check in. Kai McPhillips uses his priority, and he comes unstuck, so that won't help his cause right there. Now priority with Tosh. He doesn't have to do much other than surf and have fun. He's got a strong position out in the lead with 6 minutes left. Let's see, Kai came unstuck after his last wave, so that didn't factor in for him. Steve McLean still in second with a 6.0 and a 4.7. So our second place surfer over by the pier, Steve McLean on his forehand. Cheater 5. Oh, I love that cross step drop knee cut back. Feels so right. Gets himself up onto the nose, into the oncoming section, and gliding onto the shore. Beautiful drone angle for the viewers at home here. Kai McPhillips makes quick work of that wave, knows that that's not going to be maybe the 5.81 he was looking for. So this wave for blue, from the outside all the way through, great variety of moves for Steve. Could really up the ante on our third place and fourth place surfers. Nope, it's a 4.7, so it equals his other backup wave. So no change in the situation. Kai still looking for a 5.81, and Chad the 6.80. Under 4 minutes left. Ooh, nice redirect for Chad Marshall. Dig it, he's getting all swivelly on those bottom turns. He did some work. He had to kind of muscle over that midsection where it got backed off on him a lot. He was up on the nose, and he sort of had to do a little bit of a bounce on the nose of the board.
So waiting for that score for last of Chad Marshall to drop through. He's chasing a 6.80 to get himself into an advancing position with only 3 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. You know, we've got some great scores that have filtered through. And how beautiful are these conditions? Holding through the wind, staying so light as we're nearing that 2 o'clock mark. We're just off of the high tide as well. So we'll have that tide dropping out through the afternoon. And given the forecast that we expected maybe some of those bigger waves to be rolling through this weekend, it's really great that it's just stayed fun and rippable for longboarding today.
Oh, it's such a blessing. And yeah, again, every time I've been up here, we've had a few onshore days that in the afternoon, a little sea breeze, but more at Morro, Pismo's protected, kind of somehow tucked away.
So great. A strong paddle now from our surfer in blue, Steve McLean. Quick bit of footwork to start things off. Races up to the nose. Nice perched hang 5. That always feels really good. Goes for that foam hit as well. Little drop knee on the inside. Currently sitting in second and looking to see if he can increase on a 4.70. Now we do have the score in for last of green. Chad Marshall was just a 4.85 for last of green, so requirement remains the same. Sitting in fourth, chasing a 6.46. And scores to come through for now for last of blue. We'll see if that situation changes or the requirements change for third and fourth place. White and green at the moment, sitting in that 6-point range for their requirements.
Well, whoever's moving out of these this round is into the quarterfinals, so that's, we hadn't even mentioned that. They're straight into the quarters, so into 500 points and 450 or 445 points. And that's just for the regional qualifying side of things. It's not so much about the number and the points because it's all relative to the it's 1,000 or it's a 2,000 or a 3,000 or whatever. The points don't matter as long as all the same surfers are in the regional qualifiers, and it is what it is.
So green on another wave through to the inside. Red also up and riding, trimming down the line.
Long, beautiful trim.
Really long nose ride for Tosh Tudor. Already sitting with a couple of, well, the two highest scores, a 7.75 and a 6.75. White now up and riding again as well, as we're down to 45 seconds on the clock. And a big carve back into the section and taps the nose again for Kai McPhillips. Tries to go for the helicopter on the inside too. Down to 30 seconds on the clock, Jeff.
Yes, we haven't seen one of those today. We've seen the fin first takeoffs, but we haven't seen the intentional helicopter nose ride up into the foam. And 20 seconds left. Steven's last wave, a 5.15. Waiting on scores for everyone. 10 seconds left. I'll count it down, and we'll walk into the next heat and let you know. 4, 3, 2, 1.
It all
on that last second of that nose ride. Trimming through and demonstrating all that control as he comes through to the inside. So opener for Kevin Duvall still to roll through. And it's a 5.25. Opener of red, a 5.25. Sets him up in the lead. Surfer in white looks like he's going to have a look at that wave and decides not to go for tie. Opting to sit on a different peak than the rest of the pack. No priority established yet between blue, white, and green for the start of this heat.
This looks like a beauty of a left. Racing to the pier, Cheater 5, back to the middle of the board, carrying a ton of speed towards the pier. Down carves towards the piling. Will he go through? This is our first pier piling ride, and I've lost him. But the video cam has it through to the right, so he's on the north side. They don't get points for that, but it's drama, and we like it.
Super impressive, shooting the pier.
Shooting the pier. And this pier, the pilings are tighter.
They're so tight. It's terrifying.
Huntington, they're wide. Or, yeah, here they're pretty close.
So scores to come through from the first exchange. Blue now up and riding. Dane, quick footwork up to the nose. And he pedals back, now finding that trim line as he makes his way through to the inside. He's going to see if that wave will reform and decides to go for the big kick out. And if you're tuning in on the webcast, we're now taking a look at that first wave of Ty Roach in white. Got some nice work done out the back. Found that connection through and kicked out. So that score just going to come through in that low range, that 3-point range, but still waiting for it to average out from the judges. Waiting for last of Dane Purley as well. Nice exchange going down in front of us once again. Green just perched on the nose. Great cut back. And he's going to shoot through the pier as well.
The piers come into play. All right. Waiting on, yeah.
And in that last heat, we saw Tosh Tudor take out a great win with a 14.5 heat total, and he's with Kelly now.
Congratulations, Tosh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So what was your strategy out there?
Honestly, just sit down at that peak down the beach. Had like a nice little kind of A-frame to it, and there's a couple fun rides, a couple fun lefts. I was just stoked to have the kind of a little zone to myself, and kind of helped lower pressure because you're just kind of on your own and getting to pick whatever wave you want without battling anyone. So it's a good time. I was stoked.
So you're kind of the lone soldier out there, getting the lefts.
Kind of, yeah. But the right by the pier is good too. It just really depends on what the ocean wants to do. But I was stoked it worked with me. So yeah.
And thinking about Malibu in the next couple of days, what's on your mind there?
Hopefully to surf good. I don't know. I've always wanted to surf out there in a competition like that. So hopefully I do well. Yeah.
How do you warm up?
Wake up, eat something, go surf. That's warming up. I don't know.
All right. Well, thanks for your time, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right. Good one. I love it. Congrats, Tosh, on into the quarters, which is happening tomorrow. Classic stuff there. Everybody's thinking about Malibu. What about tomorrow and the quarters and the semis and this final?
Yeah, there's a lot on the line.
Why not just win this one and then go there?
Take a win out here, walk in
Right.
with some momentum. So these guys will be advancing through into the round of 16 and then pass that into the quarterfinals for the round 8.
It's like you got to be in the now, the present. Deepak Chopra would even tell you that.
Dane Furley up and riding again, and up and riding behind him, our surfer in green, Chad Biggs, currently sitting in the lead. Once these guys finish catching these waves, we'll give a full situation update to those out at backline. And Chad finishes off on the inside. So current situation, our surfer in white, Ty Roach, we're waiting for your second couple of scores to roll through. Your opener was a 3-point ride, and you have priority. We're still waiting for your last scores to roll through, but you're going to need a 4.21 white to move into the advancing position. Surfer in red, Kevin DeVault, you open up on a 5.25. You're back up just a 1.95. You're sitting in second priority and in third place at the moment. Surfer in blue, your opener just a 0.75, and you backed it up with a 3.60, now with another score to roll through. So Surfer in blue, Dane, a 3.60 at the moment. You're high, but another score to drop. And our surfer in red has just dropped in his backup score of a 5.25. So red, you've got two 5.25 scores on the board. You're sitting with second priority. So surfer in blue has third priority, surfer in red has second priority, and surfer in white has first priority. Scores are starting to come through now for the rest of the field. At the moment, it's Kevin DeVault in red sitting in first with two 5.25 scores. As we see Chad Biggs now up and riding, sitting in second. Great hang 10. Finds a little speed through the pocket as well. Maybe milks it for a little bit too long on the inside. So our surfer in green, Chad, you're sitting in second, chasing a 5.30 to take the lead. Green, you're in second. White now up and riding, quick in and out. Surfer in white, you are chasing a 5.21 to take the advancing position, as we see red up and riding again.
Man. With the glare, it's hard to tell, regular, goofy, how many spins they do.
Blue now up and riding. Dane is currently sitting in fourth position, chasing a big score. We'll give him that situation as he kicks out of this wave. But he's got a little bit more work to do here.
Oh, he's gonna milk every ounce of it. He's got more.
All right, so surfer in blue, Dane, you are currently chasing a 5.85 to take the advancing positions. Your two high scores right now are a 3.6 and a 3.85 before this last wave drops through. Surfer in white, your high scores are a 3 and a 4.50 for Ty. You have first priority and you're chasing a 5.21 to take the advancing position. Surfer in green has third priority. Chad Biggs, your high scores of 4.5 and a 5.20. You're chasing a 5.3 to take the lead away from red. And red is still sitting in the lead with those two fives as the high marks.
Woo. So much action and 10 minutes to go. So far, we've seen Kaniala and Tosh on into the quarterfinals. That will be tomorrow. We have the schedule. We have the schedule. I saw the schedule. So between men's and women's, we know what's happening tomorrow. There we go. So we're going to start off with women's in the morning, finishing or going into that round 2. Oh, wait. Well,
We are currently in round 2 for the men, the round of 32. We've got a round of 16 tomorrow. Those surfers will then advance from the round of 16 into the quarterfinals for the round 8. And then into the semifinals, which are
That's what it is.
2-man final.
That's what I
sorry,
was-
2-man semifinals.
I misread it, thinking 4 all the way or something, but it switches to 2 at the semis.
At the semifinals, we will have head-to-head competition on the men's and women's side of the draw. Up until then, we've got 4 surfers in each heat, running through the round of 16 and the round of 8. And we've had the same thing on the women's side of the draw. So tomorrow it will be the women's round 8 opening up the day. As we see our surfer in blue now up and riding. And Dane goes down. So tomorrow morning we'll start out with our women's round 2, followed by men's round, and then back and forth between men's and women's for the rest of the day through to the finals.
Action, action, action. Here we go, White. Ty Roach on his forehand, going left. Again, onto the nose, reverses it. The way he reversed into the going right, that was brilliant. Some of this stuff I'm just appreciating. I don't know if it's stuff that goes into the scoreline per se, but angles of attack, so to speak, and being efficient. So, Shannon, you were down at the lowers event for the finals. Did the right winners win? Were you excited? Were you happy? I was so psyched for Steph. I was really happy for Felipe Toledo. Personally, I was like, yes.
Yeah, that was a very exciting day of professional surfing. Stoked to see Steph walk away with an 8th world title. Thought it was incredible, her run through that day to take out that event. I thought she was untouchable on finals day.
After the bobble, the first heat bobble.
That's right.
The cymbals crash, and she didn't look back.
And a
Whoa.
huge backhand reentry for Chad DeVault, already sitting in the lead. Got some work done before that Rio on the finish.
There was a lot of board in the lip there going fast.
So fast, so much speed, and finding this little inside connection as well, demonstrating those drop knee cutbacks, getting another hang 5, and he'll tap out. Down to 6 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes left, and here's this floater. If you're watching online, I mean, that was like a more of a proper shortboard floater. The way he carried so much speed, got the bottom of the board up in the lip. Beauty. 6.5 minutes left, and the score is going to drop in and reflect something good, looking like it'll be his best wave.
So he's currently sitting in the lead. Surfer in green sitting in second at the moment, chasing a 5.30, but that's about to change as we're waiting for a last of red to drop through.
Here we go. We see Ty Roach on his forehand down the beach, looking for those lefts like Tosh. He's just stuck on the nose, and why not? Nice pivot. So much power in that carve. And once again, back up into the nose with a combination of cheater 5s and
a paddle here from surfer in green under second priority. Blue has first priority right now. Green up and riding now, chasing a 6.30. Great footwork, engages the rail well, and he's looking for that last moment in that trim line to finish off onto the inside.
it's so impressive, Shannon, when they power a turn and actually throw a big old fan, a rooster tail, off the tail of a longboard. That takes some serious strength. Oh, on the outside, in the blue, big, beautiful, flowing down carve after getting up into the nose, passes his competitor. What's that stance called? I like that with the parallel sort of squat stance.
Yeah, it
the
does
sumo.
look cool when you're just facing straight forward.
Yeah.
And he's going to kick out here. Or not even. He's going to go for one more nose ride.
I
Maybe
was-
his fin hit on that one.
Will he cut out?
All right,
Will
so
he?
4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We're down below that 5-minute mark. Surfer in red has first priority. Surfer in white has second priority. We have scores to come through now for green and for blue. Surfer in green, your last score for Chad of 4.85. That moves into your top 2 but does not make your requirement. Green, you need a 6.30 to go from second into first. Surfer in blue, we're waiting for your score to drop through now. Blue is chasing a 5.90 to take the advancing position as he paddles out under the pier. And white now up and riding, chasing a 5.55. With a big nose ride to power jam as he comes through to the inside for Ty Roach. And gets that cut back, another nose ride here. And we've got scores that have come through now. Last of blue for Dane Purley, a 6.60, jumps into second position. Forces green down into third. Green is now chasing a 5.56 to take the advancing position. And white now has the requirement of a 6.26 on the board with a score to drop.
Well, that's what I was thinking, that it was sort of stagnant. It was all sitting there. Then he broke it open, got the score, comes through. Is it?
Green up and riding, chasing that 5.56. Getting a lot of work done on this wave.
Well, with 2 minutes and 45 seconds, that's all he can do. Boy, sometimes it's so hard to see the difference between blue and green when I look out. Sorry if we make a mistake. Right now, though, Chad took off on that wave looking for a 5.56, like he said. Ty Roach needs a 6.26. Priority is with our heat leader, and second priority with our second place surfer.
So scores are all in across the board, and situation remains with red in first, blue second, green third, and white fourth. Red is now up and riding, looking to increase on a 6.25 and a 5.25 as he's flying down the line. Beautiful surfing so far on this wave. Goes for that little drop knee.
Well,
Redirects on the inside as well.
and it was beautiful nose ride to speedy floater before all this inside work has been accomplished. So he's just bettering his situation. That's just a comfortable position when you're in first in the dying minutes, getting a wave that could better your score line.
Down to 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. Surfer in blue has first priority. Surfer in white has second priority. Surfer in green, you're in third place, chasing a 5.56 to take the advancing position. Green, your last wave was a 3.10. It does not factor into your top two. Surfer in white, you're chasing a 6.26 to get the advancing position. And red has just increased the lead with a 6.20, dropping for the last wave of Kevin DeVault. And he increases the requirement on second place. Green now up and riding with less than a minute on the board. And he goes down, so he won't get the 5.56 that he was chasing. Now can Surfer in blue, Dane, increase that advancing roll and find the 5.85 he needs to take the win.
So we got the Hail Mary on the backhand re-entry, so to speak, that he came unstuck, but now will Dane just continue to hold that position, right? That's blue.
Running through all the way on the sand. We've got Dane's wife and daughters there on the beach cheering him on as he comes through for the finish.
That's the way to finish,
And
Daddy.
down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
I'll sing a song for tomorrow. Sing a song for tomorrow.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Alrighty, everybody in this heat, in the red, Tony Silvani in the blue, Tommy Coleman in the white, Dorian Quesada Torres, and in the green, Brendan White. So we saw Dorian take the heat win earlier. Way south with Brendan White. White wearing the green. He finds one of these long lefts, a smaller left. I like how he's on the nose, just arching. But he had to drop back to the middle of the board.
Surfer in white, Dorian, also got a great combo out the back to kick off his campaign. So scores to come through for Dorian and Brendan in white and green, waiting for Tony Silvani and Tommy Coleman to get their opening rides in red and blue. And they are hugging that little pier zone.
I know, I couldn't even see them. They're hidden over there behind the pier. I do like how the longboard jerseys are the classic, the vest, or the tank top, so to speak, a throwback.
The longboard jerseys have been like that for the last maybe 4 years. I think since the 2019 season at least.
I know, it's good. I got one signed after the US Open, so I've got one in my garage, a white one. I like it.
A good score coming through now for the opening exchange. Green getting the better of it as we wait for that average to roll through. First of white, a 4.75 for first of white. Red now up and riding for Tony Silvani.
Well, he's just found himself a beautiful wave, Shannon, carrying. There's something about that right. It pushes. Everyone that gets that right seems to be going and carrying so much speed.
It is a really good section if they find the right wave, especially if it looks like it's tapering off, because it tends to hit that reform and stand up really well. Where those bigger ones tend to have that closeout section, and you can see it from a mile away that it's going to be a closeout.
Yep.
White now up and riding on his second ride. 5 to 10, that was a nice critical nose ride to start. Has that steep line down to make it back to the bottom of the wave, and he'll kick out. So surfer in white, Dorian, your opening ride was a 4.75. Waiting for a second score now. Tommy Coleman up and riding on his opening ride as well in blue. And surfer in green, your opening wave was a 6.00. First of green, a 6.00. Has you sitting in second place. And first of red, Tony Silvani, a 6.60. First of red, a 6.60. Has you in the lead. And now waiting for scores to come through for white and blue. Surfer in green has first priority, red was second, and red is up and riding.
This is the nice oh, he's riding, and there's a replay for the viewers at home. So so much going on. Beautiful setup turn. I love how on the wave, the replay that was online, he took off and faded left, and then got that. There's something about that sweeping back setup carve that everybody seems to just have the fluid motion to run up to the nose. So Tony will have the backup wave here, but he came unstuck on it.
And we've got green way down at the other end of the peak as we take a look at this replay on the webcast for last of red for Tony Silvani. For those of you tuning in online, thanks so much for watching this year's Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic here in Pismo Beach.
Well, it's a bummer because he had 2 beautiful hang 10 full-on rides, and then somehow it just hit a bump. But he was on his way to another great score, backing up the 6, which he will, but not that type of score.
So scores to come through now for red, green, and blue. Surfer in white, your backup score came through as a 4.65. Last of white, a 4.65. You're currently sitting in the lead, but scores to drop for your other competitors. Tommy Coleman in blue opened up on a 3.95. First of blue, a 3.95. Waiting now for last of red and last of green. Surfer in white has first priority, red second priority, blue third priority, and green fourth priority. And scores in for last of red, Tony Silvani, it's a 5.5. That takes you into the lead. So Surfer in red sitting on a 6.6 and a 5.5 in first. And scores in for last of green, just a 2.90. Second of green, a 2.9. Green is chasing a 3.4 to go from third into second. And blue is chasing a 5.45 to go from fourth into second.
And did you mention that Tony got the 5.5? Even though, you know, he came unstuck at the end, that could have gone much higher with those 2 beautiful full 10 rides.
Right, he would have been looking at a really solid score if he'd been able to complete it.
Yeah, and blue completing his ride. I like that. One-footed. That was accidental, of course, but he maintained it well. That's another one of those non-functional, but I think they're such cool moves. The push, the skateboard move, you know, whatever. The longboard push. They don't score them, but they just look good.
It is really cool to see that sort of thing coming into play.
Yep. It doesn't, I don't know, because it doesn't have to be so serious, right? People can have fun, add their flavor, add their flair.
Definitely. Red now up and riding again. Tony finds the 10. Look at how tight that 10 is, too. That I should have started counting from the start. He was just on there for so long.
Back to back.
That was pretty special. We'll see where this goes. And he was going like just this tempo that never changed.
So Tony finishing off on the inside, and in that last heat, we saw Kevin DeVald get a great heat total of a 12.45, and he's through to the next round.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I am doing well.
New Jersey.
Little accent.
Yes, very heavy South Jersey accent. Yeah, I get that a lot. A lot of people want me to say water or is it water? They'll have me interpret it.
Which one is it?
Water.
So compared to your home break on the East Coast, anything surprise you about our wave?
I mean, I've surfed California a bunch, a lot in Oceanside and San Diego. I really love that Pismo doesn't have a crowd. I mean, so I think I want to come back here and surf because I'm so used to like San Diego area and you go out surfing, there's a million guys out here. You can kind of surf anywhere and score some fun waves. So
don't tell anyone. No.
It's like that in New Jersey too. So yeah, all winter we're out. Yeah.
Okay, and who's here with you?
My wife, Nicole. Yeah, she likes the perks of getting to travel with me. So it's a good thing.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Mom. I gotta say hi, Mom. Mom, love you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Kevin and that South Jersey accent coming through here in Pismo Beach this afternoon. White now up and riding. And some great surfing coming through from Dorian so far. Now we've got scores to come through, Jeff, across the board for all 4 surfers.
Yeah, I know. I see them all coming. And there's some are dropping, lots of high scores. So
lots of high
that's
scores.
why it took so long, surfers, because you're surfing so great, the judges don't know where to go.
All right, score in for last of blue, a 4.65 for last of blue. You're currently sitting in 4th, chasing a 5.10. Scores in for last of green, Brendan White, a 7.10 for last of green, a 7.10. Last of red, Tony Silvani, a 6.70 for last of red. And still waiting for last of white to roll through, but it doesn't look like it'll factor into his top two. So red in first, green in second, white in third, and blue in fourth. Both white and blue are now chasing requirements in the 8-point range to take the advancing position.
Wow, they are up against it. That is hard stuff. So with 10 minutes left, Shannon, the strategy would be to build and build, right? To get the, just up the requirement. I mean, we've seen 1.875 and 1.8 today in Conniala Stewart's 2 rides. So sky's the limit, but that's a tough thing to achieve. And it'll take a special wave.
Special wave and some really good surfing.
Some very excellent, well, that's what I call it, the excellent range.
Some excellent surfing.
Rider up. We've got blue. We've got Tommy Coleman. Oh, he goes backwards and he goes over. That was an expressive dismount.
Tony now up and riding. Great 5, big S turn, and back to the 5, and another finish off the lip. White up and riding in the back. Tony is just having a heyday out here.
Yeah, red.
At Pismo. He had a couple great waves last night in the evening surf as well. And growing up in North Carolina.
He's vibing
From
with
the West
Pismo.
Coast, sorry, the East Coast. He's vibing with it. The beach break setups here. So surfer in green has first priority, white second priority. Sorry, white third priority, blue second priority. So green first priority, blue second priority. And all scores are in. Last of red, a 5.25 does not factor into your top two. So situation remains the same with Tony Silvani in the lead, Brendan White in second. Dorian Torres chasing an 8.10. Now up and riding, Tommy Coleman chasing an 8.45 and tries to stick that nose ride from deep behind the section. That was always going to be a challenge, see if he could ride out of it.
Will you be surfing again this evening, Shannon?
Oh, I don't know. I'm so cold up here. Taking a walk outside of the truck here. It's a little bit warmer. You can see people walking around in t-shirts. It's amazing.
That's what
It is so cold where we're sitting.
I keep looking at people going, wait, what's
Yeah.
happening out there? I'm cold.
It's like balmy outside now, but not where we're at.
No, it's a focused cold.
The surf does look pretty inviting right now.
Yeah, and you'd warm up instantly. And then there is the jacuzzi afterwards at the beautiful Vespara where we're staying down the beach. Oh my gosh, I wish I could see.
Green up and riding way down the
Thank
beach.
you.
And putting together an excellent display of good footwork, of creativity and variety for the judges as he trims through to the inside. Went for that long hang heels as well. Controlled it coming off. And he's currently sitting in that second place position. Looking to increase on a 6-point ride to put more pressure on the field below him. But the pressure's pretty heavy already with third and fourth place chasing waves in the 8-point range. Tony Silvani now up and riding again.
It's such a big playing field, so to look from left to right, Tony behind the pier, big gouging forehand wrap on a longboard. Nice complete floater. So a quick up and out for Tommy Coleman. So Tommy Coleman looking for the 8.5 and, well, priority with Dorian. That looks like a quick up and out for him. So Green's wave came in at a 4. Nothing changed on his left down the beach, Shannon, and blew up again. So many waves here for Blue.
Tommy's chasing a big score of an 8.45.
Had a little awkward fall. Looks like the rail got him in the under the chin. It is cold.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the lineup, 5 minutes remaining. Next heat, feel free to paddle out for heat number 5 of the day. And white goes down out the back. So after this, we've just got 4 more heats to round it out.
Can you believe it? 4 more heats. We'll be blue by then. we won't survive. So there's something going on with the bump because there's been a few people falling where they're up in that really nice position, and then I don't know, the rail gets bitten and they fall off.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of that wind has kicked in. You can see the texture on the surface of the water now as well. Red just making it look really easy.
Yeah,
here at
exactly.
Pismo.
He was here to prove us wrong, but maybe there was a wave or two before that wave that cleaned up the surface, and the drone angle that I got to watch on the webcast was so nice.
You know what's so impressive about Tony right now is that his high scores are a 6.6 and a 6.7 for Surfer in Red. We got another score to drop in now, but the scores that he's dropping are all great scores. A 5.5, a 5.25, and a 6.2 are all falling out of his score line, and those are the only waves he's taken off on. He has no throwaways. He doesn't have anything in that 1 to 2 point range, nothing where he kicked out straight away. He's been decisive with his wave selection, and he's executed on every single one he's taken off on.
100%. I mean, that's how we saw with, well, it seems like each one of the heat leaders, there's the one blessed child in each heat. Just Tosh had it,
Kaniela
had it, where they're like throwing away 7s and high 6s. And, you know, you've had heats like that. I've had heats like that. They don't always happen, but they sure are nice when they do.
They feel great when they do, don't they?
It's like the free surfs where you just catch every wave, and then your buddies are like, what the heck? I can't even buy a wave.
Dorian now with an opportunity. He goes down on that opening nose ride, still chasing that excellent score. And Blue up and riding. Uses his priority on this one. Nice style. Love that kick out. That's something in longboarding that's really important, is just showing that you're just tying that little bow on the end of the present. Clean kick out, something that's quite important.
I like that picture. Yes, tying the bow. Finish it neatly.
Down to 2 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Red with first priority. Green with second priority. White with third priority. And Blue just making his way back into the lineup now.
What was my favorite longboard kick out is that when you ride it all the way through to the shore and you do the foot step off onto the sand and kick it up with your other foot, and your hand just sort of grabs the board. Whoosh, you know, like
straight
you
up into your hand.
Yeah.
Blue up and riding.
Tommy Coleman carrying speed on this left. The wave he ran out of space with the wave to fit in that down carve back up. So nothing there for Tommy Coleman. That'll be a throwaway. He knows he's looking for something in the high excellent range, as well as Dorian with 1 minute and 40 seconds. Tony with priority and Brendan with second priority, sitting pretty out in the first and second positions. And again, like Tosh, Brendan just down the beach going, I'm going to have my own thing over here.
We've seen a few of those surfers pick off that South Peak, and it's paid in well for many of them. Blue now paddling on the inside, having a look at this left straight into the pier for Tommy Coleman. Runs off the nose, and he's going to shoot straight through out of our sight.
They need to fly a drone through the pier with them.
And he shot straight back to us.
Wow, there we go.
Coming through to the inside. And he'll now duck out on the sand. Red up and riding out the back.
Just getting all jiggy out the back.
With 45 seconds on the clock. And White now up and riding in an important moment. He's chasing an excellent score of an 8.10. Gets a long nose ride to start, drives off the bottom and off the foam as well. He's now going to look for this reform here for Dorian. Will he be able to get that excellent score that he's been chasing to get himself out of the situation and into an advancing spot?
I'm not sure, but there's 9 seconds left, so we'll count this one down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll go to a quick commercial break, come back into heat 5.
Gonna give you a reason to wake up believing. It's gonna be a good day, yeah. Gonna give you a reason to wake up believing. It's gonna be a good day, yeah.
Winning that heat, and I have a feeling surfers in the next heat. I'll count you in here shortly, right now, as a matter of fact. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are back in live Shannon Hughes, heat number 5, here in beautiful Pismo Beach on a Friday afternoon. That was looking like it was going to be sunny and nice, and then the clouds came back in on me and you. So in the red, we got Cole Robbins. In the blue, Troy Mothershed. In the white, Christian Stutzman. And in the green, Noah Shimabukuro.
And White with a quick paddle from Christian. Up and riding straight to the hang hills, runs back off the nose. Nice little bottom turn out of that next section and continues his footwork forward as green Noah is up and riding behind. Nice locked in nose ride, and he'll kick out, wanting to get himself out the back and into a better priority rotation once again. And off to, well, on the left is Troy Mothershed. Sorry, in the green is Troy Mothershed.
No, he's in the blue. Troy's in the blue. Noah's in the green, but we just couldn't tell. Oh, it is tough. Flat light.
So Troy with the right off the pier in the blue, and Noah with the left off of the south podium.
As long as they just do that, one color sits over there, we always know it's that color. We never have to mess up, because we hate messing up. I keep looking through the step and repeat at the right, and I can't see the surfer sometimes.
There we do have a little bit of something blocking our vision. Blue now with another paddle for Troy. Nice whip into position, quick steps up to the nose, finds that 10 and the speed and projection coming out of it. Jams in a great looking turn and finds that momentum moving forward again for Mothershed. And he's going to be off to a strong start now with his second ride coming through and gets the kick out. So Cole Robbins, surfer in red, sitting with priority right under the pier. He's the only surfer yet to catch a wave.
I know, licking his chops. So Noah opens with the 5.75 on the long left up the beach. Troy opened with a 2.75 and has a backup right that we will give him. And Christian with a 4.0. Ooh, this Troy Mothershead wave's looking like it could be happy. A 6.50, Troy, on your second wave. So now we know red, white, and blue is over here. Green is over there. We don't ever have to make a mistake. There's 17 minutes left. Priority is with white, then green. And we're watching Cole up and riding right now. Big, beautiful carving arc. Fluid to the nose. Looking for the very, very inside reform. And again, I love the redirect and cool as a cucumber.
Great wave from Cole, and answering back now, Christian uses his priority on this one. Great use of the rail. Nice smooth footwork, goes for that cross-step cutback as well, throws in the variety that the judges are looking for. Hang heels, cross steps back off of it, and he won't ride out complete on that last maneuver. But we've got scores to roll through, and Troy Mothershead currently sitting in the lead. Surfer in blue, your high score is a 6.50, your backup a 2.75. You're currently in first, sitting with second priority. We've got 15 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
So far, the red jerseys, the high seeds have been moving on through. From Kaniala to Tosh to Kevin to now Tony, right? All four. A 7-point ride is what Cole Robbins just got. We were just talking about red. So, Cole, a 7.0 on your opening ride.
And in that last heat, we saw a great performance from Tony Silvani. Didn't drop anything less than a 5 on the scoreboard and put together a great performance.
Yes, congratulations, Tony.
Thank you so much.
Okay, also an East Coaster. We just interviewed another East Coaster. How many boards did you travel with?
I traveled with 3 boards. Bill Stewart shaped me some new boards, and I found one of the ones that I love the most, and that's what I'm surfing on in this contest. And moving on to Malibu, I'll be riding that same exact board. I love it so much.
And how'd your heat go?
Great, yeah. It seemed like I had a lot of consistency with the scores that I had, and finding the right waves out there is crucial. When you're surfing against elite surfers, it's just so great to have this event to be able to showcase all of our talents.
And you guys were spread out quite a bit there.
Yeah, for sure. I knew Brendan was going to sit on that left. He's always perched, hanging 10, and has such a traditional style that's very elegant and graceful. I knew that I had to find some right waves out there to be able to make it through the heat, and I just want to do really well at this contest.
All right, well, congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Back to our live coverage.
Thanks so much, Kelly, and well done to Tony, dropping in definitely the most consistent of results that we've seen throughout the day. Down to 14 minutes on the clock, and we have some scores through. Surfer in red, Cole Robbins, your opening ride was a 7.00 for Surfer in red. Green up and riding off the left from the south bank, and white now coming in under the pier from Christian. Surfer in green, Noah, your first ride in green was a 5.75. We're now waiting for your second wave to drop through. And we're waiting for a score now for Last of Blue. If you're taking a look at the webcast coverage, you'll be seeing a replay now of that roll up for Troy Mothershead. We're waiting for this score to drop through now. With some great footwork again, nice tight pocket 10s and pedals back off of it. So judges are looking at the replays now. Surfer in red has first priority, blue with second priority. And scores in for Last of White, a 4.00. So Christian Stutzman, you're sitting on 2 4s. Sitting in second place for a moment. Chasing a 5.26 as we wait for scores for our heat leader, Troy Mothershead, to drop in. Surfer in green, you're chasing a 2.25 to get the advancing position. And you have a score to roll through now, which looks like you'll get there. And last of green, a 3.45 for Noah takes you into second. Green, you're now in second place, sitting in fourth priority. Surfer in blue, Troy, you are sitting on a 6.5 and you've just dropped a 6.15 for your last wave. So that increases your lead. Noah in second, you're now chasing a 6.90 to take first. Christian Stutzman down into third. Christian, you're now chasing a 5.21 to get second. And Cole Robbins down into fourth on the single highest wave of a 7 is chasing just a 2.20 to advance. Red with first priority, blue second priority, white third priority, and green fourth priority. We've got 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Cole Robbins now up and riding on his second ride. Just needs a small score to put himself into the advancing position, but with the 7 on the board, he'll be looking to try and take himself into the lead with another good ride. We have 10 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Surfer in green, you have third priority. And a score to come through now for Surfer in red to back up that 7-point ride. And scores are in for last of red, Cole Robbins. It's a 6.75 for last of red. That takes Cole into first. Troy into second. Surfer in blue, you're down into second, now chasing a 7.25 to take the lead. Blue has first priority. White was second priority. And that means that our requirements have increased on third and fourth. Surfer in green, you now require a 6.90 to take second. And Surfer in white, you now require an 8.65 to take second place. White's now up and riding again. Christian with a nice nose ride to start. Connects through for that second. And goes down with the foam. Chasing a big score of an 8.65. Blue now up and riding, looking to take back the lead that he was holding on to for a long time. Just carves away from the pier and narrowly escapes a collision with it. He'll pedal out right through the piling, skid himself to the top of the lineup again. And keeping our eyes on Surfer in green, Noah. All alone on his own left-hand peak. He'll kick in and out of that one. And that wind is really starting to put a little crumble onto the conditions out in the water. Not as strong onshore, but just enough to put some texture on the face and to shut down some of those sections a little bit quicker. Down to 7 minutes on the clock. Green now up and riding on a beautiful left-hander, clean face. Finds that hang 5 to start and engages that rail to cut back into the pocket. Goes for that second cut back. And he is chasing a 6.90 to get the advancing position. Looking for one more touch to the nose if he can get there. Locks into a hang 5 for a moment. And a little rebound off the foam to finish. So waiting for a score for last of green to roll through. Red has first priority, white second priority, blue third priority. And Cole Robbins paddles underneath the pier to try to get into this. Goes a little bit soft and he's unable to catch it. Score starting to trickle through now for last of green. Looks like it will be shy of the requirement. And last of green, Noah, a 5.00. Does not meet the requirement to take the advancing position as white is up and riding, chasing a big score of an 8.65. And blue now up and riding as we approach the 5-minute mark. Blue goes down out the back as white continues his way through to the shoreline. So 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers, 5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the next heat, you're welcome to take the lineup. Waiting for a score now for last of blue and last of white. Last of green dropped through as a 5-point ride, which is not enough to take him into that advancing position. Green, you're still chasing a 6.9. Surfer in white, Christian Stutzman, looking to improve on a 4-point ride to chip away at the 8.65 requirement. And blue, having a look there, decides not to go. And if you're just tuning in online or you have just arrived at the beach, we are here for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. 1,000 points on the line for our winners tomorrow for finals day. There will be a local amateurs event running on Sunday as well, so a whole lot of surfing fun and longboard fun here in Pismo Beach for the weekend. As we see green now up and riding again, and red as well. Cole Robbins uses priority on this one. The heat leader, he's only taken off on 2 waves before this. This is his third. And some great surfing coming down from the Santa Barbara local. Always looking for a right-hander if he can find it. Down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And last of white is a 5.05. Last of white, a 5.05, which means your requirement is now a 7.60 to take the advancing position.
Well, all 4 surfers getting so many scoring rides, high rides. We saw last heat there was a little more disparity in it. This one, yeah, definitely. Everyone, well, Christian has that 4 in this line, but
It's been another tight heat here.
and 1,000 points is a lot, especially if, you know, we know there's this one looking to hopefully have that second qualifying, but 1,000 points could go a long way.
Yeah, it could be very helpful to making it into next year's World Longboard Tour.
And that's only half of the work. The other half becomes, well, where's the first event and how much does it cost to get there? And can I get there? And can I, you know, traveling the world with a coffin of longboards to faraway destinations halfway around the world, and most likely it will be back in Sydney for the first event like it was last year. And so, yeah, depending where, you know, most of these surfers are regional from here, having to make a big trip down under.
Yep, it's a regional. This is the regional qualifier for North America and for the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. So any surfer representing the USA or Hawaii will be gaining points towards next year's qualification out of this event. White now up and riding, chasing that 7.60 as we're under 2 minutes on the clock. And seen so many surfers today opting to go for that hang heels and throwing that variety for the judges. Gets another nice nose ride through to the inside, and he'll find one more section to connect with.
Beautiful. And where will flight costs go in the future? I can never quite put my finger on it because sometimes driving is so much more expensive than flying places. I paid $7 a gallon on my way up here. First time ever.
Yeah, it's extremely high fuel costs at the moment.
And that was with my Vaughn's 20-cent discount. It was crazy.
So crazy. Well, out in the lineup, 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Cole Robbins dropped in a 7.2 for his last wave. He's now up and riding again, securely in the lead with the pedal back off the nose, and he'll kick out. So Cole, your previous wave was a 7.2, which came through as your highest. Troy Mothershead sitting in second still with that 6.5 and that 6.15.
Well, it's been that way since the beginning. The high seed again out in the lead and will not relinquish.
And situation remains the same for our surfers in third and fourth place position. Noah, you're currently chasing a 6.9 for green to move into an advancing position. And we do have a score to drop through now for last of white that we're waiting for. Green up and riding again with 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, not a lot of time left as we see this surfer finishing the wave right into the shore. So will that be a score necessary with 10 seconds left? And I will count it out as he finishes on the sand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, and like some of the other heats, you know, they couldn't do much more with what the wave offered and rode it all the way through. Not that the length of ride is the score, but getting that, you know, varied combination all the way to the beach, it doesn't look like it's going to be.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Community base, and that's really the roots of where this whole thing began from. That's been running for years and years, and then fortunately the WSL and Ruby said, hey, let's parlay this into a regional qualifier, which that's great to have everybody here. And I mean, it couldn't have been better timing with the finals in 2 days afterwards. Not a long drive down the coast, 2.5 hours or so.
Yeah, it's amazing the support that's come out of this region, and for, you know, the Surfing for Hope to be able to build the events that are running around this Pismo and Morro Bay area between the Longboard Tour now and the qualifying series as well.
Well, and like I was telling you kind of off air earlier, that the Andy McKay, the event director who, you know, was the brain trust of all this and has worked tirelessly over the years to have all these qualifying events, and they're all basically done through the support of, you know, Dignity Health and the French Hospital Medical Center and grassroots and local sponsorship. You know, there's the 805 beer, which is from Santa Barbara, but other than that, it's not surf industry based sponsorship, so to speak. And so it's unique in that sense. I know in Australia, a lot of times you get, you know, the local councils or New South Wales or, you know, Newcastle or cities sponsor the events Down in El Salvador, how was that when we were there for the ISA World Juniors? It was the country sponsoring it, the Bureau of Tourism of El Salvador, which happened actually just in Huntington too for the ISA. It was the city of Huntington Beach was the overriding main sponsor.
And it's a great move for tourism because we get to showcase to those that are watching online what a beautiful area we're in, what great waves there are, and to be able to get surfers from around the world to come here and enjoy some great conditions. We've been so blessed with the conditions that we have here for the opening day of the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. And we've got some great waves going down out the back. Surfers in red and in white sharing an exchange here, both favoring their forehands. Kevin Skavarna now cruising through to the inside, and we'll have scores to drop through with priority sitting with our surfer in blue, priority with blue for Alec Rockwise, and second priority with green for Aiden Saunter.
I was thinking about the El Salvador event and, you know, the Surf City, the battle between Huntington Surf City and El Salvador Surf City, and the country of El Salvador embracing surfing and everything around the economy of surfing. And I don't think there was one person that left that event saying, I don't want to come back here. The food's incredible. The waves are incredible. Everything that it has to offer is. And then on the heels of that, the WSL was there for their World Surf, you know, the championship tour event, and every one of those surfers left saying kind of the same thing, at least from what I was watching online. The food, the accommodations, the surf, are you kidding me? So it works, right? Exposing people around the world to that tourism, then plus all the people that were there for the event, and in the ISA situation, 45 countries of teams from everywhere and the entourage around.
Yeah, it's amazing to have all that support come through behind the scenes. And we got some good scores starting to come through now. So for the opening exchange, surfer in green, Aiden, opened up with a 4.25 for opener of green. And he has a kick out there. So green, your opening ride was a 4.25. Opener of red, Kevin Skavarna, a 6.00 for opener of red. And opener of white, Jack Van Wagner, a 6.50 for the opener of white. And it looks like our surfer in blue now, up and riding on his opening ride, Alec Rockwise. And he'll kick out after that opening section, and a split peak action going down between white and red once again. Huge re-entry out the back from red, and a similar maneuver on the inside from white.
Yeah, so red getting a beauty on the left down there, still up and riding. I was going to say, too, I don't know why I couldn't get off El Salvador, but you got to surf El Sensal, the right point. Imagine if there was a longboard event there. There has been in the past, a long, long time ago, and the iconic spot that Big Wednesday was filmed, but that would be a beautiful spot for a longboard championship event or just any event.
Yeah, it's a beautiful area. There's such a wave-rich coastline in Surf City, El Salvador. Down to 14 minutes on the clock, and if you're tuning in on the webcast, we're taking a look now at last of that split peak between white and red, tracking with Kevin Skavarna there on the on the left, with some great surfing on that outside section.
Well, the judges just really loving when the surfers get the opportunity to run up to the nose and never walk the board. Just get to the nose and perch and hold that line, hold that stance for as long as you can. And that makes me think of I don't even know how many, 9, U.S. Opens that Joel Tudor won, because that was his formula. And he broke it down to me, too. He had secrets of how to pick the line and where you have to get to the nose. Because at a beach break, it's moving so lateral to the beach, you have to turn high and get to the nose so quick to set your rail. And if you don't do that, you're always fighting it. And that was his mastery and the success, equation. And it seems like it's working here, too. Get to the nose quickly, and then you're locked in.
Well, in that last heat, we saw a great result from Cole Robbins of Santa Barbara, walking away with a 14.20 heat total, and Kelly's with him now.
All right. Congratulations on your heat win.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
We're just talking Gaviota Coastline, so we were in the heat of the moment there talking about our favorite spots in California. So how did you feel just now?
Actually, I felt great. You know, the waves have been really fun all day. It's an awesome event that Surfing for Hope put on, you know, with Bob, and want to thank everybody in the WSL for getting this contest together. I know it's been quite a few years since we've had a qualifier, so it's nice to see a lot of old faces and new ones, and it's been a great time so far.
And you're kind of a local, being from Santa Barbara. Do you come up here very often?
I actually do, yeah. Summertime it gets pretty small, so I'll come up here and find all the beach breaks, and it's fun. It's a little colder, but it's a lot of fun up here. There's always something to ride.
And what will you do tonight before another surfing session tomorrow?
Ooh, well, I think this place is pretty famous for their clam chowder, so I might go find some of that or just get a really good meal and hydrate and catch up with a few friends and, yeah, enjoy my time. Probably actually do a little bit of work, too.
There you go. Yeah, work calls. Well, congratulations again. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Thanks, everybody.
Back to our live coverage.
All right, thank you. Well, I like that. It just shows, you know, a lot of these athletes supplementing this career with their other careers. You know, I don't know exactly the balance of it all, but yeah, it's expensive to surf and do contests, but there's not a lot of the longboard events, so good to know. You know, they're either doing things at school or getting degrees or working, you know, at jobs that they own or run or for companies, because gotta work to live, to have fun.
Yeah, especially in the longboard community, because there's a very small world tour and has been that way for a long time. All of these surfers have to have something else going on behind the scenes. They're not able to make a career out of professional surfing the way that the shortboard tour is. And so it's great to see when these new events get added in for this event here, for the Surfing for Hope Classic, to be now on the calendar. That's massive. And to hear from, you know, the local support squad from Andy and the crew, they want to keep this going for, you know, the long run is really exciting. And that alone gives hope also to these surfers to know that what they're pursuing, it matters, and to be able to see the development of our sport of longboarding continue to grow and give that next generation hope for them maybe having a career out of it.
Well, yeah, and it's always been interesting, but I have a thought, but we've got Blue, Alec up, and kind of was just always tucked behind that. I mean, in longboarding, it's never been super cool to have big stickers on the board anyway, so even the sponsored guys might have them tucked away down by the fins or whatever, because that's just how it is. But, like, people seem to think even on the Challenger Series and even on the top championship tour surfers, there's a lot of financial struggle. There's people that have done all the GoFundMes and all these different stories. It's not like they're all crushing it. A lot of them are living event paycheck to event paycheck, and it's expensive to fly around the planet. So, yeah, it's good to see, you know, you got to work behind the scenes to fulfill the dreams.
It's so true. As we take a look now at live action from Kevin Scavarna, quick couple steps up to the nose, manages to just control that whole board from that top third. And we're down to under 10 minutes on the clock. Surfer in red, your two high scores, a 6 and a 5.67. Surfer in red, a 6 and a 5.67 has you sitting in second place at the moment, chasing an 8.05 to take the win. Green now up and riding, shooting across the surface of the water right in front of us. And our surfer in green just looking to get himself out of the way there as White's coming across on the left. So current situation in the lineup, we have 8 minutes, 45 seconds. Surfer in blue has first priority. Blue, your high scores are a 3.9 and a 4.95. Blue, you are chasing a 6.70 to take the advancing position. You're currently in third. Surfer in green, you have a score to drop through for your last ride. At the moment, your two high scores are a 4.25 and a 3.10. Green, you're chasing a 7.40 to go from fourth into the advancing position. Red's now up and riding again, currently sitting in second and cruising down the line. Gets a nice change of direction there, and he goes down. Now our surfer in white, Jack, White, you are sitting on a 6.65 and a 7.4 as your two high scores. We are waiting for your second to last score to drop through, but it doesn't look like it's going to factor into your top two. So you are sitting in the lead with a 7.4 and a 6.65. And White, our heat leader, now having a paddle. Jack decides not to go. He was sitting in second priority going into that. Surfer in blue has first priority, now a priority change. White is down into third priority. Green is up to second priority. Blue sitting with first priority, chasing a 6.70 to take the advancing position.
Six minutes and 15 seconds left. Situation remains the same. All scores are in. Jack Von Wagner out in front. Kevin Skavarna in second. Priority is with blue. Alec, he needs that 6.70, and Aiden needs the 7.40. The good news is for Alec and Aiden, first priority is with blue, second with green. And now our heat leader on the inside, tucked under with third priority, just a quick 10. Does well to just bull through that oncoming section, stay on point and balanced and ride out. That won't be a score in his score line though. And now Alec with priority looks for this 6.70. Combination, heels over the nose, spins around. Will that be the 6.7, Shannon?
It's a big ask.
It's a big ask.
It's his best score that he's looking for by a long shot. As we're down to the 5-minute mark, so surfers in the water, 5 minutes. Surfers the next heat can paddle out. And we've got a paddle now for green, chasing a 7.40. Bolt upright, hang 10 to start off with, and stays on the nose the entire time as well. 5-10-5 combo. Red now up and riding behind for Kevin, currently sitting in second. And Aiden still looking for more that this wave has. As he comes through to the inside, gets that quick tap behind as well.
Super fast. Yeah, I think he did like 8 cross steps in the matter of a millisecond.
He also knows that he's got a big requirement, a 7.4 on him, so he's pulling out everything that he can. I really liked that opening nose ride. That was really critical.
And he got up there and then cheater 5'd it, then back up again. So that combination.
Surfer in white has first priority. Blue in second priority. Red now up and riding again under third. Little check back after the opening nose ride as he's heading left into the pier, and that wave dies out. So scores to come through for all 4 surfers. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, maybe the best score for Alec coming through. He needs the 6.7. 4 judges, kind of all over at the moment.
Blue up and riding again as we wait for his last score to drop through.
Well, you can see, Shannon, as the tides hit the peak, you can see in the sand where the wet mark is, where the seaweed is, the tide's dropping out pretty quickly, and that's where the waves are standing up, and that's giving the opportunity for these surfers to run up to the nose really aggressively and hold a tight line.
Yeah, it's providing some really good sections now, some nice critical pockets. And we're down to 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Scores starting to filter through. Now all scores in for our heat leader, Jack Van Wagner, a 5.45 for his last, does not factor into his top two. Red is now up and riding. Kevin on the backhand attack coming out of that right under the pier. And he's looking to get some work done here to secure himself in second place. Now scores are in for last of green, Aiden Saunter, a 6.30. So last of green gets close to that requirement, but it's not enough. He's now chasing a 5.35 for green to move from fourth into second. And we're waiting for scores to drop through for last of red and last of blue. Second to last of blue for Alec Rockwise was a 6.45. Second to last of blue was a 6.45 with one more score to drop. Currently sitting in third place, Alec, you require a 5.20. And he's up and riding now, trying to find that 5.
Trying to find the 5, so he did the hard work on the 2 waves previous. Score almost in for his next wave, which won't factor in his last wave. Now he has this wave with a minute and a half. Both Alec and Aiden did the good work, but still need the 5.2 and the 5.35.
And green had another great hang 10. White now as well, looking to secure himself in that front running position. We're waiting for last couple scores of Skavarna to drop in as well, our surfer in red. Down to 1 minute on the clock. Scores to come for all 4 surfers. Surfer in green has first priority. Red has second priority.
40 seconds left. Will there be a shuffle up with those priorities, and who needs what wave? 35 seconds.
Now scores are in for blue. You still require a 5.20 to move from third into second, and for green, you require a 5.35 to move from fourth into second. Surfer in red is still sitting in second place and white in the lead, as green is now riding through on the inside and blue up and riding right behind. So both those surfers chasing scores in the 5-point range and doing what they can to get it done.
It's like you, amazing. Okay. We missed the horn, surfers. The heat has ended. The horn didn't sound. Sorry about that. Did you hear a horn?
I did not hear a horn.
So yeah, surfers in heat 6. The heat is over. The horn didn't.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Sing a song for tomorrow.
But what? Yeah, surfers, we're on hold for a minute. In the next heat, hold on. Yeah, surfers, just hold on a second, and then we will count you in for the next heat. Well, if you're watching online, that's where we are. That blue container on the pier and the hotel behind right there, the Vespara. And I'm counting the next one in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Kaimana Takayama in the red, Bucky Berry in the blue, Stephen Newton in the white, and David Arganda in the green. Looks like we have Stephen Newton up on the first wave there. We've got surfers all over. David Aganda in front of us, and down the beach, Kaimana. We'll have to regroup, Shannon, on all those. There was a lot happening there. And Bucky Berry, my co-commentator from the U.S. Open. Rip it up, dude.
So our bottom two surfers already advanced through from earlier this morning with Steven and David. David goes by Veed. And they're up against two surfers fresh to the water. Would have had some great waves down the coast throughout the morning. Plenty of opportunity down to the south end of the podium here. And waiting for the scores to roll through. First of red, Kaimana. A 6.00 for first of red. Scores in for first of white, Stephen Newton, a 3.25 for first of white. And first of green, Veed Arganda, a 4.25 for first of green.
Well, Kaimana's wave was short, but just he did all the beautiful work out the back, Shannon. And this is Bucky Berry on his opener. Our surfer in blue, Goofy Foot, finding this beauty little left. It's small, but he is covering some ground, getting up and down on the board. I like that, a cheater 5 cutout. So Bucky Berry into the heat, and behind him it looks like that's David finishing up his ride. So for the viewers at home, Veed, nice cheater 5. Carried a lot of speed into the floater, and then he redirected, switch stance, cross step turns. So we'll wait to see where he goes. It's probably a mid-range 4. And Bucky, your opening wave, a 4.0. So, Shannon, everybody's on the board with 1. David has 2, or I just got to call him Veed to keep it consistent.
Veed with the second score dropping through now. And Kaimana getting the best of the opening exchange with that 6-point ride. And a 5 drops in for last of green, a 5-point ride. So surfer in green, Veed Arganda currently sitting in the lead with a 5 and a 4.25. Kaimana sitting in second with a 6. We've got 16 minutes on the clock. Surfer in white has first priority, red has second priority.
Come this way.
Yeah. Super stoked.
And priority change, surfer in green has first priority, red has third priority. And surfer in white has first priority as we see a paddle now from red. Up and riding for Kaimana Takayama on a small size wave. Opting to go on his backhand, finds that 5 to 10 combination. Controls it out of the nose as well, goes for the hang heels. And spins back around to face forward.
Maybe picking the smaller waves to do hang heels is easier than a bigger wave, but still, he needed that backup. He opens with the 6 with so little time off the clock. He wanted to get the backup, which he did successfully, so that's going to, put the pressure back on third and fourth place. And I know we do have the beach interview ready. Jack Von Wagner, our last heat winner with Kelly. So take it away.
Yes, Jack, congratulations.
Thank you.
You won another interview, so you won your heat.
Yeah, I'm just super stoked to be out there. I mean, conditions are really fun right now. We're getting some sick ones.
And what is it like surfing out there with your best friend in that last heat?
Oh, it was super fun. I mean, we were going back and forth on the waves and just trading off. It was super sick.
What are you going to do tonight?
I don't know yet. Probably go get some grub and then head back to the hotel and just hang out and chill.
Get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
How many boards did you bring with you?
Just one. Just one board, yep.
What happens if you break that board?
I don't know. I'll probably go and borrow someone else's, I guess. There you go. Yeah.
Well, congratulations again. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Back to our live coverage.
Thank you. Oh, Bucky. Bucky on his backup wave now, or his second wave. So watching online, we had Veed's second wave. Oh, it was a beautiful example of cheater 5. Such nice flow. Gets the feet a little tighter, cross steps back, back up over the nose, and again a third time. I like the switch stance. So that was the 5.65 for Veed Arganda. So Veed out in the lead with a 5 and a 5.65. Kaimana in second with a 6 and his backup or his second wave a 3.2. Bucky, your last wave a 3.9. You have a 4 and a 3.9. You're in third, needing a 5.21 to get into second at the moment. Steven, you're in third. You have your one wave, a 3.25. You have priority, so you need to get that second wave, but you're looking for at least a 6 to get into second on that. 13 minutes left. Priority is with white, then red. Bucky Berry on the inside, finding his way on these little lefts. There's not much green face, though, so, I mean, you can only score so high when you're just gliding across whitewash. Maybe it was more of a tactical move to get himself over by the pier to get out towards the right. Well, so the score in quickly there for our surfer in blue. It's a 2.70. So kind of what I was saying, it's tough to get a score if the whole wave is small and all whitewash, regardless of cross-stepping, nose riding. I mean, you need green face, you need a vertical face to at least execute the first part of those moves. Waiting on priority is with white, then red, then green. 11 minutes and 15 seconds left. 3 surfers over by the pier, 1 surfer down south a little bit. That's our surfer in blue who's electing to surf to the south of the pier. Well, yeah. This is heat number 7. We have one more heat for today, and everything starts again tomorrow. First heat will be at 7:30. Men's round of 16. Or, excuse me, women's round of 16. But right now we have some surfers in the water, riding waves. Looks like we're looking for Cody Canzaneri for the next heat to check in. So, Cody, check in for the next heat, the final heat of the day, your second heat, or actually maybe your first heat of the day. Just under 10 minutes. Priority is white and blue. Red on the inside right here. Kaimana. And he goes down as the tide's pulling out. That inside rail can get grabbed. Bucky working for it on a small inside left. Nice work up on the nose, and now he cuts out too. So yeah, tomorrow, all the action starts with the women's at 7:30. That's when the first heat is, and tomorrow the pier will be busier because I know there will be the Cancer Health Fair that's going on, and all the sponsors will be there. We'll get into naming all of them. That's an important part of everything that is what Surfing for Hope Foundation is about. It's a nonprofit organization that was created to help ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. And it's here in San Luis Obispo County. And they host free monthly surf camps for kids along with an annual local longboard contest, which will be happening this Sunday and was the inception of this whole event, and a memorial paddle out, all to put spotlight on the fight against cancer, which we all know affects pretty much everyone or someone you know or many people you know, and there's a lot of people that hold it dear to their heart because there's so many different strains and different ways of getting cancer, and I mean, it's just such a broadly used word, but we are all here in support, so thanks for coming out. We've had a bunch of waves ridden that weren't of consequence in the last few minutes, other than David got a 5.35. And there we go, Steve Newton, who was down in the cellar. He's getting his backup wave finally. That's what he needed. Ooh, and Bucky digging that beachside rail. He's locked in on those left, Shannon. That is his MO. He's going straight to that same left and going again and again.
Looking for more and more
consequence
and critical section on those bigger ones.
Yeah, that was it. So that was a bigger one. He's had a bunch of the small ones that were just kind of mushy little whitewashy ones. But he's still sitting in third place, but that's going to change, I think, when Steve Newton gets his score. Or it could be close. Here we go, Kaimana up and riding. Always elegant. That wave ran into the back of another wave and ended for him. A 4.6, Steve, is your score on the last wave. A 4.6, so that you're still in fourth place, looking for a 4.61. Bucky, you're in third. You have first priority. You need a 5.21 to get up into second. 6.5 minutes left. So just to recap, blue first priority, green second priority, white third priority. Bucky, you're in third and need a 5.21. Steven, your last wave was a 4.6, and you need a 4.61 to advance.
Down to 6 minutes on the clock, and just one more heat to roll through, and we'll be wrapping up the day. Got some great surfers coming up in that. Kai Salas, Chase Leader, Grayson Miser, and Cody Canzaroni. Kai up and riding once again, up onto the nose, little jam out of the pocket to finish. And he's going to make this connection, or he's going to try to at least connect through for the double up.
Commentator curse.
Always happens.
Every time. Perfect landing on the air. Oh.
Whoops.
Judges
Maybe not.
deemed it's not a maker. Whoops.
5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Veed now screeching from under the pier on his forehand. Love that bit of rail work as well.
That was the
To just
biggest
gain some
cutback of the day.
Yeah, that was solid.
There's been a lot of carved downs. That one, he squirted back at the whitewash. Like,
With 5 minutes on the clock, surfers, 5 minutes remaining. And scores to come through. Veed, you are currently in the lead already. Surfer in green in first with a 5.65 and a 5.35. This last score rolling through. We'll see if it factors in to improve on that 5.35 with blue up and riding.
whoa. Now Bucky wants in on the game. He's going to slash for cash right there. And all the surfers do make a little money moving on through into the next round, or do they losing out in this round, I think?
You've got to make it into the
Round of 16
Round
before
of
the
8.
before the big bucks happen.
round of 8 before those dollars start rolling through into the quarterfinals,
Oh,
essentially.
wow. Yeah, okay.
It's got a little work to do.
They always
Scores through for last of green, a 5.05 for last of green, does not factor into his top two. So Veed, you remain in the lead and requirements remain the same.
we get this nice replay of Bucky, and there's where he got aggro on his cutback there. So that was his second best wave, a 3.95. Still looking for a 5.46 to get into second. 3.5 minutes left. Steve in the white with priority needs a 4.86.
And Kai kicking off on the inside here, sitting in second place. Kai, your last score was a 3.45. That did factor into your top two. We're now waiting for your last to drop through, but you're chasing a 5-point ride to take the lead away from green.
And he just really wants to get the three. Yeah, well, he just did it. So he's going to up the ante and make what blue and white need a bit more by a point or so, which is a big deal. There it is. So now, Bucky, you need a 6.9, and Steven, you need a 6.30 to advance. 2.5 minutes left. Kaimana, that was a 4.90 on your last wave.
So 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Surfer in blue now requires a 6.9 to move from third into second. And surfer in white requires a 6.30 to move from fourth into second. Surfer with blue has first priority. Sorry, surfer in green has first priority. Blue has second priority. Surfer in red, your last score came through as a 4.90. Last of red, a 4.9, so you're still sitting in second.
And Veed just can't be stopped at the moment. Out the back, up by the pier, gets this big right. It's funny, the way his wetsuit is, the jersey just disappears on him. That's why I keep tripping out. I just see the yellow of his. What a beautiful combination.
Really fluid surfing.
Oh, and he gets the bonus track on the inside all the way through with a minute and a half left.
Kaimana looking for a 6.91 now to take the leading position as our surfer in green, Veed Argonda, has dropped a 7.25 for his last wave. Last of green, a 7.25.
We were sitting here, Shannon, just watching. It was so beautiful to watch. Bucky up the way with a half a minute left. I don't know what that's going to happen with that wave. Kaimana had another wave that probably might better the 4.90. So 20 seconds left in heat number 7. I'm going to count it out here shortly, and we'll wait for those scores to come in. 10 seconds, surfers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll wait for the head priority judge to let me know, but the wave won't count regardless. So Chase, that wave, you were up before the horn. So in the red, Kai Solis. In the blue, Chase Leiter. In the white, Grayson Messier. And in the green, Cody Canzaneri.
And 19 minutes to go to finish out day 1 for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. It's been very exciting to see the introduction of the WSL qualifying series for longboarding included in this, as we see a great looking ride for first of Grayson.
Well, what's impressing me, I mean, high level, or it, you know, I'm sure there's pockets around the world where there's a lot of longboard activity. Obviously the Sunshine Coast, you know, it's a hotbed, like Southern California is a hotbed. I'm sure there's pockets on the East Coast, little bits, but there I'm not even as much sure. I was mentioning Montauk. I'm sure there's some spots, but yeah, the level, yeah.
All right, so we got some scores to roll through. We've got one surfer taking a swim, and blue finishing off on the inside for Chase Leader. Now with a first score to drop through for Chase. Up and riding our surfer in green, all the way down on the right, heading into where
Whoa.
There's a bunch of swimmers.
What was going on there? That's right. Swimmers, be safe. You didn't expect that, did you?
And
well, we do ask the swimmers to, yeah, be cautious.
We've got that black flag, that black 805 flag is within the contest zone. So those swimmers in the water right now, please check that you're to the south end of the black flag on the beach to make sure that you're outside of that contest zone. Down to 16 minutes on the clock. Grayson, your first wave was a 4.00. First of white, a 4.00.
Wait, what's going on? Our first run around of the event.
He fell on his second wave, which will come through as a throwaway, lost his board all the way into the shore, and now he's going to opt for the runaround. to sneak out on the north side of the pier and get himself back into position. We've got a good-looking score dropping through now for first, a blue for Chase Leader.
He got extra points by high-fiving the swimmers. No, that wasn't. Was that blue that went through?
That was Cody.
That was Cody that went through.
In the green,
yeah.
who's on his way back out. So waiting for first of green and for first of red. Red already up and riding, but waiting for his first score to drop through as well for Kai Salas. Nice pocket surfing to start himself off. Critical and in the section. Couple of nose rides there on a very flat section. A lot of spray coming off of the nose. And doing the trim work here.
So well. It takes so much ankle strength to,
it really does.
to balance when there's not a lot of speed provided by the wave, and moving quickly and finding that perfect balance point, not too far back, not too far forward, to continue the momentum. And fortunately, because we have the honed-in screen, we could really see the footwork and the balance and staying inside the rails. I love the technique of it all. So another score to drop in for Kai Salas. A 5.25 on that second ride.
First of red was a 6.00. Second of red, a 5.25. Kai, you are currently in the lead. First of blue was a 7.00. He's now up and riding again. And we're waiting for his last score to come through as well.
So quite a few of the surfers on those Takayamas. They're definitely a board of choice for quite a few of the men and women. Priority is green, then red.
And scores in for last of blue, a 3.45. So surfer in blue, you're sitting in second with a 7 and a 3.5. First of green, Cody was a 3.50. First of green, a 3.5. Green, you do have first priority, and you're chasing a 6.96 to get the advancing position.
Whoa.
As blue is up and riding again with a beautiful soul arch nose ride to little floater finish. He continues through the line.
That was really cool, Shannon. That was a very bent out. Yeah, that was a strong back. That was a cool arch.
13 minutes on the clock, and we're going to take a look at the replay on the webcast for last of Chase Leader. Beautiful soul arch.
He got the
Nose
hand
ride to
jive
start.
in there and the kind of the rock and roll float. So thanks to our production team for queuing that up, and for everyone at home, that was some beautiful surfing. And we have an interview with our last heat winner,
Because you know he's surfing. Okay, I was like, wow.
Vidar Ganda and Kelly. You ready to take it away? Thank you.
Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you.
We're just talking surfboards, so what's in your quiver this weekend?
I'm riding a pintail by Michael Takayama, and super fun. It's working amazing. Stoked.
Did you bring any other boards?
No, that's my one and only. That's a board I keep going back to. It's special to me, so thank you, Michael.
And how was it out there for you?
Super fun. Just tried to stay busy, not really have downtime, and stay warm. So, yeah.
Stay warm, but you're still wearing a spring suit.
Super warm moon suits. Shout out Kazu. Thank you for the best rubber in the world.
For you, those at home, it doesn't have any legs, just goes to the knees. So keeping the core warm. Yeah, we definitely can't miss you. It's a good suit to have out there. So what are you going to do tonight?
I think I'm going to go eat some pizza. Yeah, lay low, watch some Netflix, cruise.
There you go. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See ya.
Back to our live coverage.
Well, there we have it, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, David Arganda moving into the round of 16 tomorrow. We'll see him He doesn't even dry his wetsuit. It stays so warm. He just keeps it cold in the fridge, and he puts it on.
Keeps it on ice.
Moon suits on ice. Love it. Well, Chase got a 5.75, I think, in the middle of all that somewhere, Shannon. And he's out in the lead. Kai Salas in second with a 6 and a 5.25. Grayson in third needs a 7.15, and Cody with priority needs a 6.75. But it looks like Grayson's got the, well, small score, so that won't really change anything, right? A lot goes on when there's the beach interview, the replays.
A few things to juggle here today as we see our surfer in green. Nice long cheater 5, and then hooks it into a double hang 10. Back to the 5, and pedals off into the foam. He's feeling it, gives a little claim, looking to increase on his 4.50. Cody, heading into that wave, you were chasing a 6.75. We'll see what the judges thought of it. Got a lot of good work done out the back. As we hit the halfway mark with 10 minutes remaining, red has first priority, white has second priority, blue has third priority. And scores in for green. Your last score, a 6.35 for last of green. That takes you into third out of fourth. You now chase a 4.9 green to get the advancing position. As we see white and red both up and riding. Both having a look on the rights. Kai Salas with a great bit of rail work to tip time as well. All the way down.
Oh, I like
on the
that.
right.
Tip time. Rail work to tip time. Note to self. And that was a beautiful right peak that Salas got down the beach. Oh, again, the big soul arch. Chase has that wired. He got the flexible back.
He could hear you there too.
Could he?
Gives you the point back.
Did he? Thank
He
you.
did.
That was ripping.
Straight
Loved it.
to ya. So Chase, you're currently in the lead with a 7 and a 5.75. We'll see where this score drops in. Waiting for a score for last of white and last of red as well.
It's wild. It's like an illusion. It almost makes them look like they're going faster because their feet are on the nose and they're bent out. Their knees are in front of the nose, head back.
Now scores in for last of white. Grayson, a 4.10 for last of white. That factors into your top two, but has you still chasing a 7.15 to get the advancing position.
I guess I see quality. 7.65 for Chase's last wave in the blue. So he has a 7 and a 7.65 on the last ride, extending the lead. They're still putting in the scores for your last wave, Kai, that right you had down the beach. Currently blue in first, red in second, green in third. Cody, you have first priority and now need a 7.91 because Kai, you just got an 8.25 on your right up the beach. So even with the 8.25, he's still in second because Chase has the 7 and the 7.65.
Right, so last of red and 8.25 has you sitting in second, chasing a 6.40 red to take the lead. Blue now up and riding, having an absolute heater with a couple of 7s so far, now trying to find himself in the excellent range and taking off on one of the first lefts that the first rights that we've seen him on. He's had a couple great scores from the lefts, and he's on the paddle back out. Green now having a paddle out the back with priority. And he's up and riding on his forehand. Couple quick steps, finds that 10, pedals off, and goes for that big re-entry to finish. Those are hard sections to hit.
So hard.
And white now up and riding. Grayson uses priority on this one. Sitting down in fourth, chasing a big score. Actually a combination situation.
A two-wave score, that's what that means, a combination. He's restarting his heat with 6 minutes and 40 seconds. He needs 2 waves, at least equaling 7.1 or so, 7.2.
So 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red has first priority. Blue has second priority. Scores to come through for blue, green, and white. Surfer in white, you are in a combination situation. Your last score, white, just a 3.80, does not factor into your top two. You are in a combination situation of 14.25 to get an advancing position. Waiting for last of green to drop through. You're chasing a 7.91 to get second. And scores in for last of blue, chase leader, just a 4.30, doesn't factor into the top two. Blue now up and riding again, and he goes down on that opening nose ride. Scores to come through here for last of green for Cody. Looks like it's going to factor into his top two scores, but it's not going to change the requirement. Last of green, Cody, a 5.05. You're still sitting in third place, chasing a 7.91 requirement for green to go from third into second.
Wow, a full day under our belt, Shannon, here at the inaugural Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic at Pismo Beach, day one. We have under 5 minutes left, and then we'll be back tomorrow to round it out, complete it, and see who our champions are, usher them off to Malibu. And the thing is, a winner could be someone who's not surfing in Malibu, which would be kind of a neat story too, right? Take away a qualifying series event win from the top seeds that are already going down to possibly win a world title.
That's right. There's so much on the line between today and tomorrow. And Chase, again, on the split peak between Chase and Cody. Incredible surfing from both of them. And Chase has been able to just link in the craziest long nose rides. Finding all that lift, that space underneath the nose as well.
There we go. I don't know what I'm digging. He's just really cruising. He's getting all the good mojo in there. So whatever's happening, those Takayama's working good for all the lads, all the ladies and the gentlemen.
Yeah, those really, really wide tails.
That's what I've noticed. Yeah, that diamond. I've seen some that are square, some that kind of have that semi-slight diamond.
Yeah, but crazy wide tails, some of them about as wide as the nose of the board. And they're facilitating really a lot easier nose rides. It's easier for you to hold in and hang on to the nose for that long. They can be a little bit more difficult to turn, but these surfers are some of the best longboarders in the world and make those boards look so loose on the tail as well.
I know, yeah, it doesn't show, that's for sure. So his last score coming in probably won't go into the sevens that he has. It's a 6.4, but still a healthy throwaway. 3 minutes left. Priority is with red, then white, then green, and red is up. Kai Salas stands in the middle of the board, trying to find his pace on this wave. Kind of goes for a more conventional vertical re-entry. But we know, Shannon, the big scores come from elongated nose rides in the pocket.
Kai's already sitting on the single highest score of the heat, that 8.25, as we see White now finding a nice trim line. White is in that combination situation still, chasing 2 fresh scores to get himself an advancing position. Down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Surfer in green has first priority. Blue has second priority. So down to 1 minute on the clock, 1 minute to finish things out. Surfer in green now up and riding. And scores in for Last of Red was a 5.05 for Last of Red. That does not factor into your top two, so red stays in second, blue stays in the lead. Green now coming through to the inside, looking to finish off, is chasing a 7.91 for green to move into the advancing position, with scores to come through now for blue and for green, but it doesn't look like either of those are going to factor into their top two equation as we're down to 20 seconds on the clock.
Wow, yeah, we are done, nearly done. I'm going to count it out when it gets to 5 seconds. The situation seems like it's remaining the same. I'm under 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes the heat. Chase and Kai moving on. We're going to go to a quick commercial break.
Sing a song for tomorrow.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Welcome back, Jeff Baldwin and Shannon Hughes, concluding day one here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in Pismo Beach. We had a great day. We had all kinds of conditions from low tide, high tide, sheet glass, Shannon, all kinds of amazing surfing as you can see on the screen. I mean, I don't know which reels they're going to show, but we had plenty of excellent scores. We had 8s, 8.75s, high 7s.
We saw some great surfing from the men and women. Rachel Tilley there with a great opening score of that 7-point ride. And just finding some rhythm out there. Like you said, the conditions were really fun throughout the day. Sophia Colleen as well got a couple of great scores. So a great opening day here for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We've got a big weekend ahead of us as well, and more to come tomorrow.
Well, I love it, Shannon. Thank you so much, and we will see you guys bright and early. Same thing, 7:30 start into the women, and we'll see you there. Have a good evening.